political parties and the rise of opposition parties on both the left and right. In Canada, the long dominant Liberal Party has virtually collapsed, leaving the more solidly Social Democratic NDP as the official opposition party to Harper's Conservative Party government. In Finland, the right-wing True Finn Party recently made significant electoral gains. In Spain and Greece, social democratic governments which agreed to administer austerity programs have lost considerable political support, while groups to their left and right compete to win the allegiance of growing numbers of the disaffected. On the other hand, we see the rise of a youth rebellion that is distrustful of all establishment political parties, calling not only for sane economic policies but for much deeper social changes as well. In Greece, Spain, and France, anti-authoritarian groups have as much influence as anyone among young Europeans, who are increasingly taking to the streets. Meanwhile, European ruling elites persist in aggravating economic conditions, and older European progressives seem unable to stop them. May 27, 2011. Education's diminishing returns and revolutionary potential in the United States and beyond. William T. Armeline and William D. Armeline. Time travel. The following chapter was completed in May 2011. Since then, the world has seen sparks burst into flames in the now infamous Arab Spring. Former regimes have begun to buckle and fall, and rulers in Syria continue to slaughter civilians in the streets with military snipers, vowing to crush democratic grassroots resistance by force. In Europe, the anti-austerity movement continues with student and union support in France, Spain, Italy, England, and Greece, where at least partial default on national debt now seems unavoidable. Fears of an EU collapse and a double-dip recession continue to shake financial markets on a weekly basis. As we pen this sentence, the Occupy Wall Street movement has officially globalized after having already spread to cities all over the United States. OWS, in the words of the movement, represents the 99% responding to record wealth disparity on national and global levels, particularly as a result of the recent recession and policy norms of working class austerity and owning class bailouts. Accurate and honest historical accounts will almost certainly record the primary engine of these movements as youth and young adults, who almost universally face relatively poor economic prospects even if they have worked hard and played by the rules. People the world over are voicing their rage in the streets over, among other things, the diminishing returns on the schooling and wage slavery available to them, and their lack of voice in decisions that most affect their lives. In their actions they demonstrate the revolutionary potential we describe below. Introduction. The historical role of public education in the United States is a contested terrain, described both as a cultural institution with the potential to enable and liberate, and as a state institution that ordinarily operates to produce power and resource inequalities along lines of class, race, gender, sexuality, ethnicity, and citizenship status. Whether public education as an institution and process of socialization and knowledge creation/dissemination is ultimately empowering or oppressive across history or in potential is arguably among questions at the center of critical educational scholarship over the last century. Such reflections on public institutions and the state are especially relevant in times of social rupture, when one is forced to reflect on previous practices and seek sustainable paths forward. The recent global recession, placed in the context of free market capitalism's fall from infallible grace and impending ecological crises, seems to be such a point of rupture. It is an opportunity for us to reflect on what has been done and how we might move toward political economic sustainability and social justice in our local and global communities. How we come to understand the past and our collective futures, perhaps the essence of education, will determine our mutual paths in this regard. In the United States, we presently observe the slashing of primary, secondary, and higher public education as states struggle with massive budget shortfalls and economic decline. Current and emergent university students face historically high debt loads and low prospects for sustainable employment in return for their educational credentials. Universities in the United States and other global communities have recently seen waves of student resistance to decreasing opportunities for work, the use of public monies to bail out large corporations and banks, and public spending on war and state terror in Afghanistan, Iraq, and occupied Palestine. In short, For many students, a university diploma no longer ensures sustainable employment. What happens when new generations question the value of formal education in the capitalist context? What opportunities do such ruptures in collective consciousness and institutional function present for those interested in fundamental social change? In other words, what opportunities for social justice are created when public education is decimated, and the false promise of schooling is laid bare? The crises continue. Though we mean to speak here to global conditions and possibilities, there is a great deal to be learned from the U.S. context concerning education and recent political economic developments. Though the United States does not reflect the global experience in its totality, it serves as an important example here due to its role as an international hub for university education, and its still hegemonic, though declining, role in the global capitalist system. We hesitate to agree with his statement literally, but Bookchin had a point when he suggested in the late 1960s that, we need a cohesive, revolutionary approach to American social problems. Anyone who is a revolutionary in the U.S. is necessarily an internationalist by virtue of America's world position. As with many global social problems, the global economic recession was an American export by most accounts. Though the effects of the crises are shared globally, those companies most responsible for the crash were American and Western European financial, corporate, and insurance firms. Where the state responded to the plight of large corporations and banks with an orgy of corporate welfare bailouts, the plight of working people has been met with cuts to social services, employment, credit, and education, even in the face of domestic stimulus funding. Similar patterns of policy and discourse are reflected in much of the EU, China, and Japan, for example, where the global recession damaged trade markets and shrank state revenues. We might better understand the generational position of all new workers and students under the current global recession by looking at the raw financial losses suffered by American households, the rise in individual debt, and the condition of public institutions currently under siege in the United States. The global economic recession has been utterly devastating for working, underemployed, and unemployed people. As reported by the Wall Street Journal, the wealth of American families fell by 18% in 2008. The net worth of U.S. households fell by a total of $11 trillion, a decline in a single year that equals the combined annual output of Germany, Japan, and the UK. Banks cut off credit to small businesses and large corporations, who then cut workers' jobs, wages, benefits, and so forth. The new generation of workers, young adults, and graduates face a difficult economic climate, all amidst rising costs for education, credit, general costs of living, and record levels of national debt. As it seems, many will enter the employment market carrying significant debt in comparison to previous generations. Where less than half of all graduates from four-year colleges in the U.S. carried student debt before 1993, nearly two-thirds carried student debt by 2004. In terms of amount, average student debt loads have doubled over the past decade to between $20,000 and $25,000 in the US and £13,000 in the UK. In addition, nearly half of college students in the US carry significant credit card and commercial debt to cover gaps between diminishing earnings and skyrocketing university and housing costs. Two relevant works, Strapped and Generation Debt, detail the generationally unique characteristics of young adults in the United States: record lows in total savings, record highs in student and commercial debt, and record highs in education and living costs. Adolescents and young adults now face unprecedented levels of unemployment in the United States. Rates over the past 3 years hovered at or above 10%, with an effective rate at approximately 20%. In sum, today's young adults face very difficult circumstances in the job, housing, and credit markets. Contrary to dominant ideology that would assume one's socio-economic condition depends on one's individual choices and ability to compete in various markets, young adults and their broader global generation are not to blame for their increasingly difficult situation. They've largely inherited truly unfortunate social and ecological circumstances, and on the whole show great promise in their tolerance and reflection of diversity, their political activism and civil engagement, and ability to avoid the police state. In fact, given the urgency of ecological challenges such as those caused by global warming, the fate of several species including our own depends on the luck or savvy of those very folks. For that reason, we might be concerned with the diminishing opportunities and returns for formal schooling and young adults' reactions to current political economic conditions. The shrinking opportunities offered by formal schooling are possibly best illustrated by the current condition of the world's eighth largest economy, California. California faced a state budget shortfall of $24.3 billion in 2009. The state administration and legislature decided to gut public education as part of an attempt to balance the books. California public schools were forced to cut over $13.3 billion from their budgets, with another $4 billion planned for 2010. The cuts manifested in average classroom sizes edging toward 40 per classroom in public schools, the end of summer school and extracurricular programs as we know them, and massive teacher layoffs 2,250 in Los Angeles County alone. In terms of higher education, the California State University system, largely serving the state's working class, was forced to cut $586 million with similar quality and labor effects for employees and stakeholders. 2 years later in 2011, CA public schools and universities face even larger cuts in public support and students of the CSU and UC systems face another 30% tuition increase, after similar increases in tuition and student fees over the 2 previous years. California, where the effects of foreclosure and unemployment are evident, serves to illustrate our contemporary economic condition, as capitalists and modern financiers are saved from themselves at public cost, public resources are completely and utterly decimated. As has long been argued by Marxists and anarchists, during times of capitalist crisis, we see owners and rulers employing their resources to protect their interests and prevent the full redistribution of wealth and power. Our point, however, is that such conditions provide an opportunity for class consciousness, especially for young people facing what has been called the false promises of education in bourgeois democracies. New generations of workers and workers returning for further training are encouraged to conform to, compete in, and pay for schooling that will provide a credential supposedly the key to gainful employment and class mobility. Under the conditions previously discussed, it's increasingly difficult to convince people that conformity to the systems of schooling or work has the payoffs promised in dominant capitalist ideology and discourse, especially as young and/or working people are also forced to fight unpopular wars to gain similarly vague and questionable rewards. As seen in Paris in 1968, a realization of such false promises can lead to mass movements and the revolutionary moments required for fundamental social change. The false promises of school and work. Early political economic critiques present the history of public schooling in the United States as a litany of parallel efforts at educating for social control and productive citizenry, typically and narrowly defined in terms of the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values that will promote a productive, efficient, and compliant workforce. This critical history, beginning with the revisionist work of Callahan and extended through Katz, Carnwath, Spring, and Bowles and Gintis, is well known and documented. Many of these structural analyses suggested the role of schooling in reproducing inequalities along lines of race, class, and gender. Today we find similar, though more theoretically and analytically sophisticated critiques of No Child Left Behind and the standardization movement, dominant curricula, pedagogical practices, and so forth. Though an exhaustive discussion of critical educational scholarship is far beyond the scope of this piece, we mean only to point out a central theme in historical and contemporary research. That is, in the maintenance and perpetuation of global capitalism, public education is often a mechanism to produce new generations of workers socialized for their inclusion, typically as wage slaves, in the larger political economy. This process might be seen as one distinct from that of creative self-discovery, intellectual and cultural growth, or grounded historical or scientific exploration. In much of his recent work, Stanley Aronowitz addresses the class reproductive features of public schools in the conceptual distinction between schooling and education. Returning to the central question of how to define public education as an institution, Aronowitz makes a convincing argument that through the hidden curriculum, inequitable funding, the corporatization of schools, and the standardization movement, a vast majority of activity in schools is the socialization process of schooling. Specifically, schooling refers to a system of training through a disciplinary credentialing system that, contrary to democratic pretensions, teach conformity to the social, cultural, and occupational hierarchy rather than critical independent thought necessary for personal autonomy and democratic societies. In comparison, education is conceptualized as something outside of and beyond this coercive credentialing system. Education may be defined as the collective and individual reflection on the totality of life experiences, what we learn from peers, parents, media, and schools. Education is something that happens in all contexts, our homes, neighborhoods, cultural centers, workplaces, and sites of leisure. Where in the system of schooling legitimate knowledge is determined by state standards, the concept of education places all people in the position of creating knowledge and history, and the importance of any particular idea or body of research is determined through shared struggle and survival in real contexts. We might think of these concepts in relation to early Marxist notions of alienated labor. Standardized schooling alienates people from the creation and use of knowledge and ideas, reducing learning and creative processes to a soul-sucking process of regurgitating empty, detached information. When taken out of this oppressive context, learning can be a fulfilling process where we explore our shared social and natural world through tangible struggles and socio-cultural contexts. The conceptual distinction between education and schooling allows for the consideration of fundamental change in how we go about creating and passing on knowledge and culture, rather than liberal reformism. It allows for a departure from typical liberal narratives on equal access to credentialing, asking instead, access to what? Aronowitz suggests that these typical liberal perspectives promote the idea that class deficits can be overcome by equalizing access to school opportunities without questioning what those opportunities have to do with genuine education. Here we might return to the false promises made to new generations of students and workers that their investments of time, money, and energy will ultimately be rewarded with gainful employment and a path for improving one's quality of life and opportunity structure. People are promised education and upward mobility, but actually experience schooling, wage slavery, and the near certainty of class immobility. As research has shown over the past 30 years, wealth disparity and the centralization of capital in the U.S. and global economies rise steadily, while the share of wealth and resources by working people continue to shrink. Class mobility for working and unemployed populations in the United States is a myth, where the greatest source of individual wealth is inheritance. If you are not rich, it is probably because you lacked the initiative to pick the right parents at birth. Realizing the false promises of educational credentialing is to realize the difference between education and schooling, and to realize that the meritocracies of school and work don't actually play out as Horatio Alger fables and more contemporary fictions might lead us to believe. At the same time, educational credentialing is typically a necessary step for socio-economic survival and empowerment, especially for members of marginalized populations such as the poor, people of color, and migrant workers. Accepted hiring practices for jobs offering a living wage require some level of higher education in the post-industrial service economies. For some populations in the United States, the threats of not attaining basic educational credentials are quite severe. By 1999, approximately 1 in 9 white high school dropouts would experience prison by their 30s. However, the threat of incarceration is far greater for African Americans, who currently account for just under half of the 2.2 million people imprisoned in the United States, and suffer an incarceration rate nearly 25 times that of whites. Bruce Western's research on punishment in the United States demonstrates that, incredibly, a black male dropout, born in the late 1960s, had nearly a 60% chance of serving time in prison by the end of the 1990s. At the close of the decade, prison time had indeed become modal for young black men who failed to graduate from high school. Many poor students and students of color effectively choose between schoolhouses that bore, dispirit, and ultimately fail to deliver, prisons that brutalize and dehumanize their occupants, and increasingly dangerous military service. But what happens when people actively question schooling, or refuse to play along? Working class and minority students in particular have demonstrated various forms of resistance to formal schooling, as seen in ethnographic research on student resistance dating back to the 1970s in the United States and United Kingdom. Early studies of resistance to schooling. Drawing its origins from the new sociology of education in the UK, resistance theory focused on micro-level analyses of the social construction of knowledge, the forms that knowledge takes, the various meanings made, and the resultant distribution of that knowledge and those meanings. The intersection of such phenomenological studies with critical reproduction accounts of schooling gave rise to a series of ethnographic studies of schooling in the United States and United Kingdom, which help to explain that working-class students are not passive, but play active roles in the producing of culture anew with each generation. These ethnographies document how working-class students see school as either completely irrelevant to real life, or only relevant as a credentialing agent. There is little if any inherent good in what schools have to offer in the eyes of students central to these studies. For example, in reveling in their masculinist and racist approach to life and work, Willis White, working-class lads rejected the mental/feminine labor of schools long enough to solidify their positions in the shop floor culture of their fathers and brothers. The cruel irony at work is that in refusing to play along in school, the lads appear to have chosen their place in society pigeonholed into manual wage labor. They took an active role in their own ultimate economic and social subjugation, appearing to have entered freely into an unfree situation. What is important here is that these studies show that students are not merely passive victims in the process of cultural and economic reproduction. Their awareness is apparent and their resistance, albeit self-defeating, is active. While Willis represents the beginning of a series of powerful ethnographies in industrial settings, Weiss is the first to extend that ethnographic approach to analyzing the role of schooling in deindustrializing contexts and documents what happens when factory jobs are no longer available. In brief, given deindustrialization, young working-class kids come to realize that they must become credentialed in order to be considered for non-factory work, and they strike an implicit agreement with school personnel to attend to the tasks or form of schooling but not the content or substance of the curriculum. As a result, the actual preparation for higher education and, by extension, well-paying jobs is lacking, as these students never really master the curricular content that might enable them to attend and complete college. Again, student insight into the changing political economy of deindustrialization is accurate as far as it goes. But their chosen path of action, a focus on the credential alone, is ultimately self-defeating. Both Willis and Weiss find in their subjects' experiences the potential for critical awareness and more radical political consciousness. In both cases, however, schools do not facilitate a deeper political awareness, but rather act to derail such understanding, both through the overt curriculum and through formal and informal institutional practices. One example in Willis's work is the school's attempt to reintegrate potentially disenchanted students into the formal schooling process through more relevant curricula and career education. The history of public education in the United States is replete with other examples of such efforts as well. It is interesting and distressing that current education proposals from the Obama administration parallel these reintegration efforts. Recognizing the huge social and economic impact of high dropout rates, especially in poor and non-white populations, coupled with the rising cost of a traditional four-year college education, the U.S. government is trying to pump billions of dollars into two-year colleges that offer preparation in technological and service occupations as a way to encourage predominantly working-class kids to complete high school and seek post-secondary education for work. These same institutions are primary sites for retraining unemployed and displaced workers. Recent reports highlighted one such proposal to allocate $12 billion to better prepare students for the changing job market. While an expansion of opportunities for post-secondary education is not necessarily a bad thing, The focus on two-year colleges attracting low-income students merely reinforces an already tiered and tracked schooling system in the United States that has served to perpetuate historical positions of social and economic privilege and subjugation. The most recent policy appears to be no different from its 19th and 20th century predecessors' focus on what Aronowitz and others characterized as schooling as opposed to education. Further, like wage slavery, it's offered as a threat rather than a choice. Dropping out as an alternative only increases the likelihood of incarceration faced by those who can't or won't play along with schools for a credential. Will contemporary students, and their unemployed and displaced brothers, sisters, and elders see through this ruse? If they do, will their chosen alternative move us all toward a more humane and sustainable future, or will it parallel past self-defeating forms of resistance? As seen in previous research, the insights of working-class kids in industrial and deindustrialized contexts reflected a double-edged sword. While the students rightly perceived that schools and the economic structures those schools were designed to support work better for some than for others, their resistance only allowed for them being easily disciplined and coerced through the police state and wage work. Our contemporary challenge is to use this insight, dissatisfaction, and resistance to forge new coalitions and collective political action. Resistance and reform by schools. Present national education policy may not bode well for efforts to revolutionize schooling from within. At the K-12 level, rather than taking seriously the inadequacy of public schooling to address the need for students to develop the knowledge, skills, and dispositions of critical citizenry, reforms are typically rehashed proposals for newly standardized curricula, high-stakes testing, and accountability measures for individual schools and teachers. No serious effort is made to rethink what we actually do with schools in the first place. The effects of school reform in the aftermath of No Child Left Behind are to publicly identify inadequate schools and threaten them with a loss of funding should they continue to underperform. The schools then do what they can to improve test scores, often misusing and even falsifying data to remove themselves from the scrutiny of the press. In the best of circumstances, horrible schools may get less horrible, but the educational experience and resultant life chances of our most vulnerable students remain woefully inadequate. These same students are then afforded the opportunity to attend community colleges to prepare for jobs that may or may not actually materialize, due to the fact that increasing the schooling attainment of working-class kids as a group does not create jobs for them. It only ups the ante to secure whatever jobs happen to become available. The political economic structure, certainty of wage slavery, and the position of the owning class remain the same. NCLB was the centerpiece of the G.W. Bush administration's approach to reforming schools. The Obama administration, faced with the choice of either renewing or replacing NCLB as it considered the reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, decided to create its own reform initiative, Race to the Top. Where NCLB focused on restructuring or ultimately closing the most underperforming schools, the approach of RTTT was to reward schools and school districts that took the lead in developing rigorous curricula and transforming structural features of schooling, including the evaluation of teacher and administrator performance and connecting that evaluation to their pay. On the surface, Obama and his Education Secretary Arne Duncan appeared to be challenging schools to be the best they could be, yet RTTT is really only the flip side of NCLB. The assessment and evaluation of student performance is still primarily tied to standardized test scores. The evaluation of teachers, schools, and districts is also determined by these same test scores, with a variety of metrics devised around both absolute test score achievement and value-added approaches that consider where students start the year and where they finish, seeing the difference as the relative growth produced by the teachers and schools. This value-added model was the basis of Duncan's school reform project in Chicago when he was the CEO of the Chicago Public Schools. There is no evidence the model worked in Chicago, and much to suggest that it did not. Yet it has been used as a central feature of the Obama reform agenda. Under both NCLB and RTTT, when schools fail to meet their targeted performance measures, a variety of reform models can be applied to restructure the building. Those models tend to focus on removing a significant proportion of the teaching force as well as the principal and other top administrators. Ultimately, if the changes do not lead to sufficiently improved performance, the school can be closed. Even if the school is not closed, students can transfer out to other local schools or to charter schools, taking their state subsidy money with them. In both NCLB and RTTT, charter schools are seen as appropriate choices to replace the failing schools. Often, these charter schools, ostensibly public in nature, receive public funds but are run by for-profit management groups and are also exempt from many of the performance requirements set for regular public schools. Just as with the value-added teacher assessment model, the evidence on charter school performance indicates that they do no better and often do worse than the public schools they replace. Yet the RTTT reformers, along with many newly elected governors such as John Kasich in Ohio and Scott Walker in Wisconsin, continue to call for increasing the number of charter schools in their respective states. One important lesson we derive from this NCLB/RTTT continuum is that the G.W. Bush administration and the Obama administration really do not view schooling much differently. They both buy into the dominant, corporate ideology of schooling efficacy. They both see the problem of lower school performance as the fault of the students, their parents, and teachers and not the extension of larger social, political, economic, and cultural forces. Further, they see the poor school performance as contributing to the economic downturn and the difficulty of turning the economy around, rather than the opposite. Fortunately, some schools, scholars, and activists have designed productive alternatives to dominant schooling models. Dominant trends aside, there are public schools across the U.S. that have transformed and organized themselves to unpack the complexities of post-industrial society such that students can come away with a more critical and radically informed understanding of their positions and roles in the political economy. Further, as indicated in the conceptual differences between education and schooling, schools are not the only option for developing critical intellectual, political, and cultural understandings. Home, work, and community contexts offer rich opportunities that may not presently be afforded by schools. We will return to this point shortly. What appears to work in progressive and transformative educational reform, both in the United States and abroad, is the process of developing schools and other educational settings that grow organically from a local context. This should be no surprise to those informed by forms of libertarian socialist theory, where emergent anarchist pedagogy is based on such horizontal, community-based, democratic models. Interested and committed educators connect with parents, local activists, and grassroots community organizations to develop schools that reflect and build on the strengths of the local community. Typically those efforts begin with a view of education that seeks a more just, productive, and humane existence coupled with a structural critique of dominant schooling and the opportunities afforded by wage work. In other words, these efforts operate to critique the process of formal schooling and, in doing so, help students to question and understand, among other things, the false promises of school and work. From this dialogue, we might establish the fertile grounds for class consciousness and revolutionary educational moments. The danger lies in larger entities entering the picture to systematize or replicate features of particular schools they find attractive. The power of the small, organically generated schools comes from the connection with the community, the people who created them. Once that is lost, which is what typically happens when small local efforts are corporatized and systematized, the efficacy of the school to grow out of and reflect community life is often lost. What is exportable, however, is the process of creating the small schools in the first place. If and when larger public entities like school systems come to rely on the process more than particular products, or when our institutions come to rely on the vibrancy and intellect of local communities and organizations connected with dedicated and committed educators broadly conceived, there might be some hope for them to transform in more fundamental ways. Regardless of whether that can or will occur, we can draw from the experience of creating small, community-based, and culturally responsive schools to develop our own approaches to education in and out of schools, linked to a more sustainable and humane social, economic, and political order. Contemporary student resistance and possibilities for broad social change. Where earlier we discussed the resistance strategies of high school students to public schooling, we now see a pattern of resistance, civil disobedience, and direct action among young adults and students facing dire educational and socio-economic forecasts. As White reports, there were more than 30 student-led occupations on university campuses in the US and UK in response to decreasing educational and employment opportunities, increasing costs of education and housing, and the use of university resources to promote various military agendas in the first 3 months of 2009 alone. As one specific example, New York University students barricaded themselves inside a campus cafeteria and demanded greater budget transparency, tuition stabilization, and divestment from Israel. Although the occupation ended in failure, defeat turned to victory when the retaliatory suspension of 18 students galvanized campus support. The subsequent protests forced the administration to reverse their punitive measures. Such occupations and student protests in the United Kingdom were relatively sustained through 2010, and student resistance in the United States has since expanded to address the educational rights of immigrants. In response to draconian legislation subjecting Latino/A and indigenous populations to racial profiling and unequal treatment under the law, and to the cutting of ethnic studies programs across Arizona, students continue an aggressive campaign of civil disobedience, including the occupation of school board meetings in Tucson to demand equal access to culturally relevant public education. In the already discussed state of California, students continue to join faculty and staff unions to protest skyrocketing tuitions, shrinking enrollment, department faculty/instructor/staff layoffs, increasing classroom size, ballooning administrative pay and growth, and a refusal by state officials across the board to seek revenues from oil extraction, as done in many other states, to fund public higher education. These and other observations suggest that the emerging generation of workers and students are less than fond of their current predicaments, and are willing to resist their own school and state administrations to affect policy. Rather than a collection of random events, we might consider this primarily student-led resistance as part of the larger global movement against imposed austerity programs, where, as in fiscally unstable countries of the EU, young people join those near retirement in protesting massive cuts to public education, retirement pensions, public health care, and public sector employment. The false promises of education meet the false promises of wage slavery in the post-Fordist West to create interesting and potentially powerful lines of solidarity. Spain and Greece offer perfect illustrations of this solidarity in action. Political analysts in Greece have reported that people's future aspirations across socio-economic status have dropped to all-time lows, along with studies from the Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research suggesting that economic indices have never been so low since they began reporting in 1981. Kaimaki describes the conditions of what is now being called the €700 generation, who recently participated in the country's anarchist and labor-inspired uprisings, resulting in the municipal takeover of several cities, and what is a sustained movement against capitalism and the Greek police state. This united front is led by a generation of the very young. There is a reason for this. Daily life for most young Greeks is dominated by intensive schooling aimed at securing a university place. Selection is tough and children focus hard on it from the age of 12. But once the lucky ones get there, they soon discover the reality of life after university, at best, a job at €700 a month. Youth in Greece, along with other sections of Greek labor, came to realize the false promises of school and work in their particular context. This, along with an explosive movement against the Greek police state sparked by the murder of a young anarchist by Greek police forces, might be seen as a revolutionary moment led by the resistance of students and young adults. As we write the final revision of this chapter, tens of thousands of students, unemployed and underemployed, have taken to the streets in major Spanish cities, partly under the leadership of the self-described youth without a future, to protest the settling of state budgets on the backs of workers rather than on the backs of the banks, politicians, and financiers behind the financial crisis. With the EU's highest unemployment rate, Spain also joins Greece and Portugal as the EU's most financially unstable members. As a result, Spanish politicians are increasingly pressured by other EU members to balance national budgets on the backs of the people to avoid instability in the EU, and to frame discourse around the global recession as the fault of greedy taxpayers and public employees rather than fraudulent and tyrannical bankers, investors, and politicians. Facing the obvious false promises of school and work in Spain and Greece, perhaps the complete dissolution of anything resembling a social contract, it should be no surprise that the young join the under/unemployed to protest their conditions and the people and policies that created them. They realize, simultaneously, that they did not create these crises, and that they have some agency in reframing the public conversation and conflicts over finite resources that affect their lives so acutely. The lessons. As they realize the false promises of school and work, emerging generations of students and workers are clearly able and willing to resist the constructed authority of school and state administrations to affect policy and practice in their communities. However, as we have learned from previous research on student resistance, there is some question as to how we take advantage of this opportunity for mass consciousness and action in such a way that results in social change rather than the eventual co-optation and appropriation of those who resist. Though a full discussion of social movement strategies is beyond the scope of this piece, we would like to conclude with relevant suggestions to take advantage of current opportunities to organize and resist in a time of social and political economic rupture. Unfortunately, we would like to break the hearts of educational entrepreneurs the world over in recognizing that our collective approach to education is not subject to quick fixes, particularly from free trade models that wish to privatize education and employ systems of private and charter schools to replace public educational spaces and resources. That said, we might consider the following in our steps forward. First and foremost, radical public educators should seek to accompany current labor and student protests seeking to stop forced austerity programs that immediately threaten the survival and opportunity structure of both the new and retiring generations of workers. This should be seen as a relevant social movement strategy that opens the door to effective practices of shared struggle, particularly direct action. It should also be seen as a mechanism to establish solidarity and tangible networks between otherwise rarely connected populations of the working class. It is a way for public intellectuals to help create and promote communities of struggle across age, area of employment, race, ethnicity, and gender. Rather than returning funding to public institutions that continue to school but fail to educate, we need to reconceptualize and fundamentally change our schools, universities, and libraries into institutions of equal access that respond directly to the needs of the communities served. This typically involves a certain level of decentralization and democratization of schools, school districts, school boards, and universities. Such a process typically requires both forms of resistance and forms of more liberal style building from within. In terms of resistance from within educational institutions, we might look to strategies of sabotage, direct action, and mutual aid that might be employed by school or university staff, community members, students, teachers/professors, and even administrators within their employing institutions. We see resistance from outside of educational institutions in the point above and the illustrations previously discussed in this section. Wonderful examples of building from within educational institutions can be found in the organic small schools movement discussed by Klinsky and others. Further, we might look to alternative measures to create and disseminate knowledge horizontally, outside of formal schooling. Scholars such as Murray Bookchin have for some time argued that education is the top priority for a radicalization of our time. The study group, not only the affinity group, is the indispensable form for this time, especially in view of the appalling intellectual and cultural degradation that marks our era. The development of radical reading and study groups across age, race, ethnicity, gender, trade, and student/worker divides simultaneously provides an opportunity for class consciousness building and education beyond the walls of formal schooling. Many organizations, such as the Radical Autonomous Communities of Southern California, have employed study groups and listservs successfully for these very purposes. In terms of building educational institutions outside of conventional schooling, one might look to the emerging Transformative Studies Institute. The TSI seeks to become one of the country's only graduate-free schools, and currently offers its own independent academic press, radio show, interviews, scholarly journal, resources for social justice scholars and activists, and a growing body of faculty/scholars. Likewise, counter-institutions that have become staples on the libertarian left like the Institute for Anarchist Studies or the Z Institute should be supported by forward-looking anti-authoritarians, as should projects like the Anarchist Studies Network in Europe and the North American Anarchist Studies Network. As noted previously, we need to rethink our notions of educational reform that stop at issues of access. We need to ask access to what, and change the curriculum or substance of public education accordingly. One of the greatest contemporary threats to working-class students is their being robbed of their history, and the general capability to critically interpret current events within a reasonable historical framework that reaches beyond last weekend. New workers are easy slaves to the extent that they depend on their rulers and owners to understand their own history and the realities and choices that face them in the present and future. We need to recapture our own collective understanding of history that would include political philosophy, local and global histories of non-elites that go beyond the history of wars and nation-states, and methods of civic engagement. This is an agenda that must be fought on several fronts. In terms of school curriculum, such changes require the entrance of radical scholars and workers into schools and universities, where strategies of resistance might be employed in classrooms, offices, and shop floors. Such resistance might first take aim at programs like NCLB and RTTT that steer curricula away from critical history and social science, toward value-free skills in mathematics, vocabulary, syntax, and analytical reasoning. As a second front, we can enter and engage with the larger public domain and news media. Radical and/or critical scholars must gather the courage and stomach to engage with news media that rank and file students and workers actually read/watch/listen to. In this sense, we suggest public intellectuals actually engage their public in order to compete with the paid stooges and entertainers of the corporate owning class that tend to dominate mainstream news sources. To be effective, such engagement must happen consistently and from a large network of intellectuals, not simply the handful of divas on the left who currently rotate as predictable talking heads for large speaking fees and book sales. As we attempt to infiltrate mainstream news media, we might also turn to projects such as the Media Carta and culture jamming campaigns organized by writers/readers/supporters of the Canadian magazine Adbusters to release public discourse from the death grip of corporations. Such campaigns employ legal and extra-legal means to reclaiming the mental environment, in short, take the major means of communication away from private companies and advertisers, providing space for public and community discourse, dialogue, expression, and journalism. Final reflection. Here we've attempted to outline global capitalism's effects on one of the world's largest institutional programs, public schooling. Studies of political economy, in order to be holistic and effective, must include analyses that go beyond quantitative market models, both to point out the disturbing relationships between capitalism and public institutions, and to suggest paths moving forward that create more sustainable and less hierarchical societies. Ultimately, it will require a mass movement to democratize and redefine public education and to end the rule of elites in all political, economic, and social life, but these efforts are likely one and the same to a great extent. In order to build such a movement, we can and must begin in institutions such as schools, where much of our individual and collective knowledge is created, communicated, and deemed legitimate. We wish to join radical students, workers, teachers, scholars, and activists in the battles ahead to rip the processes of knowledge and meaning-making from the hands of rulers. We urge those interested in radical social change to take advantage of periods of social rupture to reconceptualize education and its place in forming sustainable non-hierarchical communities in the United States and beyond. Part 4, Practice. What I believe is a process rather than a finality. Finalities are for gods and governments, not for the human intellect. Emma Goldman. Anarchist Economics in Practice. Uri Gordon. It cannot be enough to criticize capitalism, even from a distinctly anarchist point of view. Nor will it do to merely construct models of free and equal economic arrangements, no matter how inspiring and realistic. In addition to these, the discussion of anarchist economics must also involve a look at ways of getting from here to there. In other words, it requires that we examine anarchist economics in terms of concrete, present-day practices and assess their role within the more general context of anarchist revolutionary strategy. In this chapter I attempt to initiate such a discussion by surveying and examining the significance of the actual economic practices undertaken by anarchists and their allies today. In what ways are anarchists organizing to engage in economic practices that depart from the conventional, profit-oriented capitalist economy? What challenges and opportunities do anarchist economies confront in the contemporary landscape of social struggle? And to what degree do they serve as a meaningful contribution to revolutionizing society and replacing capitalism with non-hierarchical, unalienated forms of production and exchange? In what follows, I begin by examining various economic practices that anarchists display in their everyday organizing, which can be meaningfully understood as a form of resistance to capitalism. I then attempt to situate these practices within the context of several key contemporary terms in anarchist revolutionary thought: direct action, propaganda by the deed, and the politics of collapse. To be sure, most anarchists also regularly participate in the conventional economy, working for wages, purchasing goods, and paying for services. Yet what interests us here are the kinds of practices that anarchists undertake against these prevalent modes of production, consumption, and exchange. Before turning to a survey of the various types of economic practice in which anarchists engage, there is a preliminary point to be made about the broad choice of examples. Some readers may object to the inclusion of certain examples, which, they may argue, do not in fact qualify as anarchist. Alternative currencies and workers' cooperatives, for example, would receive criticism from anarcho-communists since they retain, respectively, the use of symbolic means of exchange and the payment of wages. Thus they are not only islands inside capitalism, but also not sufficiently prefigurative of an anarchist communist society, one in which there are no wages, and products are not exchanged but distributed according to need. Similarly, anarchists who strongly endorse the primitivist critique of civilization would almost certainly object to most of the examples given here, since they continue to be anchored in domestication and rationality. There is certainly substance to these objections. Nevertheless, I have chosen to keep the tent as wide as possible, if only for the reason that readers new to anarchism and less familiar with its internal controversies deserve to be introduced to the entire variety of practices that broadly fall within its sphere and left to make up their own minds. More generally, however, I would like to emphasize that the entire discussion of anarchist economics in practice must take place under the lens of imperfection and experimentation. This has to do with the distinction that Terry Leahy makes between purist and hybrid strategies, that is, between strategies that completely embody anarchist ideals and ones which continue to rely on aspects of capitalism. Hybrid strategies have always been part of the anarchist repertoire of social resistance, yet the relevant question is whether hybrid strategies are viewed as already embodying the endpoint of desired social change, or as necessary but temporary compromises with the ubiquity of capitalist social relations, a stepping stone towards more comprehensive social change. As Leahy argues, to an extent hybrid strategies are symbiotic with capitalism. They can be seen as productive for the capitalist class in ameliorating some of capitalism's excesses. Yet they are also antithetical to the culture and economy of capitalism as a system. Given enough time and enough proliferation, they will replace capitalism with something completely different. For those who ultimately want nothing but the best that an anarchist utopia can offer, the thing to do is to be mobile and seize opportunities for hybrids as they arise and move on as they grow stale. It is in this inclusive and experimental spirit that I offer the following examples. While limitations of space mean that the discussion is necessarily cursory, I have referenced some relevant literature throughout the exposition, and the reader is invited to consult it for further information and analysis. Varieties of anarchist economic practice. Withdrawal. Perhaps better defined as a non-practice than as a practice, the term withdrawal here indicates the various ways in which anarchists may abstain from participation in central institutions of the capitalist economy, primarily the wage system and the consumption of purchased goods. The goal of such a strategy is to weaken capitalism by sapping its energy, reducing its inputs in terms of both human labor and cultural legitimation. To be sure, the ubiquity of capitalist relations means that the options for withdrawal remain partial at best. Most of us must work for someone else to survive, and buy necessities that are not otherwise available for acquisition. Nevertheless, there are ways in which participation in capitalism can be significantly reduced, or undertaken on its qualitatively different margins. Rather than seeking full employment and aspiring to a lifelong career, anarchists can choose to work part-time or itinerantly, earning enough to supply their basic needs but not dedicating more time to waged work than is absolutely necessary, perhaps on the way towards the abolition of work as compulsory, alienated production. In the area of housing, squatting a living space rather than renting one also abstains from participation in capitalism, though this option is less sustainable in most countries since it will almost certainly end in eviction. Anarchists may also reduce their participation in the moneyed circulation of commodities by reusing and recycling durable goods, and by scavenging or growing some of their own food rather than purchasing it from the supermarket. Such practices can never by themselves destroy capitalism, since in the final analysis they remain confined to the level of personal lifestyle and rely on capitalism's continued existence in order to inhabit its margins and consume its surpluses. Nevertheless, strategies of withdrawal do complement other practices in carving out a separate space from capitalism, as well as in expressing a rejection of its ideologies of dedication to the workplace and of consumption as the road to happiness. Anarchist unions. For the majority of us who cannot escape wage labor, joining an anarchist union can be a useful way to defend our rights and struggle for improved conditions within the capitalist workplace. The largest anarchist labor unions today are in Spain and France. In English-speaking countries, the Industrial Workers of the World is the most prominent one, with about 2,000 members, most of them in the United States but also in Canada, Britain, and Australia. Though very small compared to its heyday a century ago, the IWW is very active in several small and mid-sized firms, primarily in the printing, recycling, retail, and social services sectors. In the last decade, it has gained prominence through organizing immigrant warehouse workers in New York City as well as the struggles of its affiliated baristas in the Starbucks chain of coffee shops. Anarchist unions, in the view of their members, are not merely organizations that struggle on workers' behalf within the capitalist system, but rather part of the radical social movement that seeks its abolition. As the preamble to the IWW Constitution states, the struggle between the working and the employing classes must go on until the workers of the world organize as a class, take possession of the means of production, abolish the wage system, and live in harmony with the earth. This is the strategy of anarcho-syndicalism, which strives to get the majority of workers in all sectors of the economy to join militant workplace organizations, weakening capitalism through their organized force and building up to a general strike. At this point, the workers would not only halt production to negotiate better conditions, but seize the factories and land to establish an anarchist society with the same workers' unions now running the economy through democratic planning along with communities. Workplace and university occupations. Another tactic related to syndicalism in its realization of action at the point of production is the workplace occupation. In such actions, workers lock themselves into the factory, either a means of resisting layoffs, or during a strike to prevent the employment of strike breakers, or, under conditions of more widespread economic crisis and social revolt, in order to take over manufacturing and manage it themselves. Waves of workplace occupations have occurred throughout the past century, most prominently during the 1920 hot summer in Italy, the May 1968 events in France, and the Argentine Rebellion of 2002. Most recently, in the wake of the current financial crisis, a number of factory occupations have already taken place in response to layoffs and plant closures, including the Visteon car factories in Britain and Northern Ireland, the Aradco auto parts supplier in Canada, and the Republic Windows and Doors factory in Chicago. While these occupations ended in agreements with management to provide the workers with improved severance packages, they also displayed a powerful example of solidarity and indicate a rise in workers' militancy, which can be expected to expand. Extending the logic of the workplace occupation to the knowledge factory, occupations of universities can also be seen as a form of anarchist economic practice in their resistance to the corporate takeover of higher education and their practices of self-management. University occupations have characterized periods of large-scale protest, as with the May 1968 events in France and the Greek riots of winter 2008. In 2008, the New School in New York City was occupied in protest of the reorganization policies of its president, and in the UK over 30 universities were occupied in protest of the Israeli army's attack on Gaza. Most recently, British students staged occupations around the country in response to rising tuition fees and cuts to teaching budgets. Cooperatives and communes. Cooperatives are democratically run associations which can be established for production, consumption, or housing. Thus, workers' cooperatives are businesses that are owned and managed by their workers. Unlike normal private firms where decisions on production, spending, and pay are made authoritatively by the managers and dictated to the workers, in cooperatives such decisions are made democratically, in meetings where each worker has an equal say. A consumer cooperative is a group of people that comes together to regularly purchase goods in bulk, and thus at reduced cost, later distributing them among the members. Housing cooperatives will typically own a building, with members occupying bedrooms and sharing the communal resources. Cooperatives usually adhere to a set of principles similar to the 7 Rochdale Principles, adopted in 1844 by the Rochdale Society of Equitable Pioneers, an early consumer cooperative in England. In one contemporary version these are, open and voluntary membership, equal control among members, limited returns on investment as interest or dividends, fair distribution of profits among members, educational and social objectives in addition to commercial ones, cooperation with other cooperatives, and concern for the community. Communes can be viewed as intentional communities that combine the 3 types of cooperative in one arrangement. Members live together in one house or in separate units in a village, jointly own their productive resources, and collectively manage their consumption. Communes are thus perhaps the most ambitious variant of anarchist economics, since they are settings in which anarchist economics can be practiced comprehensively, in all aspects of daily life, rather than as a specialized activity. Local currencies. Voluntary, self-managed networks through which participants exchange goods and services without profit or the use of standard national currency have proliferated worldwide in the last 2 decades. The Complementary Currency Resource Center currently lists 152 such systems in 32 countries, with a total membership of close to 338,000 people and a yearly volume of trade exceeding 56 million. Instead of their national legal tender, such systems use various forms of local currency and credit as an independent means of exchange. These credits, vouchers, or notes may be equivalent to the national currency, or they may account for a different standard such as a working hour. In English-speaking countries the most common variety is the local exchange trading scheme. Each year the members of ALETS receive a directory in which they all advertise the skills and services they offer and their contact details. Each new member receives a number of credits, normally equivalent to a working hour, which they can spend or earn by receiving and giving services to other members. Local currencies encourage the consumption of local produce and thus keep wealth circulating within the community rather than being taken away by large corporations. The exchange networks created can also serve to build solidarity and mutual aid in the community. Although such systems are usually not explicitly anti-capitalist and are promoted as complementary to the standard economy rather than as an all-out alternative, anarchists do initiate and participate in such systems as a hybrid strategy. Food not bombs. In organized food not bombs events, practiced most widely in the United States, anarchists cook nutritious vegan food and distribute it for free in a public space. The first FNB group was founded in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in 1980 to accompany a campaign against nuclear and other weapons. The practice rapidly proliferated, with over 400 groups active today worldwide. Explicitly presented as an act of protest rather than charity, FNB events promote the idea of food as a basic human entitlement, detached from ability to pay, while at the same time publicly opposing the massive funding of the military and the arms industry at the expense of social needs. According to the movement's handbook, the major contribution to stopping bombs is our withdrawal from the economic and political structures of the death culture. As individuals, many of us engage in war tax resistance. As an organization, we operate outside the dominant economic paradigm. We do not operate for a profit. In fact, we operate with very little money compared with the value of the food we distribute. Despite their entirely nonviolent nature, FNB events are often subject to repression and arrests, reflecting many municipalities' hostility to the poor and homeless. In addition to regular events, FNB groups have also supplied food for activist gatherings and protest camps, and have been some of the first to appear on the ground and offer food to the survivors of major disasters such as the San Francisco earthquake and in Hurricane Katrina. The network has also been one of the major contributors to popularizing the practice of decision-making by consensus in activist groups. Free shops and really free markets. These are permanent or temporary spaces where goods such as clothes, books, tools, and household items as well as services from bicycle repair to tarot reading can be given and taken without the use of money. Free shops are permanent spaces, usually located in squats and social centers, whereas really free markets are regular events, usually taking place the last weekend of each month. Both of these initiatives as well as Food Not Bombs manifest and propagate the idea of a gift economy. Gift economies have been widely studied by anthropologists in the context of tribal and traditional societies, but they are also easily discerned within any family or friendship network. In gift economies, individuals freely give goods or services to one another without immediately receiving anything in return. Yet by maintaining through their actions the practice of gift giving, they too can expect to receive gifts themselves as part of a generalized culture of reciprocity. In attempting to launch an entirely different culture of exchange, anarchist practices of gift economy are the most distant from capitalism and do the least to partake in its structures. DIY cultural production. Anarchism has a long history of association with artistic and countercultural movements, from Dada and abstract expressionism to beat poetry and science fiction. In more recent decades, a prominent aspect of anarchist involvement in visual arts, theater, and music has been the promotion of a do-it-yourself ethos of cultural production. This is an approach to the creation of art and culture as a popular and non-professional activity, independent of corporate interests and the pressures of the capitalist culture industry. As an economic practice, the DIY ethic displays anarchist values of accessibility, community, autonomy, and self-sufficiency in cultural production. As a political practice, it is most often accompanied by anarchist messages and social critique, and has been a major inspiration for the rise of contemporary anarchist activism. Perhaps the most important field in which this approach was developed was the punk movement. Most punk bands start their way by producing their own self-recorded music on independent labels and putting on shows in homes and garages rather than commercial venues. Among punk fans, DIY culture has created a steady stream of amateur fan magazines, which contain reviews of records and shows alongside poetry, comics, articles, and recipes, all produced using photocopied and collaged images and a combination of hand-scrawled and typewritten texts. Apart from punk music, the DIY ethic is clearly on display in the work of street theater troupes performing in public spaces, Anarchist art collectives that put on exhibitions in squatted venues, and collaborative web design projects online. The Electronic Commons. Though not by itself an anarchist initiative, commentators have drawn attention to the Internet's libertarian and communitarian features, particularly its non-hierarchical structure, low transaction costs, global reach, scalability, rapid response time, and disruption overcoming alternative routing. Though there is another side to this coin, the decentralized structure of the Internet has given rise to a free informational economy online, based on commons-based peer production and group generalized exchange. Contributors to projects such as the GNU/Linux operating system and Wikipedia produce and manipulate information without monetary compensation, motivated instead both by social recognition and the intrinsic enjoyment of their work associated with the hacker ethic. Many anarchists are active participants in contributing to the development of the electronic commons. And in Europe there is also a developed network of hack labs community spaces housing self-assembled computers that offer free internet access and training in programming. Anarchist economics and revolutionary strategy. Having looked at some concrete examples of anarchist economics as they are practiced today, I move to the second stage of discussion. In what way can such examples be tied to broader anarchist revolutionary goals, and what opportunities and challenges do they face in this context? In order to clarify these questions, I would like to offer three different strategic outlooks under which we can interpret these practices: constructive direct action, propaganda by the deed, and the politics of collapse. The ethos of direct action, central to anarchist politics, is too often recognized only in its destructive or preventative guise. Thus, for example, anarchists who object to the clear-cutting of an ancient forest will take direct action by chaining themselves to the trees, blockading the bulldozers, or sabotaging their operation. This sense of direct action is often invoked in opposition to other courses of action, such as petitioning politicians or mounting legal challenges through the courts of politics of demand that extend symbolic legitimacy to the same institutions that anarchists oppose by appealing to them to rectify injustices. Yet direct action also has a creative and constructive aspect, manifest in the practice of anarchist economics in the present tense. Constructive direct action means that anarchists who seek a world based on different social relations undertake their construction by themselves. On such an account, for social change to be successful, the modes of organization that will replace capitalism, the state, patriarchy, and so on must be prepared and developed alongside the attack on present institutions. Therefore, the cooperatives, DIY cultures, and gift economies that anarchists practice today can be seen as the groundwork for the realities that will replace capitalism or, to use the familiar wobbly slogan, as forming the structure of the new society within the shell of the old. The insight that anarchist economic practices ultimately function within rather than outside capitalism is important in this context. As we have seen in the survey above, most forms of anarchist economic practice are by no means entirely detached from the capitalist economy. Most of them, in fact, can be seen as islands that operate within capitalism, albeit with a different internal logic, and in a constant attempt to eat away at the prevailing system from the inside by propagating and proliferating alternative social relations among people. Contamination is the name of the game, yet the attempt to contaminate capitalism also carries the risk of being contaminated in return, a process of co-optation or, to use the situationist term, recuperation. Can anarchist economic practices avoid becoming just another form of business enterprise, wherein the financial sustainability of the project gradually comes to take precedence over its political significance? This is not an easy question to answer. Yet, as Andy Robinson comments, to remain anarchist, an anarchist business operates as a means, as the tool of a flow leading out of the system, never as an end in itself. It may, in a certain sense, be working inside the system, using dominant forms and means, but it should remain outside on the level of intentionality and desire, never reducible to these forms and means, always treating them as strategic choices, as means to be used for a purpose and discarded should they fail to serve it. To be sure, The tightrope of the danger of recuperation is not taken away by conceiving it in such terms, but it is possible to negotiate this risk in more or less creative ways, in ways that are more or less effective in sustaining the insurgent desire in exteriority. These comments on recuperation occasion two further remarks. The first is to mention that alongside the strategic dimension, anarchist economic practices should be related to the broader ethical commitment among anarchists to a prefigurative politics, that is, to using political means that are by themselves an embryonic representation of an anarchist social future. Thus anarchist values are expressed in everyday activities and practices, stressing the realization of egalitarian social relations within the fold of the movement itself, rather than expecting them to only become relevant after the revolution. The second remark is that an individualist anarchist motivation can be seen at work within constructive direct action, quite separately from its strategic and ethical dimensions. From an individualist point of view, activists participate in anarchist economic practices not only in order to change society, but also simply out of the desire to inhabit such different social relations, and live equally among their comrades rather than conforming to the expectations of capitalist society. Returning, however, to the strategic dimension, a question immediately presents itself: if the construction of a new society is to be the work of anarchists themselves, then the small number of participants surely means that this is a hopeless prospect. Without transforming current anarchist economic practices into the stuff of a mass movement, they will remain inspiring but insignificant efforts. Can this be overcome? This brings us to the second prism under which we can view the practice of anarchist economics, that of propaganda by the deed. Despite the ill repute gained by this term, which became narrowly associated with bombings and assassinations in the last decades of the 19th century, propaganda by the deed can also be understood more broadly as pointing to the potentially exemplary nature of all anarchist action. On such an account, the most effective form of anarchist propaganda is the actual implementation and display of anarchist social relations. The practice of anarchist economics in publicly visible manner serves to demonstrate the possibility and desirability of alternative economic arrangements to a wide audience. The living practices of resource and income sharing, gift economies, and so on may directly inspire people by way of example, and encourage them to take up these practices by themselves. It is easier for people to engage with the idea that people can exist without bosses or leaders when such existence is displayed, if on a limited scale, in actual practice rather than merely argued for on paper. Thus Gandhi's assertion that a reformer's business is to make the impossible possible by giving an ocular demonstration of the possibility in his own conduct. Or, in the words of a commentator on the practice of really free markets, long-term participation in free markets dispels the materialist programming that makes people covet useless items by denying access to them, and demonstrates just how possible and fulfilling the anarchist alternative is. It also presents a point of departure for further struggles. If this is what we can do with the scanty resources we're able to get our hands on now, what could we do with the entire wealth of this society? At the same time, all of these strategies seem to have some inherent limitations. After all, the various anarchist economic practices discussed in this chapter have had a continuous presence in Western societies for the past 40 years. Still, they do not seem to have precipitated anything like the large-scale social transformation intended. On the one hand, the anarchist movement is so small that even its most consistent and visible efforts are but a drop in the ocean. On the other hand, political elites have proven themselves extremely proficient at pulling the ground from under movements for social change, be it through direct repression and demonization of the activists, diversion of public attention to security and nationalist agendas, or, at best, minimal concessions that ameliorate the most exploitative aspects of capitalism while contributing to the resilience of the system as a whole. It would seem that ethical commitments to social justice and the enhancement of human freedom can only serve as a motivation for a comparatively small number of people, and that without the presence of genuine material interests among large sections of the population there is little hope for a mass movement to emerge that would herald the departure from existing social, economic, and political arrangements. And here we come to the final point, Fortunately or unfortunately, the conditions for such motivations seem to be rapidly emerging. The converging crises of the 21st century, climate change, financial meltdown, and the imminent peak in oil production may be the only hope for large-scale social transformation. As capitalism becomes literally impossible to maintain under conditions of dwindling energy reserves and climate instability, the populations to which the anarchist minority in the West is appealing may finally conclude that a break with the system is in their material interest. Rather than a gradual and piecemeal social change, then, it may be that the tasks of anarchists and their allies is to create the kinds of initiatives that will allow populations to revolutionize the process of industrial collapse. The successful result of such efforts would be neither a continuation of hierarchical social relations in more locally self-sufficient forms, nor yet the deterioration into a Mad Max scenario of barbarity and gang warfare, but rather the emergence of qualitatively different societies in those places where people will have managed both to carve out a significant degree of autonomy and to use that autonomy in order to reconstruct the way they live. Yet there is no guarantee for any of this. The crystal ball remains murky. Currency and cafe anarchy, do-it-yourself economics and participatory resistance to global capitalism. Caroline K. Kaltef later. No dictatorship can have any other aim but that of self-perpetuation, and it can beget only slavery in the people tolerating it. Freedom can be created only by freedom, that is, by a universal rebellion on the part of the people and free organization of the toiling masses from the bottom up. Mikhail Bakunin, Statism and Anarchism. The recent global economic crisis continues to leave many people worried about their future, as 2009 brought news of higher unemployment rates, plant closings, falling house prices, and lower levels in consumer confidence. The gloom and doom discourse bantered about in the mainstream press fueled collective fear by posing questions like, what happens if the US economy collapses? How will we survive? Can we as citizens and a national state thrive? The notion of an economic apocalypse is epitomized in an advertisement for a book titled The Ultimate Depression Survival Guide. The image for the ad is that of an atomic blast with the signifier of a dollar going up in smoke, symbolizing the annihilation of the American dream. My initial reaction to this advertisement was similar to perhaps many who viewed it: times are tough and boy are we as a society, especially young people, screwed. A few seconds later, I read the image differently as I realized the system was imploding, that a revolution was taking place inside/outside the system. I saw a politics of agency emerging into a dominant sphere, embracing those who had been fooled by capitalism for far too long, allowing them to reconsider their place in society and actively to combat rampant globalization, ecological destruction, and economic inequalities inherent in an explosive global economy. My analysis is grounded within the framework of cultural studies scholar Stuart Hall, whose work on encoding and decoding texts offers us a way of looking at competing readings in/out of a text and by extension scenarios of representation in contemporary society. Hall emphasizes that texts, through every moment in the process of communication, allow for active message composition and message reception. The message continuum, from the original composition of the message/code to the point at which it is read and understood, has its own determinants and conditions of existence. Hall identifies three primary positions of decoding messages and signs, including the dominant position or preferred reading, the negotiated position, and the oppositional position/reading. He suggests that oppositional readings entail that the reader/viewer understands the preferred reading being constructed, but interprets the message within an alternative frame of reference and social critique. In the case of the economic crisis, readers/viewers whose social situations, particularly social class, align with the dominant scenario of representation have encoded in their consciousness protecting one's property, job, family, or, perhaps most importantly, status in society. On the surface, the dominant narrative of citizens losing ground in the face of an economic catastrophe is reinforced through daily media reports, images, and propaganda used to keep the national consciousness tied to capitalism. However, the current economic crisis offers oppositional readings and actions to achieve a fulfilling life. This paradigm shift calls upon citizens to reject the narrow possessive individualism imposed by capitalism as a means to transform global consciousness. A reshuffling of the dominant narrative related to global economic conditions entails drawing upon an anarchist culture that is self-organizing, self-reflective, and citizen-driven, and allows us to note possibilities within this culture for an anarchist economics. Indeed, anarchist economics might give us means by which to establish counter-discussions and oppositional readings of both the market and the state so as to foster a dialogue that eliminates a culture of coercion and creates a vision of a free society. In this essay, I situate myself not as an economist, though I hope to help develop anarchist economics here as its own unique form of economics, not simply focused on the rationalized and instrumental processes most often studied by economists. Surely others have much to say about the realities of prevailing wages, gross national product figures, or market trends, including anarchists. My analysis, however, is grounded in media and cultural studies intersections with anarchist economics and seeks to examine capitalism and the phenomenon of globalization by deconstructing the ideas of spectacle, consumption, and exchange value. At the heart of this discussion is an interrogation of the concept of money and how in one's everyday life we might rethink the value of a state-issued currency over community-produced currencies. The very essence of opting for alternative currencies over a state-issued monetary system represents a continuum of anarchist practices that allows for the gradual weaning, or deprogramming if you will, from a disposition to capitalism while, at the same charting new ways of doing business and revolution. Anarchist theory and praxis present opportunities to appropriate public spaces from enclosure and incorporation of globalization. The final portion of my essay demonstrates sites of resistance wherein everyday citizens participate in alternative currency exchanges, cafe collectives, and street actions to reclaim not only their communities, but purpose in their lives. Global economic chaos and uniform dist lanceless. The danger is that people are not aware of the danger. Everybody talks about the global financial markets as if they were irreversible. But that is a misconception. George Soros. Globalization is a ubiquitous concept readily discussed in the halls of academia and via broadcast outlets around the world. Scholars such as Waters and Held et al. Divide theories of globalization into political, economic, and cultural globalization and conceptualize each factor accordingly. The transient nature of a global economy is intrinsically tied to the individuals who participate in such transactions. I am interested in social and cultural issues related to global capitalism, and how one might negotiate a politics of understanding and agency that would allow for a rethinking of concepts such as money, exchange value, and commodity fetishism. In his text The Consequences of Modernity, Giddens defines globalization as the intensification of worldwide social relations, which link distant localities in such a way that local happenings are shaped by events occurring many miles away and vice versa. German philosopher Martin Heidegger is often criticized for his fascist sympathies. However, his work on spatial analysis offers insights that foreshadowed contemporary debates about globalization. Heidegger not only described the abolition of distance as a constitutive feature of our contemporary condition, but he linked recent shifts in spatial experience to no less fundamental alterations in the temporality of human activity. All distances in time and space are shrinking. In his analysis, the compression of space increasingly meant that from the perspective of human experience everything is equally far and equally near. Instead of opening up new possibilities for rich and multifaceted interaction with events once distant from the purview of most individuals, the abolition of distance generates a uniform distanceless in which fundamentally distinct objects became part of a bland homogeneous experiential mass. The loss of any meaningful distinction between nearness and distance contributes to a leveling down of human experience, which in turn spawns an indifference that renders human experience monotonous and one-dimensional. This idea is effectively demonstrated in news reports of the 2008 global financial crisis. The economic meltdown first reported on Wall Street quickly reverberated in countries around the world including China and Japan, illustrating the interconnectedness of a global market collapse of local and national markets. Peter Gumbel of Time magazine reported the impact of bank failures in the United States. According to Gumbel, on September 29, 2008, governments from Germany to Iceland rushed to 5 ailing financial institutions with huge cash infusions or full-blown nationalization, making it one of the grimmest days in the history of European finance. No future, globalization and capitalism. While the mass media tend to report about the global economy and its financial crises in terms of dollars and cents or pounds and pence, we must acknowledge that globalization is about the socio-spatial relations between billions of individuals, and that below any economic base is a lively interaction of people adding and subtracting value exchanged through an animated process of exchange. In his text The Philosophy of Value, George Simmel notes, the fact of economic exchange confers upon the value of things something super-individual. Today's capitalist market is predicated on the notion that economic value is never inherent in the object itself, but rather is created through a politics of desirability, or as Simmel put it, the practicality of economic value is conferred upon an object not merely by its own desirability, but by the desirability of another object. Value then is created when men, women, and, now even more pressing, when children establish a personal and societal style. Today marketing consultants, branding gurus, and cool hunters seek out ways to market teen spirit, teen cool to kids in the mainstream by co-opting the style, fashion, language, music, and culture of the margins above ground and below ground. Such cultural co-optation is not new. Consider the early punk movement. Many of the youth involved in that movement were from working-class families, were working low-paying jobs, unemployed, or students with little money to spare. A song, No Future, by the British punk band the Sex Pistols articulates the despair of youth in Great Britain. As a result, they sought to find ways to fight class domination and societal repression through personal style and do-it-yourself actions. The legacy of cultural subversion and the DIY ethic of punk can be traced back to the Situationist International that formed in 1957. The SI was a collective of avant-garde artists in Europe, including French theorist and artist Guy Debord. Julia Downs notes, the SI revolted against the dominant discourses, images, and ideas of capitalist consumer culture known as the spectacle, and sought to incite revolution by employing cultural tactics that exposed contradiction and openly critiqued society. The SI encouraged others to express their frustrations through doing their own forms of cultural subversion in their everyday lives. Like their British counterparts, punk youth in the United States opposed society-sanctioned wardrobes and capitalist clothing companies by creating their own retail resistance, reinventing everyday items and second-hand clothing. Utilitarian items such as safety pins and electric extension cords used by punks in the early days of the American punk movement provide two examples. Safety pins were used as jewelry and badges of courage as punks elected to pierce unconventional body parts such as cheeks, lips, eyebrows, chests, and elsewhere. Electric extension cords were adapted as belts used to hold up thrift store pants that were several sizes too big. The connector ends of extension cords were used as belt fasteners. As a participant of the punk scene in Athens, Georgia, I shopped at the Potter's House, a thrift store that sold clothing by the bag for as little as $1. As a working-class student at the University of Georgia, I had little money and often purchased men's suit trousers that were several sizes too big to make both a fashion and political statement. Belts were hard to find in the piles of clothing, however, there were boxes of discarded appliances and extension cords. The most unusual cords were those from 1950s appliances that were encased with fabric with speckles and dots around the wiring. Voila, one had an instant belt that was functional and stylish, not to mention the shock factor as people often stared at my belts as I walked down the street. The cords created a symbolic connection between cultures of the past and present, but more importantly, a retro critique of affluence and gender connoted by the fabrics and designs of tailored men's trousers. Such fashion accessories would soon become a style that suburban kids, known as posers by many punks, would clamor for and argue with their bourgeois parents to obtain. In response to this emerging market, US-based chain stores found in suburban shopping malls, such as Claire's Boutique and Hot Topic, began to sell mass-produced safety pin jewelry in primary colors and extension cord belts with a twisted coil jelly rubber design in rainbow colors. Hence, the market co-opts styles of necessity and turns them into styles of desirability by collapsing the domains of individual expression and need into a uniform distant commodity that is abstract from the cultural ethos and revolutionary politics that emerges as part of everyday life experience. The independent band Cake critiqued poser culture and capitalist exchange in the song Rock and Roll Lifestyle. Your CD collection looks shiny and costly, and how much did you pay for your black leather jacket? Is it you or your parents in that income tax bracket? How much did you pay for a chunk of his guitar, and how much will he pay for a new guitar, and how long will the workers keep building him new ones, as long as their soda cans are red, white, and blue ones? Cake's song explores the concepts of commodity fetishism and alienated labor, cornerstones of capitalist ideology that Karl Marx wrote about over a century ago. Marx argued that the working class was the victim of an illusion that he referred to as commodity fetishism. As Heath and Potter note, rather than perceiving the economy as a set of essential social relationships between individuals, the market gives an appearance of natural laws. Losing your job seemed to be a matter of bad luck. The ups and downs were determined by forces completely outside anyone's control. Such objectification of social relations leads to the cultivation of a false consciousness wherein workers are alienated from their own work and see their labor as merely a means to the attainment of other ends/material goods. In other words, individuals participate in their own alienation and oppression through a false understanding of a need to compete with others for limited goods. The recent global financial crisis offers an example of the competition cycle, and its unwitting impact on society. Workers queued up to spend cash on consumer goods that they desired but didn't need or ultimately couldn't afford. High on debt and with easy access to credit, the workers are alienated from their labor. Their actions inadvertently serve to drive up production and force companies to find new ways of producing more goods with less people. Ironically, the result is workers eliminating their own jobs or solidifying their place in the production line with few, if any, opportunities for autonomy. Capitalism distributes necessary labor and creates a value system cloaked in commodity fetishism that serves to obscure the reality of exploitative social relations and a culture of oppression. As George Simmel wrote, the economic system of the world is assuredly founded upon an abstraction that is between sacrifice and gain. Simmel's analysis suggests that we as citizens understand such abstractions and take direct action to counter capitalist practices, including co-optation, by creating alternative value systems, local currencies, and community-driven exchanges for goods and services. Ithaca baby, dollars and hours. We need not wait for the government or a central bank to save us during this economic crisis, we can set this system up ourselves. It bypasses greedy banks and recharges local economics and gives local businesses an advantage over multinational corporations. George Monbiot, 2009. Economists note that economics is an inexact science. The economic roller coaster of the past 2 years has prominent experts scratching their heads as to what the markets will do next. Some economists give us reason to hope that the job market will improve and that the stock market will continue to tick upward. Yet mainstream media reports suggest otherwise. Watching the New York Stock Exchange trading graphics on CNBC in real time is like watching the roulette wheel spin around in Las Vegas and other casinos around the world. However, what happens to capital exchanged in Vegas doesn't stay in Vegas. The profits taken in at casinos from ordinary citizens are rarely reinvested in the local landscape. The gambling adrenaline rush is played out in everyday life through competitive consumption, and it all starts with the illusion of money. Popular and scholarly understandings of money tend to share some common traits found in narratives of globalization and modernity dyads. Cultural anthropologist Phaedra Papavasiliou argues that money is a fact, a reality that almost assumes the status of an agent that is increasingly unified and uniform across socio-cultural, political, and economic boundaries. The notion of net worth is a standard of measure of economic and social viability. While money is primarily a token denoting value, under current global capitalism it takes on the guise of a commodity, becoming an object of value itself. In this sense, it is also fetishized. She notes that what emerges is the uncomfortable space between economic abstraction and lived experience, the two seemingly irreconcilable aspects of materiality as defined by modern money. The spatial existence between economic abstraction and everyday life is in a Heideggerian sense a uniform distance where desire is reconfigured as utility that fuels consumption. In his essay titled Home of the Brave, Steinsvold writes, "We Americans love our freedom, yet we have allowed the use of money to completely dominate our way of life. Indeed, we are no longer a free people. We are trillions of dollars in debt. We live in fear of depression, inflation, inadequate medical coverage, and losing our jobs." Steinsvold advocates the complete dissolution of money to regain individual freedom. While a complete disavowal of money may seem extreme, some communities are embracing alternative currencies as a means to wean citizens off an economy backed by national currencies and to raise awareness that traditional money systems create serious social problems that devastate our local economies by removing money from local communities and transferring it to large corporations and financial centers. Local currency or scrip monetary systems became popular during the Great Depression. George Monbiot of The Guardian newspaper writes, "Businesses in the United States issued rabbit tails, seashells, and wooden discs as currency. The medium of exchange could be anything as long as everyone who uses it trusts that everyone else will recognize its value. Corner exchange, for example, is a sustainable community currency based in the Pacific Northwest where participants elect to use local currency over state-issued currency for their economic exchanges. Decisions to use local currencies are actions of resistance to a globalized economy wherein new possibilities for rich and multifaceted local interactions are actualized. My own experience with alternative currencies began over 7 years ago when I moved to upstate New York. I live in Tompkins County near the town of Ithaca, home to the local currency Ithaca Hours. Local residents sometimes refer to hours as that other money. Ithaca's commitment to localism is often cited as one of the key reasons why the hours monetary system endures. The hours currency emerged during a period when the regional economy of upstate New York was going through tumultuous times, as factories shut down, businesses closed, and consumer spending declined, a shockingly similar situation to the current global financial crisis. From its inception in 1991, 1 hour was set to be the equivalent of $10 US as this was the mean hourly wage for Tompkins County at the time. The currency calculation evoked the principle of a living wage and demonstrated the system's commitment to social equity and justice. Today a number of local businesses participate in hours systems. The farmers' market remains at the heart of the system. In her ethnography on alternative currencies, Pepe Vasilio explores the social meaning of hours through narratives of local citizens. There is trust and relationships. You feel like you have a link with the other person, a common belief in community. What hours represent, is an acknowledgement, honoring time. One time I had about $150 in hours and I needed plumbing work. So I looked for someone who took hours and met this new person. We had a long philosophical discussion about hours and value and money and work that you wouldn't otherwise had with a regular plumber. Like many Ithacans, I too shop with hours and have established friendships and relationships with area merchants, be it Green Star, the local co-op or the farmers market. My use of hours now goes beyond food purchases and home repairs to include medical services. Last year, my 8-year-old daughter was having difficulty seeing and reading in school. After an initial eye examination it was clear that my daughter not only needed glasses, but also vision therapy to help address her disability. I was pleased to find a pediatric optometrist who accepts Ithaca hours. I paid portions of my bill with hours as the total exceeded what I currently had in my hours reserve. Needless to say, this experience made me realize that the hours currency surpassed a novel system of exchange and was becoming integrated into mainstream culture. Through everyday experiences, a trip to the local co-op, art frame shop, or the eye doctor, citizens use alternative money systems such as Ithaca hours and challenge the way in which we have come to understand materialism and exchange value. In short, everyday citizens who use Ithaca hours are social entrepreneurs who recognize that traditional money contributes to the creation of social conditions that devastate communities by removing money locally and transferring wealth to large corporations. Such actions leave people without a medium of exchange in their community. In response, using local currencies is investment in one's community and its future, intentional actions that counter global capitalism by supporting local economic activity, encouraging fairness and social equity, and promoting environmental education and sustainability. Café capital, coffee, communication, and possibility. There is a silver lining emerging from a declining economy. We're remembering something more important than money, which each other in community. I'm optimistic that this, of infinite value, will grow. This is what will provide us with the right foundation for building a new economy. Trena Grave M., 2009, NPR comments. The capitalist agenda contributes to what Heidegger referred to as the loss of any meaningful distinction between nearness and distance and contributes to a leveling down of human experience, which in turn spawns an indifference that renders human experience monotonous and one-dimensional. It is within this space of one-dimensionality that a sense of community is lost unless local citizens take responsibilities for charting their own forms of social change. The recent downturn in the economy has affected both business relations and social relations in many communities. In the northern village of Ellsworth, Michigan, a town of 500, the unemployment rate is nearly 16%, with vacant storefronts everywhere. Bob Felton, an Ellsworth resident, recounted the demise of his community. It was depressing. We needed a place in Ellsworth where neighbors could catch up with each other, preferably over a cup of coffee and a cheap meal. Last fall, the people of Ellsworth mobilized to create their own cafe called the Front Porch Cafe. The cafe grew out of discussions residents at area churches had about finding a place for people to come together, share a meal, and exchange ideas on improving life in the town. The cafe cultural experience in Michigan bears a striking resemblance to the start-up of the local cooperative cafe in my village of Dryden, New York. The Dryden Cafe was founded in 2007, not only in response to a declining economy in upstate New York, but also to a call to action to create a space of communication and exchange for local residents. With most residents commuting out of town for full-time employment, Main Street, the heart of the village, was grinding to a halt. Like Ellsworth, Michigan, several businesses closed or relocated out of town, leaving a roadway of vacant buildings and empty storefronts void of personal interactions. Residents were strangers as they passed each other going divergent directions to work, shop, and even get a decent cup of coffee. The idea for the cafe started in October 2006. Dryden resident and community leader Wendy Martin is often credited starting the cafe movement in the village. Martin notes that Eliot Spitzer, a 2006 New York gubernatorial candidate, used the main street of Dryden as part of an advertising campaign to turn around the economy in upstate New York. The Spitzer campaign showcased a for rent sign in Charlie's Diner, which had been the town's local eatery. Yet after Spitzer's successful election, the landscape of Dryden remained desolate and unchanged. In an online interview with me, Martin recalls the collective despair of the town. I walked through our village and looked at the for rent sign. I was saddened by the message the empty storefront sent to the thousands of people who pass through our village every day on their way to larger towns and cities. Talking with friends and other residents, Martin envisioned the possibility of reconfiguring the old diner space into a cafe that would be cooperatively run. She recalls, I spent the next few months talking to various friends and community members about the idea of a co-op style venture, and as the conversations progressed, the idea of the cafe as it is today was formulated. A communication action plan for the space was drawn up, flyers were sent to everyone in the village explaining the concept, announcing the date of the first public meeting to gather input for the project. Outreach communication included taking down the for rent sign and replacing it with a neon orange poster that read, "Interested in starting a local cafe? Are you in?" Meeting 7 p.m. August 18, 2006, Village Hall. I remember seeing the sign in the diner window and thinking, I'm in. Other local residents heeded an invitation to participate in a conversation to start a cafe, and 80 people turned up to hear about the idea of a locally owned, locally operated cafe. Martin remembers the optimism of people coming together to change their community, already present the night of the first meeting. I believe what brought people together was the naive optimism that we could do this. We were fearless. My feeling was we had nothing to lose and everything to gain. In fact, the night of the meeting, I told everyone even if we are only open 1 month in that time, friendships would be formed and thus we would have already succeeded. It was exciting to see people together and share their ideas. The creation of the Dryden Cafe also facilitated communication among local residents. As Wendy Martin put it, there were a lot of people who felt isolated and wanted to be connected to something. Those involved with the cafe are inspired by a commitment to community. The greatest success for me, and I believe everyone, is when you take a moment, sit still and look around. You see people quietly chatting, children playing, and friends greeting one another, but most importantly friendships forming. The number of people who have formed lasting friendships continues to thrill me. In all, the participation in the cafe is based on the ethical values of honesty, openness, social responsibility, and taking care of others, and sends a message to even the youngest patrons of the cafe: take responsibility for one's community and take care of others in need. The Dryden Cafe Cooperative is an example of community anarchism wherein cooperative values of self-help, responsibility, democracy, equality, equity, and solidarity are lived out every day as volunteers serve homemade meals, using fresh produce from local farms and original recipes of village residents. All of the baking at the cafe is done by volunteers. Food and baked goods from the cafe are often donated to local food banks. The cafe features artwork by local artists and live music on Friday nights. Genres so far include folk, Celtic, jazz, zydeco, and even punk. My own experience with the Dryden Cafe certainly attests to creating new friendships and experiences that chart new routes of sustainability, exchange, and in participatory economics, or as Michael Albert puts it, Paracon, life after capitalism. Recently I attended the annual Dryden Dairy Parade that showcases the work of organic farmers and milk producers. I was pleased to see Main Street thriving. Later, at the local festival, members of the cafe had their own booth where we made do-it-yourself Father's Day gifts. Most of the activities at the park were free and those for profit went to benefit area organizations. At the end of an exhausting day, it occurred to me that no matter what economic struggles lie ahead, this community would rally in its own space and create its course of resistance to globalization with sustainable goods from the fields, organic dairy farms, artist workshops, and even fair trade coffee at the Dryden Cafe. Conclusion: another world is possible. I must have dreamed 1,000 dreams. They're moving into the streets. This is the world we live in. These are the hands we're given, use them and let's start trying to make it a place worth living in. Land of Confusion, Invisible Touch, Genesis, 1986. Driving home from Ithaca to Dryden the other day, I became entranced listening to the Genesis tune Land of Confusion on the radio. The lyrics offered a text of possibility in situating the work that goes on every day as anarchists undertake actions such as alternative currency exchanges, cafe collectives, and street actions, including the Reclaim the Streets movement. RTS is both an organization and a grassroots tactic. Its direct action strategies are a deliberate rejection of mainstream-mediated politics and culture. Joral Curran suggests that RTS establishes sites of resistance by creating unity between means and ends. RTS anarchist actions situate Heidegger's notion of space, that every experience is equally far and equally near. The RTS movement challenges capitalist encroachments and opens up new possibilities of multifaceted interaction at events by creating temporary autonomous zones and showcasing a politics of pleasure that celebrates identity, creativity, and autonomy. RTS employs situationist strategies and ideas. RTS activists embrace carnival actions as a political theater of autonomy theorized by Mikhail Bakhtin. According to Bakhtin, carnival does not acknowledge any distinction between actors and spectator. Carnival is not a spectacle seen by people, they are in it, and everyone participates because its very idea embraces all people. The street party is a DIY event whose success is determined by those involved in the event. As Stephen Duncombe notes, "Reclaim the streets is a protest that only works if everyone participates. This is true not only for the organizers but for those who just show up on the day of the protest in costumes, with radios, drums, or fire-breathing apparatus, and ready to dance. What happens at the action depends upon what people bring with them and what they do once they are there." Recently, community members and RTS activists in Galway, Ireland came together to rename their main street, Anti-Shop Street. Activists boycotted and blockaded big box stores and multinational retailers. RTS activists stated, "We are here to take back our space from the capitalist, consumerist culture which has taken it over, with its bizarre ideas of a life dedicated to shopping, spending, buying and profit, so that we could share an experience of another world, where everything is free, people share and give food, fun, stuff, and life, simply because they can and it just feels good." Activists poured into the street chanting, "Free food, free stuff, free social interaction, and a free world for everyone." Chanting "Feck money," a really free market was set up in the street, with clothes, videos, cards, and other goods organized on tables to be taken by citizens for free. As one activist reports, some people were confused by the idea of free stuff, asking what's the catch. Our reply was there is none, just a group of people who believe in a better world where gifts can be given freely and the only profit sought is making others happy. The event included Galway's Food Not Bombs group that shared vegetarian food and messages for peace and a better society and distributed vegetarian soup, bread, and vegan cookies at the real recession-busting price of no euros and no cents. The carnival atmosphere of the Galway protests situates spaces of resistance by blurring the lines between the demonstrators and spectators. Through their own curiosity, economic fury, and creative fervor, individuals located on/off the street engage in an economy of outrage that embraces all people in the creation of a just economic world. The global spatial expansion of capitalism is created by capitalist consumption that includes not only the colonization of land spaces, exchange space, and monetary spaces, but also the life-world interactions of individuals. Returning to Heidegger's notion of uniform distanceless, the compression of space increasingly means that from the perspective of human experience everything is equally far and equally near and therefore reduced to a unidimensionality that creates a homogeneous mass of consumers who appear to be at the mercy of corporations and the state. However, the recent global downturn presents oppositional readings of the event by creating existential spaces wherein individuals and social groups are refusing and resisting the clarion call of capitalism, opting instead for local forms of anarchy highlighted in community currencies, cafe culture, and street actions. Here individuals construct their own self-identities and self-economies that open new possibilities for rich and multifaceted interaction and exchange. In all of these sites of resistance, participants create spaces of engagement that serve to critique global capitalism and to underscore actions of change by letting people know another world is possible. These spaces, however, exist within the cracks of capitalism and often succumb to its pressures. As I mentioned before, there is a tendency towards co-optation under capitalism, and even the most reflective attempts at creating anarchist spaces can be rendered harmless through commodification. However, a radical politics that does not engage in everyday practices is an empty gesture. After all, radical politics, anarchist politics, should aim at nothing less than the restructuring of the whole of society. These attempts, then, can function as a necessary part of a revolutionary movement, allowing us spaces in the here and now to experiment and refine anarchist ideals and lead us closer to an economy of democracy, participation, and sustainability. Part 5, Resistance. The great are only great because we are on our knees. Let us rise. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Occupy, resist, produce. Lessons from Latin America's occupied factories. Marie Trigonat. Latin America's occupied factory movement has built an expansive system of workers' self-management through direct action and the expropriation of the means of production. The worker occupations lend insight to workers around the world, demonstrating that direct actions at the workplace can lead to revolutionary practices, self-determination, and worker control, three essential elements of a free society, and an essential component for an anarchist economics if we are to study what self-management might look like in a post-capitalist future. In Argentina, more than 13,000 people work in occupied factories and businesses, otherwise known as recuperated enterprises. The sites, which number more than 200, range from hotels to ceramics factories, balloon manufacturers, suit factories, printing shops, and transport companies, as well as many other trades. And these sites provide examples in embryonic form of what anarchist economics might mean applied to our experiences of work. The working class has occupied factories since the onset of the Industrial Revolution as a strategy for workers to defend themselves against deplorable work conditions, unsafe workplaces, and retaliation. Recently in Latin America, workers occupied the workplace not only to make demands heard, but also to put worker self-management into practice. In Argentina, and other nations throughout South America such as Brazil, Uruguay, and Venezuela, workers rediscovered the factory occupations starting in 2000. Occupations spread in Argentina as the region faced a financial crisis in 2001 in which thousands of factories closed and businesses bankrupted. Growing unemployment, capital flight, and deindustrialization served as the backdrop for the factory takeovers in 2000. Even though worker-recuperated enterprises have created jobs, fostered community projects, and improved working conditions for thousands, these sites face legal uncertainty and state attacks that have forced them to resolve problems autonomous from government intervention. The Argentine experiment in self-management has essentially questioned the very logic of capitalism. This may be why government representatives, industry representatives, and factory owners have remained silent and oftentimes reacted with hostility on this issue. They are afraid of these sites multiplying and the example they have set. These experiences potentially could replace capitalism. In anarchist writer Voltairine Declare's text Direct Action, she writes that capitalists' possession of the means of production is absolutely worthless without workers' activity and labor. Argentina's recuperated enterprises reaffirm the notion that workers do not need bosses to produce. When workers expropriate land, factories, businesses, or housing, they provide solutions to their own problems without the intervention of the state or other authoritarian institutions. This is what governments and capitalists find unacceptable, that workers are proving that the foundation of the capitalist model and the supposed need for state management is a farce. Nearly a century after Voltairine Declare published Direct Action, the text still proves relevant. As capitalism falls into an irreversible crisis now, workers throughout the world are employing factory occupations as a viable direct action to defend workers' rights and transform social relations. Along with the birth of industrial capitalism, the working class commenced the dream of freeing themselves from exploitation, destroying the capitalist system through direct action, and reappropriating the means of production. As historians and writers long noted, the aspiration for direct worker management of production has culminated in many worker takeovers through the greater part of the 20th century: Russia, Italy, Spain, Chile, and Argentina. Industrial capitalism brought the employment of wage labor and, with wage labor, revolutionized the means of production, igniting class struggle. Capitalist owners, since they owned the means of production, could then control labor, accumulating capital from the labor of the workers, in a concept which Karl Marx termed surplus value. Given the very nature of capitalism, class relations have remained antagonistic throughout the course of modern society and the expansion of globalized industrial capitalism. Since capitalists extract their profits from the productive process, they want the lowest wages possible for their workers and the least amount of costs in production. The objective of the cycle of exploitation is selling their products back to the masses at the highest price possible. Bosses have long sought to suppress the bargaining power of workers through economic and political manipulation. Throughout history they have sought to do so by any means necessary, including forceful, violent coercion. The state has unleashed violence on workers who decided to defend their rights in numerous attacks in the past 200 years. Within capitalism, workers have no other choice than to sell their labor. In order to survive, workers need a wage or they starve. Of course, this system has led to a conflict of interests between the working class and capitalist class. Through direct action, workers throughout history hoped not only to make their demands heard for a shorter workday, better working conditions, and higher salaries, but also transformed their own consciousness to understand that another system of production is possible. Argentina offers one of the longest-lived experiences of direct worker management of this century. As such, the experiences of self-management in Latin America provide an example of new working-class subjectivities, self-determination, and working culture while they fight against dominant institutions, including the state and capitalist bosses. Their struggles provide a liberatory vision by sowing the seeds for a new society today, challenging market systems of domination, and questioning the legitimacy of private property. Many anarchist traditions have been interwoven into the resistance strategies of Latin America's autonomous social movements, which includes the worker-controlled factory movement. In many cases, the worker occupations transformed class struggle into a collectivized system of self-management through direct action, essentially changing the entire premise of production within a capitalist society. No longer do workers produce under the exploitive supervision of bosses who appropriate their surplus capital. The workers themselves, after occupying their workplace and appropriating the means of production from their bosses, transformed the workplace into a space for liberation and cooperation. All cooperative experiments are essentially direct action. Voltairine declare, direct action. The occupied factory movement carries to its core the ideals and practices of class struggle not only in the way they have adopted the factory occupation as a legitimate tool for workers around the world, but also in the way they have resolved their problems autonomously from state intervention and put into practice workers' self-management. The sites that have fostered systems of worker self-management first began with a worker occupation or some direct action at the point of production. The context and circumstance of each of the sites vary, but almost all share the commonality of the occupation. Many of Argentina's recuperated enterprises borrowed the slogan Occupy, Resist, Produce from Brazil's landless workers movement, which for nearly a quarter of a century has built a massive movement of over 1 million families and taken over nearly 35 million acres from large landowners. Like MST in Brazil, Argentina's worker-controlled factories were occupied to find a solution to joblessness autonomously from the state, which was unwilling to intervene. First, the workers occupied their workplace, in a number of different circumstances, widely in the context of a bankruptcy. Then they had to defend the occupation and resist forceful eviction attempts. Production was frequently started when the workers were resisting and fighting for legality. Often actions such as highway blockades, street protests, and even threatening to destroy the sites of production accompanied the occupations. Breaking chains. One of the most emblematic actions was the workers' decision at various locations to cut off a lock to the factory or workplace, with the lock symbolizing the protection of private property. Workers break the chain, putting their legitimate claim to jobs with dignity over the sanctity of private property. The most important factor, and most subversive, is that the recuperated enterprises confirm that businesses don't need bosses to produce, says Fabio Resino from the Baen Hotel. The 19-story, 180-room hotel has been operational since workers took it over in 2003. It operates despite a court-ordered eviction notice and void of legal recognition. The hotel has been a launchpad for the new occupied factories. Many of the workers from the new takeovers have come to the Baen Hotel seeking advice and support. The Baen Hotel had closed in December 2001. The alleged owners, Grupo Solari, acquired the hotel in 1997 and filed bankruptcy in 2001. Leading up to the hotel's closure, the hotel's rooms and facilities deteriorated, and the bosses began laying off workers. The remaining workers were fired in December 2001. The bosses abandoned the hotel located on a major avenue in downtown Buenos Aires, boarding it up and allowing it to become an eyesore, reminding the city of the impending financial crisis and widespread unemployment the nation faced. The decision to occupy came in 2003, 2 years after the initial closure. Nearly 30 workers, along with supporters from other occupied factories and workers' movements, participated in the action. The workers first held an assembly at Chile Verde, a printing press collectively run by its workers since 2002. There the workers voted to occupy the hotel. Arminda Palacios worked as a seamstress at the hotel for over 20 years and played a key role in the occupation. Her account of the occupation rings with emotion, which she describes as a turning point in her life as a worker. The occupiers entered through an adjacent hotel on the block. When they got to the gate that connected the two hotels in the basement, they made a pivotal decision to break in. There was a small lock. "We cut it off and we walked in," said Palacios, giving the impression that the owners were assured that the private property was so sacred that no one would question the fraudulent bankruptcy. Immediately afterward, the workers went to the reception area and huddled together in tears when they realized what they had accomplished, saving their jobs and recovering their dignity. Since the workers' occupation, the space has transformed into a modern-day commune, a far cry from the origins of the hotel with ties to the nation's bloody military dictatorship which forcefully disappeared 30,000 workers, activists, and students. Hotel Baen was built in 1978 with loans from the military junta which dictated the nation from 1976 to 1983. Argentina's national soccer team took the 1978 World Cup and the military used the World Championship as a media campaign to cover up the gruesome human rights abuses occurring at the time. Guests at the hotel, among whom were high-profile military and government reps, chanted a counter-human rights slogan, "Somos derechos y humanos." They cheered with the Argentine flag in hand, as thousands of women and men cried in terror while undergoing indescribable torture sessions, as the military drugged prisoners and then dropped their bodies into the Atlantic Ocean in the vuelos de muerte, or death flights. This hotel was a symbol of the dictatorship, of the repression and looting that this country endured, said Raúl Godoy, a worker from the Shannon ceramics plant, the largest recuperated factory in Argentina in the Patagonian province of Neuquén. Now this hotel is a symbol of the workers that are beginning to recover from 30,000 disappearances and take back what was stolen from us. Hotel Baen's original owner, Marcelo Ayerkovic, received more than $5 million to construct the Baen, with a government loan from the National Development Bank. Ayerkovic never held the hotel up to safety inspection codes, and never paid back state loans. He ran up debts and committed tax evasion while making millions of dollars in profits and acquiring 2 more hotels. Throughout the 90s the hotel became the emblematic symbol of neoliberalism, serving as the election bunker for former President Carlos Menem, who, ironically, has been blamed for ruining the nation's economy through privatization and reactionary free market policies. In 2008, Victoria Donda, a national deputy whose mother and father were disappeared by the military dictatorship, sponsored an expropriation law in the National Congress that would give the Baen legality. The purpose of the bill is for the hotel to be expropriated by the state and for the workers to manage it. We are fighting for a law to declare this workplace, which already belongs to the community in Buenos Aires and the people, to declare it public domain. Donda's past was also clouded by the terror of the military junta. She was born at the ESMA, the nation's largest clandestine detention center, while her mother was in captivity. She is one of the 500 children born and kidnapped by the military and by people with connections to the military from 1976 to 1983. Nearly 30 workers occupied the Baen when it was first taken over in 2003. Today the cooperative employs more than 150. The Baen Cooperative has proven that workers can efficiently manage hotel services, but also demonstrated creativity in opening this space to the cultural and social movements in the city. On a local level, Baen Hotel has participated in efforts at coalition building and the development of a broad mutual support network. In the midst of legal struggles and successfully running a prominent hotel, the cooperative's members haven't forgotten their roots. The worker-run hotel has become a political center for movement organizing. Direct action led to the Baen Collective redefining the workplace on three fronts: struggle, culture, and work. Hotel Baen serves as a meeting place for worker, human rights, and environmental justice organizations. Subway delegates who have been organizing an autonomous, independent union use the Baen as a meeting space and venue for press conferences when announcing wildcat strikes. Human rights organizations like the Mothers of Plaza de Mayo, HIJOS, and international intellectuals such as Noam Chomsky, Immanuel Wallerstein, and Michael Albert have expressed their support of the Hotel Baen's commitment to worker control. Nora Cortinas, president of the Mothers of Plaza de Mayo's founding chapter, has confirmed her commitment to defending the Baen Hotel. When asked how she would defend the Baen, she said, "Like this, while striking a boxer's pose ready to deliver the knockout punch." On the cultural front, the Hotel Baen has held numerous street festivals in defense of workers' control. Thousands attended a street festival in November 2008 for a national expropriation law for Hotel Baen, where Argentine rock legend, Leon Gieco, performed. Inside the hotel, many collectives have performed fundraising shows for the Baen and other social movements. In order to survive, the Baen cooperative has resisted legal attacks and an uncertain future. Despite numerous eviction orders and lack of legal support, the Baen cooperative has continued to operate successful hotel services, convinced that they have a legitimate right to work without a boss. The global economic crisis has brought negative consequences for business at the hotel as tourism continues to drop. Many of the occupied factories have had to forge autonomous solutions to legal and market challenges. State representatives have been reluctant to put into motion an eviction attempt, sensing that because of the Baen Hotel's strategic location and ability to rally support, efforts at eviction would result in a costly bloodbath. Subway workers have threatened a total city transport shutdown if the courts were to sanction a police operation to evict the hotel collective. The Baen Hotel has demonstrated that through direct action workers can avenge their historic exploitation by expropriating symbols of neoliberalism and oppression for the benefit of the community and working class. Since the workers broke the chains protecting private property, their lives and the workplace have transformed into a liberatory space. Whereas the hotel had been a dark symbol of the nation's state repression and neoliberal policies, today it symbolizes working class resistance and culture. Hide and seek capitalism. A number of factors set off each of the occupations in Argentina. When asked why the workers made the decision to occupy, 77% answered that the bosses owed the workers unpaid salaries, 41% answered that the company went bankrupt, 35% said that the company attempted to liquidate assets/empty out the factory, 29% pointed out work instability as a significant factor, 29% answered that they were expecting impending firing, and 18% answered that the boss or owner had abandoned the workplace. Most of the worker takeovers were actions to guarantee that the owners wouldn't be able to liquidate assets before filing bankruptcy to avoid paying workers indemnities and back salaries. Workers' demands steadily grew from measures to safeguard their jobs to the idea of implementing a system of self-management. With little hope that bosses would ever return to pay workers what they owed, they devised plans to start up production with no boss or owner whatsoever. Bosses abandoning their workplaces were a common impetus for the workers' occupations. This was the case of La Nueva Esperanza Cooperative, a balloon company formerly known as Global, which employed more than 80 workers in the 1980s. At the time of the factory's closure, the plant only employed 40 workers. When the workers came to work on a Monday in 2004, to their surprise the factory's gate was closed with a sign reading, "Closed until further notice." They jumped the fence to find that the factory's machinery had been taken away. Essentially, the workers found the plant ransacked. "We didn't know what to do. The first idea we had was to set off the factory's security alarm so the owner would show his face, said Claudia, a young worker with nearly 10 years at the plant. The owner, Jorge Sasinski, never showed up, having owed taxes, 4 years in unpaid salaries, contributions to workers' social security funds, unpaid vacation time, and cash to suppliers. Neighbors living next to the plant in a residential neighborhood in Buenos Aires informed the workers that on Friday after they finished their shifts at 5 p.m., they saw moving trucks and men removing machinery from the plant. The balloon workers interviewed said that they immediately set out on an independent investigation to find out where the boss took the machinery. They discovered that the boss had transferred the balloon manufacturing equipment to a warehouse in a nearby suburban city outside of the capital, in an industrial belt, but they didn't know exactly where. There are a lot of factories in that area. Factory owners get suspicious if they see a group of workers knocking on factory doors and asking questions. But we kept looking, said Nerio, a veteran worker at the factory. After days of searching, and losing what little hope they had left of finding the factory, 3 workers persevered in their hunt. Ready to give up, balloon producers saw a man sweeping the sidewalk outside of a factory and asked him if he had seen any sign of a factory opening. He tipped them off of a nearby deposit warehouse. It occurred to Nerio to open one of the garbage bags outside the warehouse. Inside I found the factory, I mean balloons. Immediately the workers set up camp outside the warehouse to demand their jobs, unpaid salaries, or severance pay. The desperate situation dragged on for months. The workers rotated shifts at the sit-in. Judges from the labor courts and government representatives refused to hear the workers' claims. The trustee handling the workers' claims never met with the workers. Now jobless and broke, the workers relied on outside support to survive. People who you don't even know bring you coffee, sugar, yerba mate. We couldn't believe the support that we got, said Eva, a worker at the factory for more than 20 years. The solidarity they received changed their perspectives and outlook. They also describe how uniting as workers while camping out gave them the courage to form a cooperative and take action. For more than 8 months, 18 workers maintained the sit-in outside the factory until they were violently attacked. According to the workers, following a news report that aired on television, the boss sent lackeys to beat them. While 2 women were guarding the tent, a group of men attacked them, hitting one worker over the head with a bottle. That's when the workers decided, enough is enough. Along with other social movements and workers from occupied factories, the ex-global workers voted to expropriate the machinery and take it back to the original, but now abandoned plant. Workers from IMPA, a recovered metallurgical factory in Buenos Aires, provided trucks since they couldn't rent trucks to move equipment that legally didn't belong to the workers. Other activists from the recuperated enterprises, including the Chile Verde printing shop, Baen Hotel, and Conforti, also participated in the expropriation. One worker describes how he packed up the truck until the last piece of machinery was loaded. Oftentimes, workers from recuperated enterprises have decided to cease production at their workplace to participate in solidarity actions with other occupied sites, the idea being SINOS token a uno, NOS token a todos. Together they entered the plant in the suburbs, moved the machines onto trucks, and brought the machines back to the factory in the capital. When they were unloading the last truck, the police showed up. They called for backup and 5 patrol cars came. The police told them they couldn't unload the truck, and the workers resisted until they were able to unload the last compressor. Video footage shows the workers, supporters, and other occupiers hurriedly locking the gate to prevent police from raiding the plant. When the workers arrived at the plant, they found it in ruins and a part of the deposit area burned down. To assure that the workers wouldn't try to occupy it, the former owner set fire to the plant, according to the workers. Most of them had produced balloons for the company for at least several decades at the factory. Another stage in the struggle implied the fight for legalization. The workers had to convince legislative representatives to support an expropriation bill to hand over the real estate and machinery to the cooperative. For 5 months, the workers occupied the factory illegally. On September 22, 2005, the city legislature granted the La Nueva Esperanza cooperative temporary expropriation and legal rights. I never thought that I would be working in a cooperative. We feel as if the factory belongs to us and we're running it perhaps better than the former owner, said Claudia. In many of the occupations, the bosses often played a game of hide-and-seek capitalism. Bosses have to hide because what they are doing is unethical, unfair, exploitive, and oftentimes illegal. The postmodern theorist Michel Foucault posed the following question in his book Discipline and Punish, The Birth of the Prison: is it surprising that prisons resemble factories, schools, barracks, hospitals? Given the nature of modern capitalism, it is not surprising factories, in fact, resemble prisons in their layout and organization of time, as Foucault suggests. The factory in modern globalization serves as a location for manufacturing that can disappear and reappear across borders, spaces that are hidden from the gaze of society so they can exploit and control workers toiling inside with impunity. Many transnational manufacturing sites could be considered modern-day prisons with workers laboring for nearly slave wages for unrestricted workdays and in deplorable conditions, bust into extensive labyrinths of barbed wire and fences like the little media has shown viewers of maquiladoras in free trade zones. And many prisons have been transformed into modern-day factories with corporations paying inmates less than humane wages to manufacture products. In the case of Global Balloons, the owner abandoned the old plant and workers to open a new factory with new workers willing to accept lower wages and higher production rates. The workers had to find their boss, who disappeared into thin air, to make their demands. The boss didn't count on the workers winning this game of hide and seek. The workers, on the other hand, have opened their factories under worker control to the community. No longer do the sites have guards and gates to keep outsiders out. They have invited students, activists, and other workers to visit the factory to see what they have accomplished, creating jobs with dignity and building democratic workplaces. These sites have also fostered cultural spaces and community programs. More than 23 adult education programs operate in recuperated enterprises, and the factory has now become a classroom for hundreds of adults. Chila Verde Printing Shop, Baen Hotel, and Shannon Ceramics Factory regularly host school children who tour the sites to learn that workers can successfully run a business without a boss or owner, where all workers are equal, a concept children find inspiring and fascinating. Syndicalism and self-management. Revolutionary syndicalism, basing itself on the class war, aims at the union of all manual and intellectual workers in economic fighting organizations struggling for their emancipation from the yoke of wage slavery and from the oppression of the state. Its goal consists in the reorganization of social life on the basis of free communism, by means of the revolutionary action of the working class itself. Rudolf Rocker. As the largest recuperated factory in Argentina, the Shannon Ceramics Factory has redefined the basis of production. Without workers, production is impossible, and without bosses, production flourishes. Shannon, still Latin America's largest ceramics manufacturer, is located in the Patagonian province of Neuquén, a region with rich working-class traditions and history. The workers officially declared the factory under worker control in October 2001 following a bosses lockout. In 2001, Shannon's owners had decided to close its doors and fire the workers without paying months of back pay or severance pay. Leading up to the massive layoffs and plant's closure, workers had gone on strike in 2000. The owner, Luis Shannon, with over $75 million in debt to public and private creditors, fired most of the workers en masse and closed the factory in 2001, a bosses lockout. In October 2001, workers declared the plant under worker control. The workers subsequently camped outside the factory for 4 months, pamphleteering and partially blocking a highway leading to the capital city of Neuquén. While the workers were camping outside the factory, a court ruled that the employees could sell off remaining stock. After the stock ran out, on March 2, 2002, the Workers' Assembly voted to start up production without a boss. Since the occupation, the workers renamed the factory Fasenpat. The Shannon workers have grown from a group of workers self-managing a union organization to a collective self-managing a factory under worker control. Omar Villablanca, a young worker, said that worker control wouldn't have been possible without the union organizing efforts previous to the occupation. Shannon is what it is today because the workers recuperated the factory's internal trade union. If we hadn't won back the union, Shannon wouldn't be functioning under worker control. The Shannon workers learned from the lessons of the internal union and listening to workers organizing in other factories. Prior to the takeover in 2001, workers organized and won control of the ceramics union. A shop floor movement won union representation elections inside the factory in late 1998, ousting the old union delegate tied to the bureaucracy and the employers. In 2000, delegates from the rank-and-file movement won the provincial-wide elections of the Nukin Ceramists Union by a 3-to-1 margin. By 2007, having operated 4 years under worker control, Nukin Ceramists Union Assembly voted in favor of a new union statute reinventing the democratic principles and guidelines for the union inspired by the Spanish anarcho-syndicalist trade union, the General Confederation of Labor. Without support from the union, workers held a strike in 2000 following the death of Daniel Ferraz, a 22-year-old worker who died in the factory due to lack of emergency medical care and employer negligence. The 8-day work stoppage forced the company to provide an ambulance on site and form a joint commission of workers and managers to oversee production safety within the factory. While Fasenpat includes a diverse array of political ideologies and backgrounds, in numerous public talks I have heard workers reference the historic example of anarcho-syndicalist organizations that organized self-managed workplaces during the Spanish Civil War. The Shannon workers' experience of fighting for control of a mass union prior to the worker takeover at the plant helped create a precedent of collectively self-managing a struggle within capitalist society. It also helped to develop in the workers a sense of their power to run things. In this case, the sense of self-managing a union struggle led to the autogestion of a massive factory. Central to the organization at Fasenpat is the notion of class struggle. At the factory, the workers transmit their identity as workers in social conflict with the capitalist and managerial classes with a perspective of emancipation for the working class. Beyond worker control at Fasenpat, the worker general assemblies held at the plant often discuss issues related to labor conflicts throughout Argentina. The assembly has voted to contribute to numerous strike funds and to participate regularly and physically in protests in support of social movements locally and nationally. The Shannon occupation took place in the context of an explosion of social movements and political organizing. Leading up to the popular rebellion in December 2001, in which former President Fernando de la Rúa was ousted, unemployed worker organizations were blocking highways throughout the nation to demand real jobs and a solution to the deepening economic crisis that left more than 50% of the population in dire poverty. The unemployed worker organizations, or piqueteros, were also building networks of popular movements based on the ideals of direct democracy, autonomy, and direct action. Popular neighborhood assemblies were appearing in neighborhoods in nearly all metropolitan areas, occupying banks and other abandoned spaces to provide autonomous solutions to local problems. Many of the occupied factories have had to physically resist eviction attempts. At Shannon, the government has tried to evict the factory collective 5 times with massive police operations. Community support for Shannon has culminated to such a level that the government has had to back down. On April 8, 2003, more than 5,000 community members from Nukin defended the factory, surrounding it, demonstrating their willingness to put their bodies on the line to defend a factory that belongs to the people. The nearly 500 ceramics workers have sent a clear message to the government that the factory will not be taken back without a fight. We have said that the factory belongs to the people, we are going to defend our factory. We are going to use the legitimate tools of defense that we have to successfully run this plant, said Raúl Godoy to a press conference prior to the April 2003 eviction attempt, appearing with activists from Mothers of Plaza de Mayo sitting behind him with their emblematic white handkerchiefs on their heads. Shannon workers' prior experience in class struggle syndicalism helped to catapult Asimakopoulos into the forefront of the occupied factory movement. Here they have proven that through direct democratic organization and class-based solidarity workers can develop successful experiences of worker control. The workers will defend their factory regardless of the possible consequences, forging resistance to an unfavorable legal future. Rosa Rivera, worker at Shannon for 15 years, explains that Shannon is not only a struggle for the 470 workers inside the factory, but a struggle for the community and social revolution. If factories are shut down and abandoned, workers have the right to occupy it, put it to work, and defend it with their lives. A new chapter in working class history. When left with no other option, workers decided to take over factories and take charge of production themselves. Only later, when they had the support of the community and proved that they could run a factory, did they demand legality. First came the occupation. Occupy, resist, and produce. Production is the last stage, explains Candido Gonzalez, a veteran in the occupied factory movement from the recuperated Chile Verde printing shop. In order to produce, you can't skip the two previous stages of occupying and resisting. Labor history suggests that without direct action, workers have little chance of winning. The stronger the action, the more likely they are to win their demands. The occupied factory movement embodies this logic with the slogan Occupy, Resist, Produce. The state thus far has been unwilling to make changes to bankruptcy laws to protect workers from fraudulent lockouts and closures. In 2009, Bauen has yet to gain full legal recognition, although after nearly a decade of self-managing their workplaces, a forceful eviction is unlikely as long as the hotel can continue to rally support. The workers at Asimakopoulos won a major legal victory in 2009. The provincial legislature voted in favor of expropriating the ceramics factory and handing it over to the workers' cooperative to manage legally and indefinitely. While Shannon now has legal standing, the cooperative will continue to defend workers' rights and self-management. This means these sites should stick to their roots as part of a worldwide network of working-class struggles. We can write our own futures. Will direct actions like workplace occupations continue to grow as the world faces an economic crisis? From 2008 to 2010, Serbia, Turkey, France, Spain, South Africa, England, and Canada have seen worker occupations. The most well-known case in the United States has been the sit-down strike at the Chicago-based Republic Windows and Doors plant, where workers occupied their factory to demand severance pay and benefits after being abruptly fired. The occupations in Argentina continue to rise as the global crisis hits the South American nation. The Aruba chocolate factory, Disco de Oro empanada manufacturer, Fabatex thread producer, and Lidercar meat packing plant joined the ranks of the worker-occupied factory movement from 2008 to 2009. These sites in Latin America have developed a new model of organizing after learning the lesson that workers can't rely on governments, even progressive governments, and unresponsive unions to resolve the problems of unnecessary firings and joblessness. The worker occupations have proven that through the power of direct action, the reinvention of social relations, and producing for the benefit of the community and workers rather than greedy bosses, a factory can be transformed into a liberatory space. Maybe one day our story will be included in a chapter in working class history that a group of workers occupied a plant and began producing, said Adrian, from Aruba chocolate occupied factory after lamenting the loss of his hand in the plant under capitalist supervision. And the occupied factories in Argentina are doing just that, writing a new future for working class history and sending the message that workers can do what capitalists aren't interested in doing, creating jobs and dignity for workers. Call it an uprising, people of color and the Third World organize against capitalism. Eco Beto Aguilar. Dignidad, Spanish for dignity, is a deceptively basic idea. Translated into the realm of political unrest, dignidad has become synonymous with the idea that poor people have a right to live without shame, hunger, want, or fear. Such an idea is so simple, yet it cuts right to the chase to speak to the dreams and demands of the masses of disenfranchised people in the global south and around the world. Today, ideas like Dignidad are at the base of scores of popular crusades. The early part of the 21st century saw Nepal's masses, led by Mobadi rebels, overthrow a king, with memories of suffering prominent in the radical encounter. Evo Morales came to power on the strength of Bolivia's ethnic pluralities asserting themselves. Nigeria's civil society continues to campaign against oil conglomerates around the contention that its citizens should have the country's resources. Pakistan has seen a burgeoning anti-imperialist mainstream in response to U.S. interventionism. In addition, the United States continues to have debates over race that play out through issues like immigration and disparities in the realms of healthcare and the criminal justice system. In each case, even if not so explicit, oppressed people in each land's minority sector and, more importantly, large numbers of those regarded as people of color by white majorities have taken considerable risks to challenge business and political leaders consorting with Western power and capital. Convulsions like these, whether in the streets, schools, or homes, require serious answers, implies Istvan Mazaros. We cannot attribute the chronic problems of our social interchanges to more or less easily corrigible political contingencies. So much is at stake, and we have historically rather limited time at our disposal in order to redress, in a socially sustainable way, the all too obvious grievances of the structurally subordinated social classes. The question of why, concerning substantive matters, and not simply the contingent personal failures, even when they happen to be serious, as the frequently highlighted instances of widespread political corruption are, cannot be avoided indefinitely. In a period when the dominant line was for people to rest their fortunes on cooperation with multinational industry, how did notions of dignidad take hold? Moreover, why have these ideas captured imaginations so deeply? What can anti-imperialist first world tendencies, be they liberal, revolutionary, communist, or anarchist, learn? Support for basic human rights as a cornerstone to political life is integral to populist and revolutionary politics in many third world countries, especially in those that have seen dictatorships come to power, such as Paraguay, Uruguay, and Brazil. The repression people experience pervades the subconscious of the mainstream as well as the opposition. In the United States, memories of brutal expressions of racism remind millions, despite initiatives to obfuscate such history, that the United States is no exception. In addition, intense conflicts are giving way to equally intense contentions over power. The planet is in the midst of a spate of rebellions, refusals, wars, and the kind of global conflicts signifying dissatisfaction with the current world order not seen since the anti-colonial insurgencies of the 20th century. That these pursuits have emanated primarily from the third world nations of post-colonial peoples fighting for existence in the shadow of U.S. capitalism as well as classes of oppressed people in the first world should not be surprising. Many of these nations are seeing the harshest expressions of profiteering and their populations are resisting forces of international capital, which shows itself in the worst ways for these communities: land seizures, environmental devastation, and hopelessly troubled loan arrangements, to name just a few. Foreign projects force rural populations into urban centers and such relocations are often unsustainable, thus reinforcing immigration into the United States as the only viable alternative for many people in the Third World. Colonial practices by Western powers against the Third World have manifested through the centuries to rest today in unequal allocations of property, power, and labor. Over the long march to national sovereignty, oppressed people have fought to establish a new vision that has broken them free of the imperialistic yoke, which employs such machinations as stealing local customs for integration into and forcibly pushing loyalty for a new, codified law. Modern influences such as the transnational flow of immigrants, the political muscle of emigrants abroad, and non-governmental organizations with outside money and alliances influencing national destinies have all further muddied the political waters of self-determination and capital. For these people, whose memories are long and whose resolve hinges on the fact that they have few political and economic opportunities, there is little option but to fight for a different world. One need only look back upon efforts like the Revolutionary Action Movement, a US-based black revolutionary nationalist formation, Mexico's Partido Democrático Popular Revolucionario / Ejército Popular Revolucionario, which emerged during the recognition of police killings of indigenous peasants, and South Asia's myriad battles for cultural autonomy and economic justice as poignant examples. In these cases, the affected communities had little to lose, and the issues at hand were significant enough to warrant a diverse response. C.L.R. James, in discussing the drive for Haitian independence in a speech published in You Don't Play with Revolution, the Montreal Lectures of C.L.R. James, suggests that these movements often find themselves underestimated by the ruling class. These people were backward, but as we learned, they had a certain integrity, a certain social consciousness of their own, which was developed apart from their masters. That was shown, not only in general and by observers who watched them closely, but also by what took place in the revolution. The revolution took place and, before long, they had made a clean sweep and were completely in charge of San Domingo. Whether people's strikes against the powerful in Oaxaca, the Naxalite rebellion against capital and secure economic zones in India, black communities defending undocumented immigrants in the United States, or Venezuela's fierce advocacy of the plight of the dispossessed, women, the indigenous population, and poor, the Third World is fighting back and igniting hope for other upturns in the process. Just as years before the Brown Berets were inspired by the Black Panthers who were inspired by the Chinese Revolution, solidarity has extended openly for generations. Even when, as in the Chinese experience, policies were dismal, solidarity remained unwavering. Robin D. G. Kelly says in Freedom Dreams, The Black Radical Imagination. The status of the Chinese as people of color served as a powerful political tool in mobilizing support from Africans and African-descended people. In 1963, for example, Chinese delegates in Moshi, Tanzania, proclaimed that the Russians had no business in Africa because they were white. The Chinese, on the other hand, were not only part of the colored world but unlike Europeans they never took part in the slave trade. Of course, most of these claims serve to facilitate alliance building. Such solidarity is rooted in people who have a gut-level interest in challenging the current order to defend dignity and create better futures. While generally socialist in character, this kind of internationalism unfolding is a politics rooted in the view of the interconnectedness of oppressed people and their fights against fluid though evident exploitation. The exploitation in turn is rooted in the subjugation of oppressed people in scenarios of production and exchange. It is here where ideas of dignidad were born. In these instances, almost exclusively impoverished and downtrodden ethnic and racial minorities have taken the lead in eruptions driven by complex experiences. Race and culture in turn shape these experiences. Those new and subversive paradigms, however, understood that institutional discrimination and profiteering were not just matters influenced by race, but also the relationship of exchange. Many such intrusions into business as usual have constituted what Amilcar Cabral called an advance guard in international barrages, providing guidance, political theory, practice, inspiration, and hope to those with dreams of social justice, freedom, and equality. This chapter will explore resistance to capitalism by people of color, or, broadly, oppressed class people in the Third World and oppressed nation First World people of color, and the characteristics that have defined desires to dismantle power relationships as well as the practices behind them. In addition, the chapter will examine globalization's impact on class composition and people of color. Finally, where will these revolts of people of color rebelling against capitalist exploitation go? While specters of the administration of U.S. President Richard Nixon's attempts at equating black power with the ability to own a business, buy a home, and shop still loom in the popular imagination as part of capital's endless attempts at co-optation, noteworthy elements could challenge that process. As a movement that aims for libertarian socialism, anarchism must account for the experiences of people of color because of their unique role in building modern capitalism, as well as maintaining it. Further, as a movement that aims to abolish all hierarchical authority, Anarchism requires an analysis of colonialism, imperialism, and white supremacy in order to live up to its own aims. Unfortunately, in much anarchist theorizing and movement building, this is notably absent. For an anarchist economics, this means we need an analysis of the resistance of people of color to capitalism, as well as an analysis of the complex processes of globalization and how they have affected people of color generally, and the Global South specifically, as staging grounds for economic colonialism and imperialism. This essay will contribute to the growing body of literature making such an analysis. Globalization and the reshaping of race. In The Darker Nations, A People's History of the Third World, author Vijay Prashad suggests that the Third World is more than countries along the sidelines of the Cold War or throw-ins among the First and Second Worlds, but rather is a product of the fray against colonialism and the galvanization of internationalism. Prashad shows that the unifying experience of colonialism brought together divergent peoples and histories to such important breakthroughs as the founding of the League Against Imperialism in 1927, the 1955 Asian-African Conference in Bandung, Indonesia, and the Tricontinental Conference held in 1966 in Havana, Cuba. Nevertheless, there is a space to understand capitalism as national liberation victors betrayed the character of their revolutions by surrendering their economies to global corporations. Globalization, shorthand for transnational capitalist exchange, has been in this period almost exclusively an initiative in which the majority white First World exploits the majority non-white Third World, paying a fraction of what First World labor would receive for harvest, work, production, and manufacture for First World consumers. In the First World, where slavery nourished such arrangements generations before, globalization became acceptable as a model that implied international cooperation and unity of purpose, and thus somehow being better than the servitude that operated before. Globalization, however, has come at heavy costs to the Third World and associated pressures in the First World. Such practices have created a class of oppressed people in the Third World as well as people domestic to the First World, whose general role is labor, the result of which has been a profound imbalance of wealth. Desperation and indignation in the Third World and a sense of relative deprivation among people of color in the First World are challenges to globalization, which implicitly promise to erase inequalities through financial advancement, greater consumer choices, buying power, and skilled trades. Globalization is further a process inside imperialism that is shrinking the world and breaking down the cultures and autonomy of the oppressed nations beyond what imperialism was able to do in its earlier stages. Globalization has complicated race by sharpening contradictions. Transnational capital deploys comprador classes in the gutting of the Third World. In the First World, as there has always traditionally been, a deep tension exists over people of color and loyalty to betterment, democracy, and self-determination values largely co-opted by imperialism. In Meditations on Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, New African Revolutionary Writings, James Yaki Sales refocuses the fissure. What does Fanon say? There is no native who does not dream at least once a day of setting himself up in the settler's place. That is, the native that Fanon describes as wanting to take the place of the settler is not the ex-native, the person who comes to believe it's not his skin or the settler's skin that matters, and that being in the settler's place will not change the inherent exploitative character of the system of colonialism, i.e. capitalism. Let's be clear, to merely want to be in the settler's place means that you really like the system, you support the system, and you just complain because you're not getting your piece of the pie. There's a direct link between the skin analysis of the mid-1960s and the reasons that Black Power went from a revolutionary slogan to an accommodationist one, taken up even by the rulers of capital, and reshaped as green power and black capitalism and what we today know as empowerment or as a call for a piece of the action. It's no accident that the mass consciousness today is heavily racialized, and not revolutionary, just as black nationalism became ethnic pluralism and cultural equality in the form pushed by the rightist tendency of Afrocentricity. The real revolutionaries were disrupted and fell by the wayside, the bourgeois forces filled the vacuum, and today the people think that racial feeling is the same as revolutionary thought and practice. However, in the Third World, Such questions of loyalty are not so easy and affect people's everyday existence. Globalization has helped vastly perpetuate class divisions on a worldwide scale with the associated diversity in each class. Antagonisms most clearly seen through income distribution have kept oppressed people and third world countries in difficult straits and drawn racial lines starkly despite post-racial pretensions. In Latin America, where the idea of dignidad first rose to prominence, indigenous mobilizations have turned to the internet and other technology to broadcast their demands for recognition and land rights as well as opposing globalization, which most often threatens the resources on which they depend and their local economies. While the Zapatistas are the best-known insurgents, organizations of Quechua, and Aymara-speaking peoples in the Andes, the Mapuche in Chile, and Mayan indigenous groups in Guatemala are important examples as well. Perhaps no leader in the early 21st century has symbolized the rise of oppressed people's internationalism and that challenge to globalization as Hugo Chavez. Venezuela's revolution united the country's diverse ethnic poor and melded strands of socialism, nationalism, and the sort of Latin American solidarity advocated by Fidel Castro years before. By arguing for the idea of participatory democracy, Chavez has emboldened oppressed people in his country to see themselves, and not the corporations who vie for Venezuela's vast oil resources, as stakeholders in their own futures. No better example of this was the soaring literacy rate during constitutional revision under Bolivarian principles. Venezuela's economic power in the capitalist framework and its willingness to be intransigent with the established Western authorities by wielding its might for the disenfranchised has made it a leader on the world stage. Venezuela's rise illustrates the limitations of some political arrangements, however. The press of U.S. imperialism has united a range of forces in the country, but also ensured the debate has not provided proper audience to various radical forces. For example, anarchist organizers, critical of the dominant sides vying for state power, struggle for footing in the shadow of Chavez and Venezuela's political elite. In 2010, instances of similar processes were visible in China, which saw a spontaneous workers' movement explode outside of established Communist Party apparatuses and as a challenge to private enterprise, and in the United States, where immigrant worker advocates mobilized nationally against regressive lawmaking supported by the political establishment. Anarchism is among the leading sets of ideas that offer an ideological break with the orders of the day, though lessons have yet to be gleaned from what a serious refutation of power over from all sides looks like. Regardless, even in cases where the people are putting community-oriented principles into practice, vigilance is required to ensure such aspirations are not lost in periods of compromise, revisionism, and expansion. Whereas some have bemoaned the demise of the Third World, the energy the people of Venezuela and others offer anti-globalization forces hints at least at a reconception of what older opposition politics may have been. Whereas people of color before were thwarting the ambitions of capitalists and the attendant inequality, forced labor, and poverty that historically came with it, the push for dignidad signals a shift in oppressed nation internationalist politics from such reaction to an action-oriented vision to which the majority white First World has not been prepared to respond. Oppressed nations going on the offensive with visions of better futures knocked the powerful off kilter, and dependence on globalization hastened the decline of U.S. political and economic power and created a crisis among U.S. whites, whose hegemony went south, literally and figuratively. In 2009, the overwhelmingly white and conservative Tea Party movement became a mainstream media preoccupation. The Tea Party movement gained synergy with extremist white politicians apt to wage race war on countless fronts, including draconian laws against brown-skinned people while fighting undocumented immigration, banning the likes of Cesar Chavez from textbooks, and raising the specter of socialism when challenging politicians of color. The U.S. working class, which has always enjoyed a relatively more privileged position within the global market, has historically fought solidarity with Third World workers and instead jockeyed for its own interests. Now white communities in the United States are seeing a painful set of contradictions, including internalizing middle and ruling class interests in the name of financial security and competitive tensions with internal Third World counterparts, who themselves organized mass rallies for greater inclusion in 2006 and 2010. Far from being a surprise, the capitalist framework's need for stability requires clashes between different sectors of the working class and the necessity to balance capital by marginalizing labor in the third and first world. One need not read too far into history to find the manipulation of color and caste lines to maintain power, order, and the dominant class structure. In his essay The Limits of Anti-Racism, Adolph Reed, Jr., points out how such issues nested insidiously. What the political scientist Preston Smith calls racial democracy came gradually to replace social democracy as a political goal. The redress of grievances that could be construed as specifically racial took precedence over the redistribution of wealth, and an individualized psychology replaced notions of reworking the material sphere. This dynamic intensified with the combination of popular demobilization in black politics and emergence of the post-segregation black political class in the 1970s and 1980s. We live under a regime now that is capable simultaneously of including black people and Latinos, even celebrating that inclusion as a fulfillment of democracy, while excluding poor people without a whimper of opposition. Of course, those most visible in the excluded class are disproportionately black and Latino, and that fact gives the lie to the celebration. Or does it really? From the standpoint of a neoliberal ideal of equality, in which classification by race, gender, sexual orientation, or any other recognized ascriptive status does not impose explicit, intrinsic or necessary limitations on one's participation and aspirations in the society, this celebration of inclusion of blacks, Latinos, and others is warranted. In the heat of this moment, fissures in class and race are forging political and economic opportunities for oppressed nation capitalists. These participants are willing to serve dominant interests as well as splintering class in a way that tolerates third world people internally, via undocumented immigration, for a utilitarian exchange of money to work, at little cost to capitalists. The tolerance of undocumented workers, in spite of feigning the contrary, should make evident how white supremacy, which has driven much of the American project, from colonialism and racial inequality to basic teaching and socialization, is changing its hue, approach, and tenor in fundamental ways as the United States fights for its position in a changing world. Americans, who have built their fortunes on selling Americanness to the world while, in the last generation or so, shedding key industries for cheaper consumption, no longer have work, and growing populations in the third world and elsewhere are not interested in purchasing an American aesthetic. That the first world happens to be majority white and its own exploited classes, as well as the third world, happen to be majority non-white, has forced critical structural changes. In this period, overt racism is losing acceptability, and countries traditionally thought of as third world are rising as a result of communist and/or socialist advances over decades in those lands. Into this environment, the rise of Barack Obama as a politician and an icon of American leadership ushered in a new understanding for first world functionaries to ideas third world organizers have long maintained as bitter lessons of capitalism and imperialism. The ascension of an oppressed nation bourgeoisie may give globalization new clothes, from old school visions of white supremacy to a business school advocacy of dialogue, but the effects remain in essence the same. Whereas capitalism once flourished through slavery and colonialism, today developing contradictions between production, technology, the flow of transnational capital and class struggles have forged a new social order in the third world, one that has resonating effects in the United States and First World. Fighting back against capitalism. In exploring contemporary conflicts between people and capitalism, activists and scholars acknowledge how uniquely ethnicity, culture, and race play a central role in defining not only the conditions of people, but also the strategy and tactics employed in building mass operations and the revolutionary message itself. Writers like Fanon and organizers like Rameshwari Nehru and Claudia Jones help define how issues of race, white supremacy, and the exploitation of oppressed people have reshaped our collective grasp of anti-capitalism. W.E.B. Du Bois, for instance, postulated that there is a single capitalist ruling class in the United States, and that tumults such as the Civil War are therefore splits between different kinds of capitalists. Others, like poets Pablo Neruda and Khalil Gibran, tapped into the collective imaginations of the oppressed to bring about new ideas on identity, race, and politics. Where radical white first-world elements have reduced questions of race and nationality to simplistic terms, interpretations drawn from turn of the 20th century Eastern Europe, mechanical dualities of assimilation or secession, people of color have developed anti-capitalist practice that considers cultural autonomy and community control. These efforts to challenge people of color to see themselves differently, to grasp their identities with an acknowledgement of racism while refusing to be reduced by it, have been important in emboldening forces for change. Central to oppressed nation and third world fights against capitalism has been a demand to understand pertinent issues in a way outside of established Anglo models. The revolutions of the 1960s in places like Ghana, led by Kwame Nkrumah, Guinea, led by Sékou Touré, and Cuba, with Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, among others, would prove a powerful influence on oppressed people in the United States, both in terms of seeing people of color leading advancements, but also in terms of advocating alternative economic models. Even for elements that may reject the outcomes of the political visions by some of the leaders noted, as many anarchists do, learning from their successes and failures is important. In the United States, the Black liberation movement presented the most important theory and practice in such a regard. As Huey Newton wrote in To Die for the People, initial revolutionary shocks raise consciousness long-term by empowering people to meet their daily needs and helping them survive. Note the idea of survival, as opposed to the language of white capitalists of the time, economic opportunity, and the privilege of access to resources. Community survival conjures images of self-sufficiency in a unified, collective way. Newton's Black Panther Party sought to do that by launching dozens of service-to-the-people programs, from free plumbing and maintenance programs to land banks and child development centers. These models created work for people in the community that served a larger political purpose, while simultaneously meeting the needs of the community more generally. Further, they were an important contrast to established models that dictated people of color hustle to get loans, assimilate into the business world, amass money, learn English, and join the bourgeoisie. Former Black Panther Party activist and anarchist community organizer Lorenzo Comboa Irvin is one of the more important revolutionary left thinkers on counter-institutions. He dedicated much of his lifetime on work opposing racism and the criminal justice system, careful to point out its relationship to capitalism. The prison system is the armed fist of the state, and is a system for state slavery. It is not really for criminals or other social deviants, and it does not exist for the protection of society. It is for state social control and political repression. Thus, it must be opposed at every turn and ultimately destroyed altogether. Organizing against the enemy legal and penal system is both offensive and defensive. It is carried on with individuals, groups, and among the masses in the community. We must inform the people on a large scale of the atrocities and inhumanity of the prisons, the righteousness of our struggle, and the necessity of their full participation and support. We must organize our communities to attack the prison system as a moral and social abomination, and we must fight to free all political/class war prisoners. Groups like Critical Resistance and Anarchist Black Cross note that prisons are tools of control. CR and the Jericho movement have rallied thousands to fight capitalist expansions such as private prisons, super maximum facilities, and more. In his 2010 political report to the African People's Socialist Party 5th Congress, Omala Yeshitela took it further, saying U.S. laws are illegitimate because of the manner in which the country was founded and that dominant sections paint incarceration and settler colonial justice in democratic terms rather than for the oppressive tactics they are. While addressing U.S. examples, it should also be noted in these efforts how people of color have actively fought capitalism by refuting assumptions among some sectors of the left, which confuse white supremacy and the fundamentally reactive nature of white racial identity. Racism, for writers like Oliver Cox, is a social attitude among individuals that complements the capitalist exploitation of people of color. Perceptions of white group power among individual whites give attitudinal racism much of its virulence. Kali Ekono is among a new generation with roots in the Black liberation cause who are organizing and furthering theoretical frameworks most read in U.S. political circles. Many new reviews of people of color, based anti-capitalism come with the understanding that the subjugation of Black and all oppressed people is rooted in not merely the structures and needs of the U.S. capitalist system, but in the privileges of ordinary whites. Simply renouncing whiteness, as some theorists advocate, avoids myriad social, political, and cultural histories and realities. Some characteristics of anti-capitalism led by people of color which have retouched our understanding of the substance of these concerns include aggressive efforts to re-educate members and supporters about themselves and their relationship with the world. Mao Zedong, for example, suggested that restructuring society also meant remaking people to conceive of their relation to their world in new ways. The Young Lords Party, a Puerto Rican national liberation formation with bases most prominently in New York City and Chicago, organized men's groups to combat patriarchy, largely at the behest of women leaders in the organization like Iris Morales and Denise Oliver, and to retool the ways revolutionary men related to their female counterparts. Johanna Fernandez, writing about Oliver in Want to Start a Revolution? Radical Women in the Black Freedom Struggle, presents Oliver's viewpoint on the necessity for organizing within the community clearly. Responding to the feminist critique of nationalist women, the Young Lords emphasized that race and class cast a complexity on their oppression, which could not be understood or analyzed by Anglo-feminism. Oliver and others argued that these right-wing women's groups, for example, did not take into account the exploited conditions of Third World women who, by virtue of race, were used as a cheap source of labor and paid significantly lower wages than white women. Globally, many of these outbreaks have openly condemned ideas of U.S. exceptionalism and entitlement. So much of U.S. history avoids or obscures the forging of democracy in a way that explains the savagery, impunity, and sheer number of crimes committed against people of color in the United States. Historical events are taught and explained in a way that removes the event from context, while an ahistorical lens is applied to history itself. The slaughter of Native Americans, raw seizure of the Southwest United States, and chattel slavery of blacks for cotton profiteering, all crimes without subsequent correction of injustice, are almost exclusively understood in shorthand. Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz addresses the romanticism in the grid of history, Cowboys and Indians. Reconciling empire and liberty was a historic obsession of U.S. political thinkers and historians, in the 21st century openly being debated once again. Thomas Jefferson had hailed the United States as an empire for liberty. Andrew Jackson coined the phrase extending the area of freedom to describe the process in which slavery had been introduced into Texas in violation of governing Mexican laws, to be quickly followed by a slaveholders' rebellion and U.S. annexation. The term freedom became a euphemism for the continental and worldwide expansion of the world's leading slave power. The contradictions, particularly since the initial rationalization for U.S. independence was anti-empire, are multiple. It should come as no surprise why many important Third World revolutionaries reject capitalist democracy as a model. Going still further, anti-authoritarians, and those comprising what may be regarded as an ultra-left wing, critique all power relationships. Such is presented oftentimes less as the necessity of no power at all, but more an issue of exploring new ways to guide our collective dreams. In India, this has included a massive people's war, based among the country's poorest and most oppressed ethnic groups and aimed at dismantling the Indian government and its complicity with Western capitalism. The so-called Naxalites, christened after the state of Naxalbari, argue that economic advancement for the poor has meant ancestral lands are stolen and large tracts are literally given away to create factories which serve multinational corporations. Though their tactics are widely criticized, with people like Prashad condemning them in 2010, the Naxalites' takeovers of entire districts is indicative of wide support among oppressed people in India, but also other classes dissatisfied with how globalization and Western business has made powerful countries like China and India semi-colonial in many respects. South America's many populist mutinies, which have demanded autonomy in resource control, provide a fresh understanding of colonialism's history and dynamics that are creating new realities. Globalization in Latin and South America is a product of market-driven neoliberal economic and political policies, many of which the International Monetary Fund and World Bank enforced with First World support. In Mexico, ejidos once protected under the Constitution, were eliminated and the lands sold to corporations. Other issues bringing about conflicts, such as structural readjustment, have meant eliminating aid for peasant farmers and poor people to buy food, privatized social services, an end to wage supports, and undermining of networks in Bolivia, Peru, and Nicaragua. IMF/WB dabbling coupled with the North American Free Trade Agreement for Mexico, and the corresponding Central American Free Trade Agreement, can be seen as the basis for explosive rise-ups that have taken off as a reaction to what many see as the sabotage of the subject country's autonomy for economic ends. In no other context could leaders like Ecuador's President Rafael Correa be so bold as to pledge the re-examination of debts in 2007 to determine their legitimacy, as well as to reject U.S. trade agreements for the potential damage they would do to the poor in his country. These exciting models are but a few of the many ways people of color are challenging capitalism and oppression. They are also creating alternative institutions intended for subsistence and options for oppressed peoples outside of the master-servant structure of capitalism, while likewise engaging in acts of courageous resistance to globalization, all efforts which face potential destruction internally and externally. Mobo Gao writes in The Battle for China's Past, Mao and the Cultural Revolution how China's current history is often told by and from the perspective of those whose privilege was threatened during the Cultural Revolution, those with Western patrons and others who were not direct beneficiaries of anti-capitalist reforms, namely peasants and the poor. Thus, rather than an engagement with impoverished communities to gain an understanding of their suffering and the land redistribution during this period for the majority's needs, in universities and Western flashcard historical reports a generation later, the narrative is solely of slave labor camps, torture, and hate. This is another example of the consequences of using ahistorical perspectives. Third world anti-capitalist victories, Gao implies, may ultimately be undone by people intent on serving the capitalist impulse. In the enterprise of constructing the past through the discourse of the present, remembering the Cultural Revolution as a nightmare identifies with the West, its values, and its way of life, especially these of the United States. This is not surprising due to the hegemonic position of the West headed by the United States. The political, economic, and military superiority can easily be translated as superiority in cultural and life value. These globally dominant values are therefore taken as universally and transcendentally true. Replace Cultural Revolution with any battle led by the oppressed and anyone can easily see why such observations raise the stakes for Third World anti-capitalism even higher and how these historical narratives need to account for complexities that are currently ignored. Interrogating the future. People of color and the Third World will most assuredly continue to fight the impact transnational capitalism has had on oppressed communities. Examples of revolutionary resistance are prominent today, but the Third World has seen more reactionary responses, including xenophobia, retreats into patriotism, patriarchy, dictatorships, and militarism. Indeed, the questions for politics related to people of color and anti-capitalism are multifaceted. Internationalism tends toward various fixed sciences and contradictions that are a part of the sum of history. However, Third World understandings of race, ethnicity, and culture have helped to create a subjectivity of oppression. Yet culture cannot be dissolved into economics, and race relations cannot be fetishized in a way that holds boundaries around racial identity categories as political objectives in themselves. How organizers of color integrate internationalism and intersectionality's recognition of multiple subjectivities will be monumental as political upheavals gel. Radical white revolutionary tendencies such as First World socialism and anarchism have not adequately responded to the ways people of color and the Third World have taken on capitalism. Most tragically, tailism, practiced as an incorrect abstraction of Leninist or anti-authoritarian ideals, has taken hold in isolated quarters. Tailing oppressed nation turbulence was most clearly expressed in U.S. claims by people of color for national independence, a demand which has always been a marginal one among people of color, as it does not appear to offer a solution to capitalism and imperialism which are wrecking the Third World through transnational economic relationships. Worse, a profoundly conservative thrust argues that all revolutionaries should fall in line simply because oppressed nation First World people or Third World forces make a call, without examining the aspirations, or possible consequences, of that call. In the same breath, one of Marxism's most stunning failures, and a major obstacle to relevance beyond shorthand in the new millennium, has been a chronic inability to understand race and to dismiss racial oppression in favor of economism and reductionism. Such critiques paradoxically reduce race and gender to personal identity and competitors to class, thus missing their material basis and the ways they intersect with class. In what respects? Cultural norms, when used to divide labor into dominant groups and the other, give the idea of internal colonization validity, particularly in the development of the U.S. empire. Likewise, the Communist International admirably stood at various points in time with national independence in the Third World, while denying cultural self-determination at a community level in its own project of othering. That such an antiquated analysis is a default position stands as a glaring error that does not see the particularity of race in the United States, among other regions. Anarchists, however, need not, and should not, be limited by vulgar Marxism stultifying reductionism. To be fair, Third World and oppressed nation fermentations have not had all the answers either. In truth, Third World liberation trends and oppressed nation First World people of color can both look upon failures of their own revolutionary moments and turning points where eruptions were unable to respond to political, social, economic, and cultural conditions. Theoretical tussles include how capitalism has shaped the most complex questions of various liberation movements' perceived goals and ideas of self-determination and autonomy. How do communities effectively address matters of privilege and power when those ascending the ladder are members of the oppressed nation's bourgeoisie? In Mexico, the release of the major studio motion picture Frida, on the life of multi-ethnic artist and communist activist Frida Kahlo, brought on a dialogue. Culture and politics, writers articulated, must define identity rather than national origin and ethnicity. Globalization has exacerbated an interdependent but unequal relationship between the United States and Mexico, writes Isabel Molina Guzman in Dangerous Curves, Latina bodies in the media, and us-based representations of Latin American icons take on some gravity related to how culture and politics collide. Molina Guzman sums it up this way. Ethnic identity is not fixed, rather it is in a constant state of formation and reformulation as it responds to the ever-shifting terrain of post-colonial global culture. By questioning how we are represented, we are provided the opportunity to redefine ourselves and in redefining ourselves critique dominant systems of social signification. Competing constructions of ethnic identity provide an opportunity to negotiate the symbolic colonization of Latinidad and open up more fluid understandings of the mediated performance of gendered Latinidad. However, much work in the political realm remains in process. How can those committed to the revolutionary project clarify these relationships further? Akuno and others stress dialectical perceptions by people of color of anti-capitalism. Concerned people should look at the essence of every happening, separating out what is positive and revolutionary from what is negative and reactionary. Some storms, after a thorough analysis, are capitalist at their core, through the positions for which they speak in support. Eric Mann, in discussing the 2001 World Conference Against Racism hosted in Durban, South Africa, notes that an effective strategy would require organizers to understand openly the strengths and weaknesses of capitalism and imperialism. Whether under Republican or Democratic tactical leadership, the strategy of U.S. imperialism is to rule the world. In a society in which big business is king, U.S.-led monopoly capitalism relies on profits and super-profits from third-world nations. It achieves these objectives by integrating third-world nations into an international economy structurally dominated by the IMF, World Bank, WTO, NATO, and yes, the UN, which in turn, are controlled by the US. Under this totalitarian capitalist system, third world nations are systematically underdeveloped through a global network that destroys their local industries, obliterates protective tariffs, penetrates their local markets, privatizes their national and natural resources, and impounds cash crops to feed Western banks. As Christian charities get rich exploiting pictures of emaciated third world children, they exhibit a racist blind spot where they refuse to connect the dots between third world poverty and first world wealth, between structural racism and US imperialism. These issues are most certainly salient, and perhaps likely soon to be addressed. In 1999, a host of third world countries, including from the Caribbean and Asia, fought back against Western interests on key economic and trade issues. Solidarity by thousands of protesters in Seattle gave punch to the anti-globalization actions. Years later, the third world and oppressed nation first world people of color keep fighting. Whether modern populism evolves into a genuinely anti-capitalist vision or one in which nationalist impulses will further divide internal classes is yet to be seen. However, it is the idea of dignity that the world can put off no longer. Part 6, Vision. The bourgeoisie may blast and burn its own world before it finally leaves the stage of history. We are not afraid of ruins. We who plowed the prairies and built the cities can build again, only better next time. We carry a new world, here in our hearts. That world is growing this minute. Buenaventura Durruti. Chopping off the invisible hand, internal problems with markets and anarchist theory, strategy, and vision. Derek Shannon. With capitalism in crisis, people all over the world are looking for alternatives. It makes sense that people are, as it should be all but obvious to anyone by now that capitalism is prone to crises and that if we want a decent world, we need to organize it in some other way. Anarchists typically don't stop with wanting an end to the existing economy, but also argue generally against all forms of domination and various oppressions. The best of us realize that these different forms of domination intersect in complex ways throughout social life, and so our theories and strategies reflect that understanding. One alternative among anarchists has been a market form of socialism called mutualism. This was both a strategic and visionary economic argument detailed first by Proudhon, which he modeled after what he experienced and observed among sections of workers in Lyon, France in the early 19th century. Proudhon argued that worker-owned and managed firms could replace capitalist firms, abolish wage slavery, and create a world where every worker had access to his/her own means of production, either individually or collectively. Since capitalism rests on the ability of capitalists to pay workers a fraction of the value that they produce and keep the rest in profits by virtue of their ownership of the means of production, worker ownership and self-management would rid us of those social relations. Proudhon envisioned a world where these worker-owned and self-managed firms would compete in a stateless market, a socialist market that was regulated by a grand agro-industrial federation. Proudhon initially made his arguments for mutualist strategy and vision well over a century ago. But market forms of socialism have seen a rise in popularity, as we might expect as people begin to question the nature, logic, and necessity of capitalism. For example, Schweikart's work on what he calls economic democracy has been translated into multiple languages and enjoys wide support. Mutualists write and agitate with groups like the Centre for a Stateless Society and the Alliance of the Libertarian Left. Even UK Conservative Party member Francis Maude has suggested that public sector workers might form cooperatives. In this chapter, I'd like to lay out some broad critiques of market socialism generally, but specifically the anarchist current practiced by the workers of Lyon all those years ago and articulated by Proudhon and his contemporaries, mutualism. I'm a libertarian communist, so many of my criticisms aren't going to be all that new to others of my anti-political persuasion, but I hope along the way I can at least say some old things in new and useful ways. There's also been a rise in interest in mutualism in the United States, with this newer form borrowing from some of American anarchism's tradition of individualists like Benjamin Tucker and Josiah Warren. And with interest in alternatives to capitalism on the rise, this might be a decent place for anarchist communists to intervene. So what follows is a brief critique of what I see as some of the theoretical and strategic shortcomings of mutualism, and particularly perhaps most importantly why we might want to reject markets as a part of any post-capitalist vision. Theory. The state lies at the center of modern mutualist theory, and I find myself agreeing with parts of how they analyze the state, but mostly disagreeing with their conclusions. One of the more intelligent and prolific mutualists, Carson, writes that as a mutualist anarchist, I believe that expropriation of surplus value, i.e., capitalism, cannot occur without state coercion to maintain the privilege of usurer, landlord, and capitalist. So far so good. Indeed, capitalist social relations require the state to manage the class antagonisms that arise as a result of the private ownership of productive property. Capitalists accrue surplus value from workers by paying them a portion of what they produce and stealing the rest in the form of profits. The state protects this arrangement with violence. Absent the protection provided by the state, workers could just take the means of production and the full social product of our labors and do with it as we please. But the fiction of private property is reinforced by the fiction of the state, and these mythologies, these fundamentally religious and mystical features embedded in our social organization, allow the expropriation of surplus value. On this, we agree. The problems arise when modern mutualists suggest that the anti is statism that is at the root of all the exploitative features of capitalism. Further, it follows that it is sufficient to eliminate the statist props to capitalism. This comes rather intuitively from the work of past American individualists who tended to reduce anarchism to anti-statism. Tucker, for example, defined anarchism as the doctrine that all the affairs of men should be managed by individuals or voluntary associations, and that the state should be abolished. Thus, abolishing the state was the fundamental article of anarchism. It is the doctrine which Proudhon named anarchism, and anarchists are reduced to simply unterrified Jeffersonian Democrats. Mutualists, then, trade the primary contradiction of vulgar economism with a new root for all social ills, in this case the state. This leads to sloppy and ill-considered theory. After all, the market isn't isolated from the rest of human experience. And, of course, with the help of the state, capitalism is embedded in our current market practices, but not just capitalism. We are, after all, anarchists opposed to all relations of domination. Likewise embedded in market practices are patriarchy, assumptions of normal and able bodies, white supremacy, rigid and heavily policed categories for gender and sexuality. This list could get quite long. And these relations of domination, far from having a root that can be attacked to resolve the rest, intersect together in our institutional arrangements as well as our daily lives. When mutualists propose that the state lies at the heart of our relations of ruling, where do we find these other forms of domination? Their theory treats the state as a root, ignoring the role of patriarchy, for example, in laying the foundations for primitive accumulation and the development of capitalism and the state. Similarly, if we see the state as a first-order hierarchy, structuring the economy and the rest of our social relations that spring from it, it ignores an analysis of the role of white supremacy in the construction of the modern social order. Thus, historical developments from how the slave economy developed modern American capitalism, and by extension the global economy, to the role of different eras of white supremacy and their own economic hallmarks, such as Jim Crow in the United States or the strategic use of racial divisions in strike-breaking, are all reduced to statism in this formulation. Now all of this isn't to suggest that the state does not buttress these institutional arrangements. It does. The state was used to codify slavery, implemented Jim Crow, and backed capital in its use of strike-breaking. But, at the same time, these other relations of domination buttress the state itself. That is, there is no root, and our relations of ruling are intricately tied together. Further, to assume otherwise is to make all kinds of errors in theory and strategy, springing from those reductionist assumptions. Acclesberg notes in her excellent book on the Mujeres Libres, a group of anarchist women formed during the Spanish Civil War, how historically many anarchists and these anarchist women in particular refused the class reductionism of parts of the syndicalist movement that saw capitalism as the primary contradiction. This led to many anarchists treating the issue of women's subordination as, at best, secondary to the emancipation of workers, a problem that would be resolved on the morrow of the revolution, an idea that the Mujeres Libres struggled against. Unfortunately, mutualist theory makes the same mistake in regards to the state, the supposed root of capitalism, leaving the rest to be resolved after we first do away with the state. Contemporarily, the question of reductionism and primary contradictions is perhaps best answered by black feminists and womanists who put forward the theory of intersectionality. In response to debates in the movements of the 60s and 70s in the United States regarding the origin of oppression and exploitation, feminists began having internal discussions about how we might identify and attack this root of social oppression. Following the Combahee River Collective statement, many feminists stopped seeing a need for identifying a single source for domination. Rather, they argued that relations of domination intersect in complex ways and aren't reducible to a single foundation. To fight against any form of subjugation is to recognize the need to fight against them all. This lends itself nicely to anarchist analyses, particularly where feminists account for anarchist calls to demolish the state and capitalism. And reducing capitalism to this single origin compromises anarchist theory in some rather head-spinning ways. Some modern mutualists, for example, write and work alongside so-called anarcho-capitalists. After all, these capitalists oppose the state too. And if we can just work together with these defenders of wage labor, private property, and hired protection, we can end the state and then capitalism falls? It's a rather interesting case of circular reasoning, even leading Carson at one point to refer to the likes of Murray Rothbard, who once bragged about capturing the word libertarian from his enemies as intellectually honest. But anarchism has always been socialist and since the early 20th century is typically communist. Anarchists oppose all forms of domination and exploitation, and this includes capitalism. We always have. It is an insult to the memory of the thousands of anarchists who have died or been imprisoned fighting against capitalism to suggest otherwise. And it is a compromise beyond all strategic reasoning to suggest that we can unite with capitalists against the state in order to end capitalism. But not so for mutualists, who see the state as capitalism's root. Indeed, to end capitalism we will also need to bring an end to all relations of domination as they mutually reinforce one another. I want to be clear that I'm not suggesting that we refuse to work in campaigns with supporters of capitalism, including those who oppose the state. Mass organizations and campaigns include folks with all sorts of ideas, and we shouldn't require a litmus test to organize with people. But we should make a few things clear in our movement activities. First, as mutualists correctly note, capitalism cannot exist without the state. There can be no stateless capitalism, so arguing for it is a dead end in and of itself. Secondly, anarchists are opposed to capitalism, as we are opposed to all relations of domination. We are opposed to wage labor, the ability for people to own productive property and expropriate the surplus value created by others who use it. There are no anarcho-capitalists. A few words on strategy. Theory, strategy, and vision are intimately connected, so I wanted to also say a few words on mutualist strategy. Again, much to the credit of mutualists, they recognize some fundamental necessities in strategy, particularly if we want an end to capitalism and not just buffers to make it kinder to working people. For labor to wage a successful class war, it must think in terms of war, not rights or the law. The mainstream unions are psychologically addicted to the legacy of the New Deal social compact. Their inability to think outside the limits of the NLRB process is a severe handicap. Labor must think in terms of war, using all the means at their disposal, limited only by strategy and by their own sense of justice, without regard to established procedures. Indeed, here again we are agreed. But in the same document, Carson doesn't seem to be advocating for war elsewhere. For one, as we might expect from someone who sees the state as capitalism's root, there is nothing there in his political program for anarchists on how to deal with patriarchy, white supremacy, heteronormativity, and so on. Again, anarchists opposed to all relations of domination should have something to say about those things. We've certainly not come to big agreements on how to deal with those hierarchical divisions, but we shouldn't ignore them. And putting them into this mutualist framework might be interesting. To be fair, I did see an attempt to account for some of these things when I looked over some of the material of the Alliance of the Libertarian Left, but capitalism wasn't roundly condemned in those materials. Beyond that, much of Carson's strategy in his political program mirrors Proudhon's mutual banking, the creation of cooperatives, the mutualization of public services, and so on. This is a reformist position in the classical sense we hold off until that last possible moment for confrontation. We might learn here from Martin and Barrett's communization. Communization, on the contrary, will circulate goods without money, open the gate isolating a factory from its neighborhood, close down another factory where the work process is too alienating to be technically improved, do away with school as a specialized place which cuts off learning from doing for 15-odd years, pull down walls that force people to imprison themselves in three-room family units. In short, it will tend to break all separations. Here there is no waiting, no markets, no cooperative islands in a sea of capitalism, but the conscious creation of communism in our lives, the expansion of that which exists into other spheres of life, breaking those separations and opening wide those cracks of possibility in the here and now. It is neither an admonition to wait for confrontation or attack, nor is it a suggestion that we wait for a great revolutionary event that ends history, but a suggestion that we intervene in our daily lives now and take what belongs to us, everything. This means we can attack and expropriate this moment, and that confrontation isn't some far-off wish while we create infrastructure. Indeed, these confrontations and expropriations are infrastructure. The creation of alternative institutions figures high in mutualist strategy and has done so since the time of Proudhon. Again, I would agree that we need to create alternatives to replace the existing society. And so Proudhon saw the creation of mutual aid societies, mutual credit and banking associations, worker-owned and operated public services, and so on as steps out of the existing order. Similarly, and as we might expect from a market socialist, he saw worker cooperatives as central to his strategy for slowly evolving us out of capitalism. But cooperatives, as a demand under capitalism, suffer from what Kay describes as self-exploitation. Thus the problem is not how capital is managed, but that it is capital, regardless of who manages it or how democratically they do so. The assets of a co-op do not cease being capital when votes are taken on how they are used within a society of generalist commodity production and wage labor. That is to say, there remains an imperative to accumulate with all the drive to minimize the labor time taken to do a task this requires, even in a co-op. A firm operating in a competitive market, as would certainly be the case with firms about to go bust, must generate enough surplus to reinvest in expanding output and new technology to maintain or improve its market position relative to its rivals. That is to say, the firm as a concentration of capital has a logic of its own. It needs to be nourished by surplus living labor or it will wither and perish. As dead labor, it must vampire-like suck life from the living, and lives the more it sucks. In other words, market pressures come to bear on cooperatives as they do with any other business under capitalism. Now, this doesn't mean that cooperatives are necessarily bad or that self-managed enterprises under capitalism cannot teach us any lessons. Indeed, even minimal decision-making and participation in our work lives under capitalism can point to alternatives to how we've organized our social world. But cooperatives as a strategy out of capitalism contain their own internal problems, along with the markets that they assume. And these problems persist into mutualist post-capitalist vision. Carson writes that a mutualist world would be a world of decentralized, small-scale production for local use, owned and controlled by those who did the work, as different from our world as day from night, or freedom from slavery. I agree. It would differ from our existing society vastly. But two questions arise for me. 1. Would such a world remain socialist? Secondly, is market socialism retaining markets, competition among firms, negative externalities, production as a separate sphere of life really enough? I said before that I particularly objected to markets in terms of post-capitalist vision. A part of this is because it's hard for me to see societies that advocate for market socialism, as such, as remaining socialist. I do think that if we recognize a need for a stateless socialism, that people will try all sorts of experiments along the way. Communism would be rather meaningless if it were forced onto workers and without a state to force a single vision onto people. Post-capitalism will take on a lot of different forms in different areas. Workers will likely attempt market forms of socialism. They already are doing so strategically in the cooperative movement, though much of it has lost its socialist character or desire to move beyond capitalism. But arguing for markets as an end goal seems to me to be asking for a return to the same kinds of exploitative relations we have currently. Markets force pressures for profiting in the process of competition. And it's hard for me to see mutuality within this competitive sphere. When cooperative firms are able to accumulate at greater rates than others, how does this not lead to greater inequalities that form the basis for the kinds of accumulation that precedes capitalism? This is a bit of a presumption. Admittedly, none of us know what a post-capitalist society will look like. Workers, having abolished themselves as a class, will create what that future society looks like. It won't be dictated by theorists, although I do think it's incumbent on anti-capitalists to put forward our best guesses. And in our lives, for libertarian communists, that means creating the content of communism. Thus, rather than seeing the present as a set of what exists at a given moment, we might reorient to seeing it as sets of becoming of emerging conditions in a historical process in which we, the dispossessed and exploited, are players and not passive spectators. But, one might ask, why would you criticize market socialism as a post-capitalist vision as a best guess as to where going beyond capitalism might lead us? Mainly because markets have internal problems that create inequality, and because I think they tend to dissolve, rather than create, social solidarity. First and foremost, markets are not participatory. That is, rather than planning our social lives, we leave those things to the proverbial invisible hand. We participate inasmuch as we guess at what we should produce, and we consume what we can create or what is made available to us through the market. We remove ourselves from the process and replace them with the motive to profit. Relatedly, market allocation has negative externalities attached to it. Things like air pollution, to name one example, aren't consented to by third parties outside of the exchange arrangements between a given producer and buyer of a good. In the process of market competition, these negative externalities are produced without the consent of third parties. So while free trade is typically seen as a consensual exchange of goods on a market, it says nothing about the consent of affected third parties. A society where we are free to create our own lives would be a society where we have a part in the decision-making process for those things that affect us to the degree that they do affect us. Markets are anathema to that kind of participation and active creation. The biggest negative externality of markets, I think, is what they do to social solidarity. If worker-managed firms compete in the market, it means that the income of those workers is tied to how well their firm performs. Some groups of workers will have greater access to the social product as a result of how they manage their workplaces or what they have access to within it. Some will have better equipment, better capacities in the individuals of their workplace collectives, and so on. This undermines social solidarity in that it pits workers against one another for greater access to the social product. It can generate unemployment, as self-managed firms can lower their expenses by ridding themselves of workers in much the same way that companies downsize under capitalism. With workplaces competing for access to the social product through the market, the greater the firm can maximize its surplus, the greater the income of the workers becomes. Thus, this access to added income incentivizes layoffs and unemployment if a firm can maintain output without the need for parts of their workforce. Similarly, market competition incentivizes negative externalities and can actually de-incentivize positive externalities. With income being tied to the success of a given firm, this provides a motivation for shifting social costs onto others. To return to the example of air pollution, equipment to minimize such pollution can be costly. In a market society, since the income of workers is tied to the success of the firm in market competition, polluting can increase the income of a given set of workers. Relatedly, if a given workplace cannot profit from a social good, it de-incentivizes those positive externalities. And importantly, this kind of competition erodes the kinds of values that motivate most anarchists. The self-interested profit-seeking of market allocation, even with the kinds of checks in place suggested by mutualists, promotes an ethic of each against the rest. Under capitalism we are taught that ethic as individuals. Were we to compete in a market of self-managed firms, we would learn that ethic as collectivities. Further, mutualism still assumes the workplace and job as spheres of life separated from the rest of human experience. Rather than ridding ourselves of this fundamental form of human alienation, it retains those separations. This means a couple of important things. 1. Markets would still serve as a primary source of socialization for children, for people. For example, if a firm can profit from making women feel like shit about their bodies and then produce a product to fix that problem, then it incentivizes heavily policed and impossible standards of beauty for women. Markets can create material incentives for the kinds of socialization processes where we are separated from inventing our sense of self outside of those pervasive market relations. This also means that we've retained the workplace, that dreaded place where we waste our time, mostly bored out of our minds and pushed to grind harder and harder, chasing access to commodities. We maintain the kinds of rational and calculable processes that govern capitalist social life. For libertarian communists, it is not enough that we share some measurable and calculable social product. We do not solely want a quantitative shift in how we allocate goods. We want a qualitative shift in how we organize our social world. What might society look like if, rather than being organized around profit, rational exchange, and calculated self-interest, we organized our world around fundamentally different values like pleasure, desire, or even adventure? What might the world look like if we weren't so concerned with questions like how much, but instead asked questions like how well? Does alienation and atomization that is self-managed sound like the kind of alternative we should be fighting for? I think we can, and should, ask for much more. This might also lead us out of a productivist mindset and into a world where we stop producing so much useless shit. For the accumulation of freedom, I think that mutualists get some very basic things right. The private ownership of the means of production, expropriation of the surplus value produced by workers, the command structures in the workplace, all of these things are part and parcel of capitalism, and mutualists rightly reject them. If we see the creation of communism as a process, as an activity of the dispossessed, then we are likely going to see experiments in market socialism along the way, as the idea resonates with many people. I do hope this critique is taken in the spirit in which I intended, not to denounce mutualist economics or market socialism, but to explain why libertarian communists create different content in that process of making the future, and why anarchists might reject a theory, strategy, and vision revolving around markets. In their theory, I think mutualists are right to suggest that the state protects the social relations of capitalism. But I think they're wrong to suggest that it is the root of capitalism, as if dismantling the state alone can rid ourselves of the complex and intersecting relations of ruling we live under. Further, it confuses primitive accumulation and the creation of capitalism by ignoring the roles of other relations of domination in creating and supporting both capitalism and the state. This, of course, leads to ill-considered strategy. Again, the mutualist Kevin Carson is right to suggest that working people need to stop thinking in terms of social fictions like rights and make war with capital and the state. But in his program, no doubt due to seeing the state as a primary contradiction, he has nothing to say about non-class oppressians. And the mutualist strategy, centered on the market, of creating alternative institutions and reforming our way out of capitalism, particularly through mutual credit and cooperative business enterprises, bleeds into the visionary problems with mutualism. Mutualists correctly assert that we must move beyond capitalism. But maintaining markets in a post-capitalist society maintains the atomization of any profit and competition-oriented system. Further, it incentivizes negative externalities and incentivizes positive externalities. It pits workers against one another in competition over access to the social product. And it maintains the workplace as a separate sphere of life and organizes our social world on the same rational, calculable controls that are part and parcel of capitalist alienation. Libertarian communism, I would argue, is something we create the content for in our struggles and will often look different than that produced by market socialists, though we do have sentiments that we agree on. While we can't create a perfect world, I do think we can create a better one. And I believe that we should reach for the most utopian of possibilities while doing so. While guesses about what a future society might look like can provide us with some possibilities for inquisitive folks, ultimately the creation of post-capitalist society is the task of all of the dispossessed, not solely theorists. To me, this movement is communism and its future is yet unwritten, but is becoming. Ditching class, the praxis of anarchist communist economics. Scott Napallos. Libertarian communism, the aspiration of classes in struggle. Class relationships stand at the core of global societies in our time. The interlocking web of capitalist and state power relations are embedded and reproduced as class exploitation at every level in communities. The abolition of class exploitation is the foundation of any future socialist economy, one which I hope would lead to a society where all people and communities would be able to develop autonomously to their full capacities. During every struggle for liberation and autonomy, class has stood in the way of further developing our human potential. Class has provided the bedrock for counter-revolutions and, even more threatening to liberation, has been capitalism's ability to reproduce class relations even when the old actors, the capitalists, have fled the scene. New classes rise to take the place of the old ones, and the failure to do away with class altogether has led to some of the worst human tragedies, particularly in the former Soviet countries and various national liberation struggles. Any group of people who seek to do away with class exploitation will run up against a problem. How is another form of economic activity possible? The easy answer is that capitalism is not eternal. Capitalism is realistically a marginal form of economic organization in human history, though one that spread from Western Europe a few centuries ago to become wholly dominant, and has left a path of carnage in its wake. Still, we don't want merely a different economy, but a better one, and ideally one that transcends the problems of tyranny, inequity, waste, and deprivation. Libertarian communism is one such possibility, though there needs to be a disclaimer. None of the so-called communist countries had any semblance of communism. All had class systems with workers and managers, with wage systems, and where the workers neither owned nor controlled their work and its products. Thus, those countries resembled capitalism more closely than a society based on the abolition of remuneration in the form of wages and democratic control. Likewise, most people identified with communism today only believed in communism after their own disclaimers. Marx, Lenin, and most of their followers made a distinction between higher and lower stages of communism, where we would pass from lower to higher communism as the revolution unfolded, the proletarian state withered away, and so on. Many Marxists thought of this lower stage as socialism. For this reason, whenever mainstream Marxist theory attempted to address the question of post-revolutionary society, the emphasis was placed on the lower phase of communism. The lower phase, following Marx's conception of a transition period, would bear some of the marks of the capitalist society which gave birth to it, including compulsion to work via a collectivist wage system, sometimes of labor vouchers, or at other times different wage schemes. For this reason, much of the Marxist communist economic literature isn't actually communist, but focused on collectivist economics. The higher stage of communism is left to be determined by the post-revolutionary working class, except for a few exploratory remarks in Marx's corpus. Libertarian communist economics, however, have a few defining features. A commitment to a future economy based on the praxis of the revolutionary working class and popular classes. An economy based on the destruction of the wage system of labor, and a delinking of the value of labor in production from the distribution of society's wealth to its members. Collective control and management of the entire economy by the direct control of workers and community members united in a council system of direct democracy. The abolition of intermediary institutions of power governing the economy. The assets of libertarian communist economics are also some of its weaknesses, at least in regards to what is sometimes called prescriptive economics. Prescriptive economics attempts to lay out a vision, in our case, of a post-capitalist economic system based on some core values. Praxis is the concept of linking ideas and vision with concrete practices and struggles. Historically, it was the anarchist communists who generally took up the problem of the possibility of classless society, and even then only tempered by the necessary recognition of the leadership and innovation of everyday people to solve the problem concretely. The lack of materials on prescriptive economics can be traced in part to the strong commitment in anarchist and libertarian communist thought to the concept of praxis. Praxis. Paulo Freire defined praxis as reflection and action upon the world in order to transform it. This is to say that we should seek to act as revolutionaries through a conscious program of uniting our thinking about our actions and the impact they have. Theory and practice should aim for a relationship of back and forth, testing and reassessing, and building theory collectively out of the concrete struggles of the oppressed classes in action. As Marx says in the German ideology, communism is for us not a state of affairs which is to be established, an ideal to which reality have to adjust itself. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. The conditions of this movement result from the premises now in existence. Libertarian communist prescriptive economics has then been shaped by belief in the potential leadership of the working class and popular classes, and the commitment to prescriptive economics reflecting both a strategy for achieving such an economy and a theory which reflects our experiences in struggle. The luminaries of libertarian communist economics come from periods of intense class struggle. Kropotkin, Berkman, Bordiga, the impossibilist socialists of the Second International, Socialisme au Barbarie, de Jacques, theorists of the CNT, and Cafiero all address critical issues in prescriptive economics, and do so from the strengths and weaknesses of the revolutionary moments they participated in. For the English-speaking world, there is a familiar challenge. The overwhelming majority of prescriptive economics in the libertarian communist tradition came from Slavic, Romance, and East Asian regions. Until recently, few of these texts were translated. Many remain out of print, or only available in obscure journals. Some, like Bordiga, have next to nothing in English, and can generally only be read in Italian and French, with less available even in Spanish. With this in mind, a project of study, translation, and debate around libertarian communist economics is an important part of the libertarian communist rebirth underway worldwide. Lived libertarian communism. The experiences we have are limited to partial and momentary experiences in the revolutionary movements such as the Spanish Revolution, the Hungarian Workers' Councils in 1956, the Israeli kibbutzim, the Ukrainian communes during the Makhnovskaya, and various libertarian endeavors today like autonomous Zapatista communities, the Argentinian factory seizures during the economic collapse of 2001, workers who broke with Allende's government to expropriate in Chile, and some more limited applications in open source, free software, libraries, occupied housing, and occupied collectivized healthcare and education. Starting with the Paris Commune, libertarian and authoritarian socialists alike drew from the lessons of revolutionary moments, and sought to extrapolate lessons for the future. Bakunin and Marx spent considerable work on the Commune, and it perhaps shifted some of the revolutionary thinking of the time. The aim of this work isn't to make such a study, but these historical exercises are useful and will partially be repeated here. That said, These experiences hardly warrant enough data to speak authoritatively on post-revolutionary society, but there are lessons which are worth reflecting on, and there are some broad conclusions we may draw. Seeing the seeds of libertarian communism as a lived body of activity demonstrates the potential for a future society beyond the shackles of present oppression and exploitation. Peasant struggles across the world demonstrated glimpses of economic relations based on collective distribution and production. In Georgia during the 1905 Russian Revolution, anarchist communist peasants seized land and created a commune for a period with distribution without wages or money. The same would occur soon thereafter in the Ukraine, where a whole region of anarchist communist peasant and workers' councils would build the seeds of an anarchist communist economy, until it was surrounded and crushed by the Bolshevik armies. During the Mexican Revolution, insurgent communities organized with the resistance of Emiliano Zapata also ran land communally, as had been a part of indigenous traditions, and which spread under revolutionary leadership of peoples in arms. Following World War I, Italy exploded in working-class resistance. Workers fought austerity through independent militant unions, the anarcho-syndicalist USI, and a system of workers' councils. At its height, general strikes led to factory occupations and workers' councils that approved social production before its repression. The railway union, for example, was one of the most militant and anarchist-influenced unions in Italy during the Red Years of 1919 to 1920. The railway union supported the occupations and workers' councils, and refused to transport troops to crush the councils. The union eventually extended this resistance from occupation towards communist production. As the rail union moved into a position of support for the occupation throughout the country, the workers on the Italian state railways began switching freight cars to the factory sidings, providing fuel and raw materials and transport connections between the various factories under occupation. This action was essential in enabling the workers to continue production. In Hungary in 1956, a general insurrection swelled after protests led by student and clandestine left groups were violently repressed in an atmosphere of workers' resistance across the Soviet bloc and repression by the USSR following Stalin's death. Workers shortly took the lead and created a system of workers' councils to run society collectively, abolished the Communist Party in practice, and built soldiers' councils for the defense of the revolution. The workers took the struggle beyond a military fight, stopped production, and actually began running the economy for the community's needs. While any revolutionary situation is rife with ambiguities and contradictions, we can see kernels of communist economics within the reorganized production and distribution experiments of the Hungarian workers in revolt. Nick Heath writes, "Peasants and farm workers organized deliveries of food to the workers in the cities. They drove out the kolkhoz managers. In some areas they redistributed land, while in others they kept the collectives going under their own management. Workers continued to produce in the collectively managed industries, while distribution was carried out on a communist basis in many instances. This was based on the needs of the community in the struggle, and without a system of wages or allocation according to the perceived value of their contribution." Heath quotes the Observer at the time. A fantastic aspect of the situation is that although the general strike is in being and there is no centrally organized industry, the workers are nevertheless taking upon themselves to keep essential services going for purposes which they determine and support. Workers' councils in industrial districts have undertaken the distribution of essential goods and food to the population, in order to keep them alive. The coal miners are making daily allocations of just sufficient coal to keep the power stations going and supply hospitals in Budapest and other large towns. Railwaymen organize trains to go to approved destinations for approved purposes. It is self-help in a setting of anarchy. The Hungarian situation was cut short by its enforced isolation by the united Stalinist and capitalist powers fearing a spread of workers' democracy, and ultimately Russian tanks silenced the Hungary libertarian experiment. We can only speculate how the question of wages and community management would have played out, and if the workers' council system would have spread direct democracy beyond the workplace alone. Still, this experience, which has been repeated across history, reflects the potential for an economy run on collective control over distribution delinked from the wage system and its corresponding distribution system. History is filled with other experiences with many outside the workplace. In Italy during the 60s and 70s, workers and social movements rose up and took the struggle outside the factory walls. In occupied buildings, the women's movement and workers began to plan and organize collective buildings for community use on a non-monetary basis. Fair strikes saw the unity of transit riders operating without monetary exchange, and in some cases transit workers redirecting transit for popular usage. Experiences in squats reorganizing and redeveloping space collectively is spread throughout Europe in Germany, Holland, Austria, Italy, France, and so on. Fair strikes, collective expropriation, and redistribution of groceries, and occupations are mere glimpses within non-revolutionary situations of a communal economy run by the community on a needs basis. The Spanish Revolution, created by the popular resistance of the peasants and working classes to a fascist coup in 1936, led to a broad libertarian experiment unparalleled in its depth and breadth. Without delving too deeply into its complex and contradictory experience, we can see that the Spanish Revolution demonstrated the potentials of a communist economy. The Spanish economy and movements were highly regionalized at the time. Likewise, the advances of the revolution differed by region, its movements, ruling class, productive capacities, and so on. While in Catalonia the state was allowed to survive, in Aragon anarchist militias and peasant organizations destroyed the rule of the local ruling class and state. Gaston Laval, a Spanish anarchist who took part in and studied the revolutionary collectives across Spain, documented the experiences of the collectives and communes, which abolished wages, money, and established social distribution delinked from productive value. Laval is worth quoting here at length. And this was the case especially in Aragon where the state did not dominate, many original solutions had to be improvised, and we mean many, for each village or small locality introduced its own solution. At the beginning, then, there was no tacit agreement other than for the abolition of money, the expression and symbol of traditional injustice, social inequality, the crushing of the poor by the rich, the opulence of some at the expense of the poverty of others. For centuries, and from as far back as the complaints of the outcasts of fortune had been transmitted from generation to generation, money had appeared as the greatest of all means of exploitation, and the hatred of the common people had built up against the cursed metal, against the paper money which the revolutionaries had set their minds on abolishing first and foremost. In Aragon they kept their word. Nevertheless, for all that the principle of the price OTAS, or in economic terms free consumption, was not applied. Apart from access, without control, to existing goods available in great abundance, and which were not the same in every village, some form of order was established from the first days when it was felt to be necessary, just as it was for the prosecution of work and production. For the revolution was considered right from the beginning a very important constructive undertaking. Especially in the countryside, there was no revolutionary orgy. The need to control and to foresee events was understood from the first day. Experiences varied with the praxis and conditions of struggle. In the village of Naval, for example, no money, not even local money, no rationing. Free consumption from the first day, but supervised consumption. Everybody could call at the anti-fascist comite which is advised, if necessary, by the local libertarian group. A cooperative for general distribution was improvised and it produced a book of coupons numbered 1 to 100, in which were marked from day to day the commodities handed over on demand, and the consumer's name. The accounting system was further simplified, and no excess or wasteful consumption was seen. This was a system created under wartime conditions by people who were not trained accountants, managers, or bureaucrats. Nor was distribution and production isolated to independent towns. These moneyless communist experiments sought to coordinate and federate their economies in the collective endeavor of fighting fascism and building libertarian communism. So far as distribution was concerned, whatever the form or method adopted, the organizing initiative was appearing all the time. In hundreds of villages, libretas de consumo in different sizes and colors were issued. Ration tables were appended, for one had to ration not only in the event of a reduction in the reserves and perhaps in production, but because it was also necessary to send food supplies to the front and the towns, which only too often appeared not to appreciate the gravity of the situation. The Spanish collectives in many cases reorganized production, increased output, and with workers directing their own workplaces improved upon a backward and ailing economy. Rather than chaos reigning, workers demonstrated the power of self-management and the potential of everyday people to transform an economy for profit into an economy for social need in relatively short periods of time, all while under a brutal foreign-supported war. Attempts to broaden this communist economy were restricted by the political situation. The failure of the revolutionary working class to destroy institutions of power led to a tenuous situation in which the leadership of the CNT faltered and allowed the state and capital to reorganize and the Stalinist Communist Party to set about destroying the gains of the revolution. The villages of Aragon sought to expand their experiment across the rebel territories on the eve of the counter-revolution as the Stalinist armies marched on Barcelona, attacked the militia system, and effectively solidified the suppression of the popular revolt, which had failed to establish the hegemony of the people over its enemies on the left and the right early on. Laval is extremely lucid here, and lays out the foundations and genius of the libertarian communist concepts of praxis, and theory arising from the lessons of struggle. One can, nevertheless, come to the following conclusions, for the problem of distribution, which from certain points of view was greater than that of production itself, the collectives demonstrated an innovatory spirit which by the multiplicity of its facets and its practical common sense, compels our admiration. The collective genius of the rank-and-file militants succeeded in solving problems which a centralist governmental organization would have neither been able nor known how to solve. If the pragmatic methods to which they had to have recourse may appear to be insufficient, and sometimes unsound in view of some contradictions which one observes here and there, the development tending to eliminate these contradictions was taking place rapidly and progress was being rapidly made towards unifying and decisive improvements. During that time, in the part of the country where the official money ruled, the peseta was continually being devalued because of the inability of the government to hold down prices, and speculation was getting underway and growing. These lessons of struggles show us some of the outlines of a libertarian communist economy, developed and run collectively by the exploited classes, creating a new world through a reorganization of social relationships and a transformation of the economy. How that economy could function in a fleshed-out sense requires us to move from the partial experiences we have to a theory of communism which grows out of them. A libertarian communist society. There are two broad spheres within the economy: how things are produced and how they are distributed. A number of different alternatives have been proposed on how communist distribution would function. Generally speaking, people agree on the idea of council democracy organized from the shop to the industry and federated by industry regionally and higher up globally. Directly democratic councils are democratic organs without representation. Workers and community members decide directly in open meetings how they want things to be. Above the mass assemblies, committees, and councils of delegates coordinate between workplaces and neighborhoods. Delegates are given mandates and are expected to carry out the will of the assemblies. Likewise, delegates are immediately recallable if they overstep their bounds, and the decisions of delegates are either open to referendum or dependent upon approval of the assemblies. How exactly this functions, the mandates of the delegates, and so on, are questions which I think have both political and not merely technical content, and are best chosen through practice. Neighborhood councils federated upward similarly would provide the means for deciding what to produce and how much, with workers deciding how to do so, and communities formulating the fairest and safest way to produce and deal with waste, pollution, and so on. Industries would not merely be collectivized, as the present economy contains worthless industries and products, as well as patently destructive ones such as nuclear arms. This process would likely take some time to transform an economy organized for boom and bust based on private profit to an economy serving the needs of the community on a usage basis. Job classes and the worst work would need to be reorganized and shared equally. there would need to be a base minimum of socially necessary labor contributed to receive the benefits of society from those who are able. Considering distribution then, communist economic practice and thinkers have proposed a number of strategies for organizing the allocations of the wealth of society. Within the communist economic tradition there are two main frameworks, planned and what I call emergent. These are less theories than they are poles within the existing thought. Planned communist economics, generally speaking, has advocated for the distribution of goods through planned production decided in mass assemblies federated in councils. All people in an area would get together on a regular basis to consider, based on an analysis of the amount of materials and labor available, what to produce and how to allocate the products based on the needs of individuals and families. Producing then in a communist society would rely on two functions, measuring the desire of people for things, and producing both in a collective and accountable manner. Given the present level of technology, it would be very simple to measure the actual consumption of people. In a communist society, we could readily automate the recording of statistics both of consumers and of resources in production. This could produce real-time data on how much of what is needed and any patterns of consumption, and give society a means for anticipating and allocating resources toward what people want. This would provide a democratic way for allocating resources between varying producers. As the UK Socialist Party states, for the purpose of planning the development of production, information could be brought together through the work of information centers, which could collate the appropriate statistics. Such information centers could exist on local, regional and world levels. On the smallest local scale, information centers could monitor the position of stocks and productive capacity to meet local needs. By collating these statistics, regional information centers would be in a position to know the complete picture throughout the region. This could be achieved by also monitoring the position of stocks, productive capacity, and needs among regional production units. A World Information Center could collate regional statistics in a similar manner. This would be a connected but decentralized world information system providing any combination of information that people required. This isn't to say, however, that we should merely produce whatever happens to be consumed at one particular moment. While communism would do away with the artificially created hyperconsumptive needs of capitalism through elimination of profit and wealth inequities, we want to be able to build an economy and society that reflect our desire for a better world and not just passing fancies. There must then be a mechanism for linking these decisions about our social direction and our actual proclivities. The usage schedules provide the data which can be debated in the communal councils that then would decide how to allocate resources to industries, save toward development for future production, and invest in opening up new production or furthering existing production. Presumably workers who want to create new industries and products would present their offers to the assemblies for consideration in adjudicating between using existing labor and materials. You could think of this as partial planning wherein resources are collectively allocated through considering, debating, and crafting a plan based on the priorities of the collectivity, and then become debated and changed through federations of councils moving upward, while the actual industries and products have the flexibility to adapt with actual usage. This is analogous to a form of popular budgeting where the wealth of the community is divided up into blocks for industries with earmarking based on popular proposals and coordinated through federations that would share data, revise proposals, and send back the budgeting for review by affected communities. Production schedules would be based on the collective priorities set in directly democratic councils and federated upward. This would provide a means for anticipating and coordinating various industries not based on wages, prices, and class inequity. Rather than price, communal priorities are the arbiter of what and how much is produced. Instead of wages, need is the basis for consumption. Decisions about society's produce would be conscious and collective, rather than the individualist produce whatever sells come what may of capitalism. This was perhaps the position of Kropotkin's communist municipalities in Conquest of Bread. Participatory economics makes a proposal with councils of planning for an integrated global economy, which in theory could be modified to be communistic. Another position might argue for an economy that is emergent and adaptive. This concept of communist distribution relies on intuitions and lessons from seeing society as an interdependent, living, and complex, organism-like body. The motivation for this position arises from two sources. First, there is a suspicion here about our ability to plan successfully, consciously, and explicitly a full economy, and secondly, there is both support for and historical antecedents of a dynamic and evolving form of self-planning in a communist society. During the Hungarian and Spanish revolutions, people were able to take over the economy and in some instances in a very rapid period of time convert existing production for private profit into a collectivized economy for common use. This occurred initially outside of any single unified planning apparatus. Distribution evolved out of countless actions of individuals and groups which came to unify and reorganize to meet the demands presented by the wars and communities. This isn't to say there wasn't organization, but to say there is a difference between organization that is structurally and historically open and has the ability to produce emergent and evolving structure, versus extensively planned organization that is predictive and fairly static. There is little evidence to point to people living under such conditions guiding their activities by adhering to such programs. We can understand the activity of an economy as emergent out of problem solving at countless levels, and producing stability once equilibrium can be reached. This is a problem that is unfortunately hidden from these discussions. How to obtain equilibrium in a revolutionary context is in many ways a more significant problem than that of abstract models of potential futures. Surely part of this task involves principles and practice beyond merely the form of a robust and adaptive economy. There is good reason to question our ability to anticipate what we will want in the future. Under capitalism, desire is created, modified, and exploited. With profit eliminated, needs would become collective and organic. Still, needs are not fixed and predictable. If anything, human life is filled with fluctuations and unpredictable shifts. Moreover, it's not clear that our conscious reflections about our own perceived consumption and desires are accurate. People often mischaracterize themselves based on how they like to see themselves versus how they act. Politicize the situation and generalize it over millions of people, and there is a significant structural weakness in creating an economy based on self-reflective projections. Cornelius Castoriadis raised similar objections while in Socialisme ou Barbarie during the 1960s and 70s. Castoriadis rejects strict planning on a similar ground. The plan can't propose, as an ultimate target, a complete list of consumer goods or suggest in what proportions they should be produced. Such a proposal would not be democratic, for two reasons. Firstly, it could never be based on full knowledge of the relevant facts, namely on a full knowledge of everybody's preferences. Secondly, it would be tantamount to a pointless tyranny of the majority over the minority. If 40% of the population wishes to consume a certain article, there is no reason why they should be deprived of it under pretext that the other 60% prefer something else. No preference or taste is more logical than any other. Moreover, consumer wishes are seldom incompatible with one another. Majority votes in this matter would amount to rationing, an absurd way of settling this kind of problem anywhere but in a besieged fortress. Planning decisions won't therefore relate to particular items, but to the general standard of living. They will not delve into the detailed composition of this consumption. Producing then in a communist society would rely on two functions, measuring the desire of people for things, and producing both in a collective and accountable manner. Participatory economics proposes to measure desire for goods through people's conscious guess of how much they want things. This proposal, however, would rely on a dialogue between people's actual usage of existing goods, and collective structures of decision-making for development and deciding the direction of the economy. For some goods for which there are absolute and intractable scarcity, we would need to find a fair system for distributing based on real needs. This is a real pressing question, which again many economic theorists ignore because they are creating blueprints not based in real praxis to address how we get from our present state to a revolutionary and later post-revolutionary society. The transition from existing production to social production will necessarily create shortages in the short run. In the long run, the use of our collective knowledge, mechanization of the worst work, and the elimination of useless production which consumes such a massive portion of the capitalist economy will give us a bounty that can more than provide for the world. Indeed, we already produce more than enough food to feed the whole world, but burn much of it in excess to keep prices high. Many anarchist communist thinkers put forward the concept of rationing for such goods. There is a time-honored practice in this regard, and it is the distribution form used in wartime or organ transplants, for example. Alexander Berkman writes, "When the social revolution attains the stage where it can produce sufficient for all, then is adopted the anarchist principle of to each according to his needs. In the more industrially developed and efficient countries that stage would naturally be reached sooner than in backward lands. But until it is reached, the system of equal sharing, equal distribution per capita, is imperative as the only just method. It goes without saying, of course, that special consideration must be given to the sick and the old, to children, and to women during and after pregnancy. This is of course different from, for example, the rationing in the Soviet Union, where the best and lion's share went to the party elite. Indeed, with organs presently, there is an international organization which identifies the neediest and most qualified, and ranks them. Organ transplants occur on a communist basis in that it is need and availability that determines who gets organs, rather than price, their work, or perceived value. While rationing is to be avoided at all costs, we must recognize in times of hardship it may represent the only real equitable solution. That said, Berkman's communist alternative of open usage with surplus fails to address how a society could plan and deliberate between issues where a decision must be made, such as with pollution or conflicting uses for the same materials. Any deconstruction of the world capitalist economy will face up to the gross global inequities and repressed development of large sections of the world. We need a method for consciously and collectively developing all of the world's communities' capacities, and addressing underlying ecological disasters presently existing. Only through community councils could we make those decisions. The solution is not a technical one, however. We cannot merely invent an economic scheme for settling, say, fights over where pollution will end up. The mechanism already exists in the above discussion for bringing to the table various proposals, but with the political content for a community there can only be a political process within the community councils. No assignment of value, arbitrary as that would be, will solve that point. Instead, communities will have to come together, debate, compromise, and craft the best solution for all. Power and struggles concerning power can be mediated by structures, but structures are only the shell of a solution. They provide no guarantees, and ultimately such political problems require a material, social, and historical analysis of that situation. Inevitably we require more experiences, practice, and experimentation to address it beyond truism, vague generalities, and empty formalisms. That said, while there is no guarantee that it will always go as we wish, unlike in capitalism there will be a structural pressure toward being principled, as any community will be in the same position throughout the various planning initiatives. We wouldn't want to burn others who would be in a position to burn us in the future. Unlike now, there would be no financial or political incentive to do so either. When real conflicts do arise, and they will, it will be a community struggle that will on occasions go beyond our models and formulas. A critique of the wage system. Distribution, however, draws clear lines. With distribution, we have seen communist economics to be defined by an absence of a wage system of work, distribution based on human needs and material stores rather than on the perceived value of individual labor, and the replacement of accumulated capital with production for human need. Collectivist economics, of which participatory economics shares all these features, is rather a system of compelling people to work for various wage schemes. Collectivist distribution is based on accumulated income earned as wages and distribution of such income given based on the perceived value of the individual's work. Collectivists have defined the value of labor under socialism in a variety of ways: amount produced, hours worked, difficulty of the work and effort in working, value of labor to society, and so on. Communist economics rejects a wage system in part due to the experiences of revolutionary societies. If there is one thing we can see in the revolutionary experiences of Spain, Russia, China, Cuba, Hungary, Germany, and so on, it is that given the opportunity, capitalism can emerge out of its enemy. Class divisions and class inequities provide a launching ground for potential ruling classes. While a lesser opportunity than the proposal of a proletarian state, wage systems provide the ground for economic inequities, the accumulation of capital, and the material strength that could prefigure a new ruling class in ascendancy. This is an essentially negative objection. On the positive side, communist economics provide additional alternatives and possibilities that are unavailable in economies that rely on the retention of inequity and wage labor. By abolishing the divisions both in work and in compensation, communism gives birth to fundamentally new social relations both between people and in production. A communist basis of distribution pushes the emergence and structuring of social production based on the real and lived needs of the community that benefits from the production. By rupturing the link between labor and consumption, communism offers an alternative method of living and working based on social need and human desire. Moreover, it is worth questioning on what basis a fair wage would be made. Under capitalism, wages aren't fair. A wage is based on the market, and that's it. But socialist wages are all based on some perception of the value of someone's labor. For participatory economics, this is a wage for the effort or sacrifice they expend in contributing to the social product. Various collectivist wages were proposed based on how many hours you work, how much you produce, the value of your contribution to production, and so on. There is a basic problem with all of these, though. They are arbitrary and inequitable. In our time, production is largely social. The contribution of an individual is very difficult to isolate from the contributions of countless others that make that work possible. Simply put, social labor and capital are so intertwined in present society, the individual contribution in most instances is nearly impossible to measure apart from the labor of others and the social capital that allowed that individual to produce. Capitalism doesn't try, it just pays what people are forced to accept. Looking only at hours, we all know one person's hourly labor may be different from another, yet they receive the same wage. The value of someone's work then too is unfair because some people are naturally handicapped, and others shouldn't be able to get rich merely based on talents without exerting themselves much. If we judge based on effort and sacrifice, however, such a system is open again to arbitrariness. Having co-workers judge each other's work would turn the gossip and infighting at work presently from an annoyance into a system of power over wages. Value is not a neutral thing to assign, it is power-laden and a tool of coercion. Participatory economics and collectivists want to take a repressive tool, capitalism, that mystifies real social labor that exists, and turn it into a tool of justice when disassociated from a profit system. The difficulty assigning value to labor illustrates something more fundamental. We don't want an economy that prioritizes and rewards coerced labor based on perceived value. Both the danger of wealth inequities and the socially destructive pressure created by value assignments point to the more liberatory solution of an economy in which the value of labor is delinked from consumption. This was traditionally formulated as from each according to ability, to each according to need. Toward communism. As a movement, we need to move beyond a role as the moral memory and model maker of the mass struggles of our times. A libertarian alternative needs to engage in the construction of praxis directly out of the movements we are immersed in, with our theory evolving alongside our practice. With Marx and Kropotkin, it is correct to see elements of communism already existing in present society. Gilles Dauvé contributes to this dynamic and historical approach to communist economics with the concept of communization. Communism is not a set of measures to be put into practice after the seizure of power. All past movements were able to bring society to a standstill and waited for something to come out of this universal stoppage. Communization, on the contrary, will circulate goods without money, it will tend to break all separations. Presently existing communism doesn't mean functionally existing communism. Our task is not to set up islands of communism, nor to try to instantiate communism in present struggles. Capitalism is made up of relationships between people, not merely things and wealth. The real question of the development of a communist economy is about the development of revolutionary consciousness of the working class in mass struggle, and the development of communization and its practices. The defeat of capitalism isn't a theory, but a historical moment in our struggles, and it is one that requires working through the social relationships, organization, and consciousness of workers in struggle. The anarchist method, an experimental approach to post-capitalist economies. Wayne Price. There are various opinions on the question of what a libertarian socialist economy would look like. By libertarian socialism, I include anarchism and libertarian Marxism, as well as related tendencies such as guild socialism and Paracon views which advocate a free, cooperative, self-managed, non-statist economy once capitalism has been overthrown. Before directly discussing these programs, alternate visions of communal commonwealths, it is important to decide on the appropriate method. Historically, two methods have predominated, which I will call the utopian moral approach and the Marxist determinist approach. I will propose a third approach, which has been called the method of anarchism. The utopian moral method goes back to the earliest development of socialism, before either Marxism or Bakuninist anarchism developed. It was the method of Saint-Simon, Robert Owen, Fourier, Cabet, and later of Proudhon. A thinker starts with a set of moral values by which the present society may be condemned. Then the author moves on to envision social institutions which could embody these values. A current example of utopian moral methods is the program of Paracon, originally developed by Michael Albert and Robin Hahnel. Typically, in the first section of Albert's book, Paracon, he poses the key question: what are our preferred values regarding economic outcomes and how do particular economic institutions further or inhibit them? He works out a set of desirable values and then considers how an economy could be organized to carry them out. The advantages of this method should be apparent. What Albert wants and why he wants it is transparent. It may be fairly argued for or against. Paraconists offer a yardstick by which to judge potential economies, as well as real ones, so that radicals do not claim to be for freedom but accept some totalitarian monstrosity. However, there are also problems with the utopian moral method. Various thinkers start with more or less the same values. Yet they propose quite different models of a new economy. How to decide among these models? Also, it could be argued that it is authoritarian for radicals today to make decisions about how other people will organize their lives in the future. The more precise and concrete the model, the more this is a problem. Not surprisingly, quite a number of historic utopian models were very undemocratic in structure. This is not true of the Paracon model, but a modern version is in B.F. Skinner's Walden II, an imagined socialist commune with a dictatorship by behavioral psychologists. Finally, there is a problem in that the utopian approach starts from values rather than from an analysis of how capitalist society functions. There is really no necessary connection between any particular model and the dynamics of capitalism. The visions of the possible futures do not point to any strategies for getting to these futures. Since they propose a drastic change in society, they may be seen as implying a social revolution. But it is certainly possible to adopt some utopian model and believe that it can be reached by gradual changes, such as building various alternative institutions until capitalism can be peacefully replaced, that is, by following a gradual, pacifistic, and reformist strategy. A program that does not say whether to be revolutionary or reformist is not much of a guide to action. The main alternate method has been that of Marxist determinism. Marx and Engels valued the preceding utopian socialists for various things, such as their criticism of capitalism and some of their proposals. But the original Marxists claimed that another method was needed. It was, they thought, necessary to analyze how capitalism was developing, including its main drive mechanism, the capital-labor relationship in production. This provided the basis of a strategy, the working class revolution. It indicated the emergence of a new society out of that revolution. This relationship was their main interest. Marx and Engels only mentioned the nature of the new society in passing remarks, scattered throughout their writings, such as a few paragraphs in Marx's critique of the Gotha program. In this work, Marx discussed the nature of communism, including at first paying workers with labor credits and later providing goods freely upon need. Yet such ideas were not advocated nor made as speculation, but stated as factual predictions. This is what would happen, he was saying. Human choice seemed to be irrelevant. The goal of Marx and Engels was not to implement a new social system. It was to see that the working class overthrew the capitalist class and took power for itself. Once this happened, the historical process would take care of further social development. In State and Revolution, Lenin regarded himself as praising Marx when he wrote, Marx treated the question of communism in the same way as a naturalist would treat the question of the development of, say, a new biological variety, once he knew that it had originated in such and such a way and was changing in such and such a definite direction. It has never entered the head of any socialist to promise that the higher phase of the development of communism will arrive, forecast that it will arrive. The Marxist determinist method also has distinct advantages. It is tied to an economic theory. It has an analysis of what forces are moving in the direction of a new society and what ones are blocking them. It leads to a strategy that identifies a specific change agent. There are strands of autonomist Marxism which interpret Marxism in a libertarian, anti-statist fashion which overlaps with class struggle anarchism. On the other hand, like a naturalist study of an organism's development, there is no moral standard, just a forecast. So when Marxist-led revolutions produce state capitalist totalitarianisms that murder tens of millions of workers and peasants, very many Marxists support this as the result of the historical process which has created actually existing socialism. Marx and Engels would undoubtedly have been horrified by what developed in the Soviet Union and other so-called communist countries. But a method without a moral standard made it difficult for Marxists to not support these states. Both the utopian moral and Marxist determinist methods have advantages and weaknesses. Let me suggest an alternate approach to post-capitalist, post-revolutionary economic models. This has been raised by anarchists in the past. It starts from the doubt that every region and national culture will choose the same version of libertarian socialist society. It is unlikely that every industry, from the production of steel to the education of children, could be managed in precisely the same manner. Kropotkin proposed a flexible society based on voluntary associations. These would create an interwoven network, composed of an infinite variety of groups and federations of all sizes and degrees, local, regional, national, and international, temporary or more or less permanent for all possible purposes, production, consumption and exchange, communications, sanitary arrangements, and so on. Perhaps the clearest statement of this flexible and experimental anarchist method was made by Enrico Malatesta, the great Italian anarchist. To Malatesta, after a revolution, probably every possible form of possession and utilization of the means of production and all ways of distribution of produce will be tried out at the same time in one or many regions, and they will combine and be modified in various ways until experience will indicate which form, or forms, is or are, the most suitable. So long as one prevents the constitution and consolidation of new privilege, there will be time to find the best solutions. Malatesta continued, for my part, I do not believe there is one solution to the social problems, but 1,000 different and changing solutions in the same way as social existence is different and varied in time and space. We cannot assume, he argued, that, even when the workers have agreed to overthrow capitalism, they would agree to create immediately a fully anarchist communist society. What if small farmers insist on being paid for their crops in money? They may give up this opinion once it is obvious that industry will provide them with goods, but first they must not be coerced into giving up their crops under conditions they reject. In any case, a compulsory libertarian communism is a contradiction in terms, as he pointed out. After the revolution, that is, after the defeat of the existing powers and the overwhelming victory of the forces of insurrection, what then? It is then that gradualism really comes into operation. We shall have to study all the practical problems of life, production, exchange, the means of communication, relations between anarchist groupings and those living under some kind of authority. And in every problem should prefer the solutions which not only are economically superior but which satisfy the need for justice and freedom and leave the way open for future improvements. Whatever solutions are tried, he is saying, they must be non-exploitative and non-oppressive. They must prevent the constitution and consolidation of new privilege and leave the way open for future improvements. It is precisely this flexibility, pluralism, and experimentalism which characterizes anarchism in Malatesta's view and makes it a superior approach to the problems of life after capitalism. Only anarchy points the way along which they can find, by trial and error, that solution which best satisfies the dictates of science as well as the needs and wishes of everybody. How will children be educated? We don't know. So what will happen? Parents, pedagogues, and all who are concerned with the future of the young generation will come together, will discuss, will agree or divide according to the views they hold, and will put into practice the methods which they think are the best. And with practice that method which in fact is the best will in the end be adopted. And similarly with all problems which present themselves. Others have pointed to the experimental approach as central to the anarchist program. For example, Paul Goodman, the most prominent anarchist of the 60s, wrote, "I am not proposing a system. It is improbable that there could be a single appropriate style of organization or economy to fit all the functions of society, or, as Kropotkin put it, an anarchist society would represent nothing immutable. Harmony would result from an ever-changing adjustment and readjustment of equilibrium between the multitudes of forces and influences, and this adjustment would be the easier to obtain as none of the forces would enjoy a special protection from the state." Issues raised by differing models of post-capitalism. There are a number of problems that post-capitalist visions have to address, and the ways that they address these issues are what differentiate them. The approach I have raised does not insist on any one answer to each issue, but suggests that different answers may be tried in different regions at different times. However, the answers proposed by different models provide us with ideas of possible responses to these problems. That is, the utopian moral and Marxist determinist models may be treated as thought experiments, providing suggestions that may be experimented with. A key problem is the method of coordination in the post-capitalist economy. 3 answers have been proposed: a market, central planning, and some sort of non-centralized planning. First, there has been proposed what might be called decentralized market socialism. It would be for an economy of democratically managed producer cooperatives, consumer cooperatives, family farms, municipal enterprises, and very small businesses that would compete in a market. Such a model has been advocated by various reform socialists who are concerned with the failures of state-managed economies. It has been advocated by right Greens, Catholic distributionists, non-socialist decentralists, and others. The Yugoslavian economy under Tito had something like this. In theory, such a system would not be capitalist, because there is no capitalist class that owns the means of production and there is no proletariat that sells its ability to work to a separate capitalist class. But, however democratic each enterprise, the population cannot be said to actually manage the overall economy in a democratic way. It would really be run by the uncontrollable forces of the market. There are bound to be business cycles, unemployment, and a distinction between more prosperous and poorer enterprises and regions. An alternative would be some degree of central planning, as Marx seems to have assumed. In a non-statist society, the central authority would be answerable to an association of popular councils and assemblies. Castoriadis imagined that there could be a central plan factory, which would create an overall plan. Somehow, he believed, this could be consistent with libertarian socialism of self-managing workers' councils. Anarcho-syndicalists and guild socialists have also tended toward a centralized economy, managed by democratic unions. All sorts of representative institutions can be proposed for democratic central planning, although they all have the difficulty of important decisions being made outside of the direct control of the working population. The third suggestion is that of a democratically planned, but not centralized, cooperative economy, the idea that production could be directly coupled to individual and social need through democratic assemblies of workers and consumers. Paracon is a model of such a non-market, non-centralized system. Planning would be carried out through cycles of back-and-forth negotiations among producer and consumer councils using the Internet. In a pluralist, experimental, post-capitalist world, different regions might experiment with different types of economic coordination. Regions might try out mixtures of different models. For example, even in the Paracon model there is an element of central planning in the facilitation boards, which help to smooth along the planning process. Even in decentralized market socialism, presumably there would be some sort of overall regulation, as there is under capitalism, if not by a state then by some communal agency. Takis Fotopoulos proposes a stateless, moneyless, and marketless economy, but one which includes an artificial market for a non-basic needs sector, that balances demand and supply. A related issue is the size of the economic unit. While economic planning by capitalist states is on a national basis, revolutionary socialist anarchists generally regard this as inappropriate to a post-capitalist economy. As internationalists, we are aware that the world is being knit together by imperialist globalization. At the same time we know that much of this worldwide centralization is not due to technical needs but to the need of capitalists to control natural resources, to dominate world markets, and to exploit the poorest workers in order to make the biggest profits. To end the rule of states and bureaucracies, anarchists want as much as possible of local, face-to-face democracy. This requires a degree of economic decentralization. Indeed, any sort of economic planning would be easier, and easier to make democratic, the smaller the units. Finally, it would also be easier to keep production and consumption in balance with nature, the smaller the units are. Traditionally, anarchists have sought to balance national and international association with the need for local community by advocating federations and networks. There can be no hard and fast rule about how centralized or decentralized an economy has to be. As Paul Goodman put it, we are in a period of excessive centralization. In many functions the style is economically inefficient, technologically unnecessary, and humanly damaging. Therefore we might adopt a political maxim, to decentralize where, how, and how much is expedient. But where, how, and how much are empirical questions. They require research and experiment. Murray Bookchin advocated an economy based on communist commune similar to the Israeli kibbutzim. This was part of his libertarian municipalist model. Another version is raised by Fotopoulos and it is also discussed as Scheme 2 in Goodman and Goodman. The community as a whole would be an enterprise and, through its town meetings, would make decisions about economic planning. This would not prevent communities from forming federations on a regional, national, and international level. They could coordinate their plans and exchange goods, services, and ideas. Paracon has its own twist on this issue. Workplaces would be managed by workers' councils. Consumption would be organized through consumers' community councils. These are relatively small, face-to-face groupings. But the unit which is covered by the final plan is primarily the nation. In fact, Albert specifically rejects Greenby originalism and any notion of prioritizing small institutions or local self-sufficiency. The issue of size is directly related to that of technology. Just as is true of economic institutions, so productive technology would have to be flexible, pluralistic, and experimental. Machinery and the methodology of production have been organized by the processes of capitalism to serve its interests. Technology would have to be completely reorganized and redeveloped over time to meet the needs of a new society. Immediately after a revolution, the workers will need to begin to rework the process of production to do away with the distinction between order givers and order takers, to produce useful goods, to be in balance with the ecology, and to make a decentralized but productive economy possible. Just how these will be done would require a great deal of rethinking and trial and error. The Paracon model does not include any reconsideration of technology, but does call for the reorganization of work to create balanced job complexes. Occupations would be broken down and reconfigured so that individual jobs would include both interesting and boring tasks, both decision-making and tedious aspects. This approach is distinct from either the technophobes, who want to reject all technology beyond that of hunter-gatherer society, and those who accept modern technology as capitalism has created it. Both these views overlook how flexible technology might be in a totally different society. Another key question facing a post-capitalist economic economy is that of reward for work. There have been proposals for paying workers for their work in some sort of money or credit, which is used to acquire goods and services. Paraconists propose paying workers for the intensity and duration of their labor, that is, how hard and how long they work, as judged by co-workers. In Walden 2, the ruling psychologists were able to increase or decrease the amount of credits earned for any particular job to motivate members to do unpleasant tasks. By contrast, in a fully communist economy, work would be done only for the pleasure of doing it, or because people feel a duty, or because of social pressure. Consumption will be a right, based only on human need and unrelated to effort. Kropotkin is usually understood as advocating such a communist system after a revolution. Bookchin also proposed going straight to a free communist economy. Various thinkers have proposed a split system. Almost every socialist system, including Paracon, provides free goods for children, the ill, and retired older adults. Fotopoulos advocates a basic needs sector and a non-basic needs sector, the first to be treated as free communism and the second as having goods to be earned through work. Similarly, Paul and Percival Goodman propose dividing the economy into a basic economy, which provides a guaranteed minimum subsistence, and a separate economy to take care of everything else. Even if the non-basic needs sector was market-like, there would be no reserve army of the unemployed, since everyone would have at least the guaranteed minimum to live on. This too is an area where different regions might try out different methods. This leads to the question of whether to plan for a transitional economy, whether to expect 2 or more stages of post-capitalist economic development. In his critique of the Gotha program, Marx wrote, "We are dealing here with a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but as it emerges from capitalist society, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society." He distinguished between this first phase of communist society and a more advanced phase of communist society. These are both communism, to Marx, because even the first phase is a cooperative society based on common ownership of the means of production. In Marx's first phase, people would be rewarded for the number of hours worked with labor time certificates which they could exchange for goods according to how many hours went into making each good. While vastly more just and equal than capitalism, this still has bourgeois limitations since workers have unequal capacities and unequal needs. When productivity has vastly expanded and human abilities are further developed, it will be possible to advance to the higher stage of communism, which will function according to the standard, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. We can add that in poorer, less industrialized nations, a post-revolutionary society would not be able to even reach the lower phase of communism by itself. It would, however, be able to take steps towards socialism by such means as replacing the state with a council system and replacing corporations with self-managed cooperatives. Yet it might be unable to abolish money, or it may have to make other compromises with capitalism. Meanwhile, it would do all it could to help the revolution to spread internationally, especially to the industrialized, richer nations, in order to get economic aid for industrializing in its own way. While Marx's views are well known, less well known are the similar views of Bakunin. According to his close comrade, James Guillaume, Bakunin believed, We should, to the greatest extent possible, institute and be guided by the principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. When thanks to the progress of scientific industry and agriculture, production comes to outstrip consumption, everyone will draw what he needs from the abundant social reserve of commodities. In the meantime, each community will decide for itself during the transition period the method they deem best for the distribution of the products of associated labor. Even Kropotkin, author of Anarchist Communism, believed that right after a revolution goods would not be free to all able-bodied adults but would only be guaranteed to those who were willing to work for a set amount of time. Only as productivity increased would it be possible to make goods available to all regardless of labor. The realism of a transitional approach should be obvious given that we would indeed be going into a cooperative, non-profit economy straight from capitalism. Modern technology is potentially more productive than either Marx or Bakunin could have imagined. Yet a post-revolutionary generation would still have to develop the poorer majority of the world in a humane and ecological fashion. Also, they would have to rebuild the technology and cities of the industrialized countries in a self-managed and sustainable way. Therefore, I doubt that there could be an immediate leap into full communism. However, the transitional stage concept has been used by Marxists to justify all sorts of horrors, making excuses for Stalinist totalitarianism. This is not what Bakunin, or even Marx, had in mind. It shows the need for a vision with moral values to judge a new society. Neither Marx nor Bakunin/Guillaume proposed a mechanism for going from a transitional phase to full communism. One possibility might be to use the idea of a split economy. As productivity grows, the free communist sector might be deliberately expanded, until it gradually includes all of the economy. Rather than a series of transitional periods, it may be most productive to think in terms of an experimental, pluralist, and decentralized society, in which different parts face the problems caused by the transition out of capitalism and deal with them in differing ways. A libertarian socialist society would always be transitional in that it would always be changing, always in transition to a more harmonious, freer, and more egalitarian society. It would never reach perfection, since that is not a human goal, but it would continually be changing, refining itself, redapting to new circumstances in a never-ending spiral of experimental improvement. Afterward, porous borders of anarchist vision and strategy. Michael Albert. Any distinctive political perspective strongly favors particular visionary and strategic claims, though people of contrary perspectives reject or at least largely doubt those claims. I claim participatory economics and participatory society provide a worthy, viable, and even necessary and potentially sufficient anarchist revolutionary vision. I also claim that proposing anarchist strategy is a much more complex and delicate undertaking. Along the way, I centerpiece two central anarchist themes: the need to strategically plant the seeds of the future in the present, and the seemingly contrary need to recognize that future people should freely and diversely decide their own future lives rather than today's activists arrogantly and intrusively deciding future people's lives for them. Anarchist vision. Anarchism is about reducing fixed hierarchies that systematically privilege some people over others to a minimum. Men should not enjoy advantages as compared to women, nor heterosexuals as compared to lesbians, gays, and bisexuals, nor members of any one racial, ethnic, or cultural community as compared to members of some other, nor members of any political party or group as compared to members of some other political party or group, nor members of any one economic class as compared to members of some other economic class. Anarchism doesn't require that we all do the same things, which would be a ludicrously unattainable and boring condition. Nor does anarchism require that we all enjoy the same levels of happiness, which would be an impossibly intrusive and repressive condition. But anarchism does forbid society from systematically privileging some people materially or socially over others. In an anarchist society, citizens should freely fulfill themselves without being systematically subordinate to or systematically superior to other citizens. We should each benefit from the same structural opportunities. We should each gain from the gains others enjoy. Simultaneously, however, Anarchism also favors future people deciding their own future lives. Some anarchists think this entails rejecting the idea of anarchist institutional vision. They feel anarchism should seek classlessness, solidarity, equity, justice, diversity, self-management, and other general values but not specific institutional arrangements for attaining these values. Anarchism should recognize that all institutional choices are contextual so that future citizens will decide in a myriad of ways whatever they themselves determine. In other words, some anarchists favor a values yes, institutions no approach to vision. They urge that no particular specific institutional aims are necessary to anarchism. Instead, anarchism asserts only that future citizens themselves, by whatever institutional means they choose, should diversely implement the values all anarchists favor. Let 1,000 institutions bloom. I believe that while a values yes, institutions no stance is well motivated and in considerable degree insightful, still it goes too far. First, trivially, anarchism is not anything goes. The freedom of anarchist future citizens should not include the freedom to own slaves or the freedom to hire wage slaves, as but two of countless conditions anarchism should obviously rule out. But second, and more subtly, must anarchism rule anything in? Are there social components that a future society must incorporate to be deemed anarchist? In other words, even as we want to currently advocate and aggressively seek only the most minimal array of future features lest we trample the freedom of future citizens to make their own choices, do we have to unrelentingly seek some centrally important visionary features right from the outset lest future citizens never enjoy that option? Are some features not merely contextual, but unavoidably central if there is to be freedom? We shouldn't say, for example, that in the future people must eat these foods, wear those clothes, or settle on this size for workplaces or that mix of products to produce in amounts and patterns we prescribe because for us to now make such determinations would manifest our current tastes, current preferences, and current thinking as developed in conditions we are currently familiar with but that will not pertain in the future as well as because such choices of course would rarely be intrinsically and unavoidably essential to attaining the values of anarchism. But while we can all rightly agree that blueprinting the future would inappropriately overreach, I do believe that enabling future citizens to freely, diversely, creatively, and knowledgeably decide their own social lives requires that we advocate some institutional vision. We can now know based on history's accumulated insights that future people will operate in accord with at least some social relations we can specify now or that future people will not operate freely. More, due to their being necessary for freedom, we should ourselves now begin seeking these particular centrally important social relations so that future people will be able to freely experiment with and make diverse choices about all other aspects of society and be free to adapt these central structures as they decide, as well. In other words, current anarchist institutional vision should be limited to precisely those relatively few positive institutional commitments we are confident future people must enjoy if they are to have the information, circumstances, inclinations, opportunity, and even the responsibility to creatively and knowledgeably self-manage their own situations. Positive institutional vision should not extend further than that minimum, but neither should positive institutional vision stop short of that minimum. Anarchists should strongly advocate and tirelessly seek the minimum necessary institutional vision to overcome cynicism, inspire hope and creativity, and inform strategy sufficiently to establish the basis for future self-managed outcomes, all without extending our claims and actions into domains that we can't know or that transcend our right to currently decide. As an example, consider the economy. When I claim that participatory economics is an anarchist economic vision, I mean Paracon includes the minimum economic attributes a future economy must embody if future actors are to equitably self-manage their own lives, fulfill their own desires, mutually aid one another, and so on. Paraconish self-management, for example, is the idea that people should have a say in decisions proportionate to the degree those decisions affect them. This is an ideal, of course, but in any event there should be no systematic and snowballing divergences. There should be no condition of some people enjoying more than proportionate say and of others suffering less, as a fixed or even steadily worsening condition, and thus of some people repeatedly and systematically dominating other people's life choices and conditions. It isn't that we should all always get our way, an obvious impossibility given the diversity of human interests. Rather, over time, it is that we should all have a just and fair say. Equity, a second central value of Paracon, is the idea that citizens should have a claim on society's economic product that increases if they do socially valued work longer, more intensely, or under worse conditions. We should not receive income for property, bargaining power, or even output, but we should receive income only for the intensity, duration, and honorousness of our socially valued labor. This remunerative norm accords with anarchism's respect for human rights and responsibilities and its conception of solidarity. The norm promotes work that meets real needs even as it also establishes socially self-managed levels of labor and leisure. Solidarity, Paracon's third central value, is the idea that people should care about one another's well-being rather than each of us trampling the rest or at the least turning the other cheek to others' difficulties. Now nice guys finish last because society's institutions guarantee that economics is a war of each against all where callousness is a prerequisite for success. In an anarchist economy, each of us succeeding should require that we each also aid others. Our own gains and other people's gains should be mutually supportive, not mutually exclusive. Diversity, a fourth central Paracon value, is the idea that people should have a wide range of options available and that when making choices, diverse paths forward should be kept available or experimented with. This provides unexpected benefits from paths we might otherwise have arrogantly ignored, as well as insurance against unexpected difficulties on paths we wrongly thought optimal. Finally, as the fifth and sixth Paracon values, environmental husbandry is the idea that humans and the rest of the environment ultimately constitute an entwined community in which humans have to take responsibility not only for the impact of our choices on ourselves but also on the rest of nature's domain and, in turn, efficiency is the related idea that economic activity should produce what people seek for fulfillment and development without wasting assets we value, while furthering self management, equity, solidarity, diversity, and husbandry. Okay, why can't anarchist economic vision be that list of values however modified, augmented, or refined without proposing any specific institutions? Paracon's answer is twofold. First, worthy economic values are essential but not alone convincing. People don't doubt the possibility of an alternative economic arrangement mainly because they doubt the morality of left values, but mainly because they doubt that those values can be implemented. Thus, we can fully dispel people's skepticism not solely by asserting worthy values, but only if we also describe institutions consistent with those preferred values. And second, worthy values alone do not provide needed orientation for strategy and tactics. The distance between worthy values and well-conceived demands that we can productively struggle for, or between worthy values and well-conceived organizational structures we can usefully build, is very large. Demands and organization are conceived in light of institutional aims as well as worthy values. Institutional insights that move us toward effective strategic choices need to be shared and built upon, rather than each actor having to start over repeatedly as if no one had traveled similar ground before. In light of the above, Paracon proposes a minimalist institutional vision for establishing economic conditions that will permit future people to self-manage their own economic lives while also being sufficient to overcome cynicism and inform strategy. For example, if future people are to self-manage the economy, workers and consumers will need venues where they can meet, discuss, and finally decide their preferences and actions. These venues are workers' and consumers' councils, which are in turn federated at diverse levels and all use self-managing procedures. Such self-managing councils can and should be part of our economic vision. On the other hand, the detailed arrangement of such councils and of their daily internal relations and their specific methods of dispersing and discussing information and of tallying preferences in different situations will be up to their participants and will take many forms in light of different contexts and desires. We certainly don't know enough to have strong attitudes about all these details, nor is it our right to decide such details for future folks in any case, nor, for that matter, is there only one right way to settle on details. Instead, the details of their own future implementations of self-managing councils are for those who are affected to decide contextually in the future. On the other hand, that we must generate self-managing councils in a new society if that new society is to be anarchist is a bare-bones essential aim. Okay, let's assume we develop worthy councils with self-managed decision-making procedures. Nonetheless, disparities in income and wealth could easily disrupt council members having a fair say over decisions affecting their lives. Given that possibility, we cannot have people earn income for their property, their bargaining power, or even for their output in our new workplaces, since each of these means of earning income would introduce wide disparities in wealth which would in turn disrupt self-management. Instead, so that both moral and material conditions of freedom will exist, Paracon proposes that remuneration should be for duration, intensity, and honorousness of socially valued work, with allowance for those who cannot work, of course. But then how would we arrange equitable remuneration from industry to industry, given each industry's unique characteristics, and even from one workplace to the next, given different worker preferences? We can certainly offer guesses about various ways this might occur, but we don't and can't now know which patterns will prevail. Indeed, the details of future diverse implementations of equitable remuneration are relevant to us today at most insofar as we describe some possible choices that future people could make in order to demonstrate that equitable remuneration can indeed be achieved. Knowledge arising from future experimentation or emerging from as yet unknowable future preferences and circumstances in different countries, industries, and even in different firms within industries, will of course inform the choices of future people on how they wish to implement the equity norm, including, for example, how closely they will want to measure variables like duration and intensity, or what indices they want to collect and consult data about, and so on. However, when we say that the future is diverse, the diversity we have in mind doesn't include remuneration for property, power, or output, and it does include remuneration for duration, intensity, and honorousness of socially valued labor. Continuing, if Paraconish self-management and equity are to persist in a new economy, which they must if there is to be freedom and participation for all actors, it can't be that some actors are consistently and greatly empowered by their daily economic activities while other actors are consistently exhausted and disempowered by theirs, as is typical of corporate divisions of labor. The reason we can't have this disparity in the overall empowerment effects of work is because if the disparity exists, the set of people who have a relative monopoly on knowledge, skills, confidence, and energy for decision-making will dominate the people who lack those prerequisites of participation. To have freedom means we can't have that sort of class hierarchy, but then what must we seek in place of familiar corporate divisions of labor? Consider a workplace. Suppose its workers institute democratic and even self-managed decision-making via a workers' council and associated teams and divisions that they define in their workplace. Also suppose its workers institute equitable remuneration for duration, intensity, and honorousness of socially valued work in a manner they choose as compatible with the technical and social character of their industry and workplace. However, along with those innovations, as typically occurs in many co-ops and occupied factories, suppose also that these workers also retain the old corporate division of labor in their workplace so that about 1/5 of the employees do all the empowering work, and the other 4/5 of employees do only the rote, repetitive, and in any event disempowering work. In that case, despite their self-managing and equitable innovations, and despite each worker being formally granted equal democratic say in the council, the predictable, inexorable outcome of their choices, seen over and over in history as well as easily comprehensible by our knowledge of social interactions, is that in time the group doing all the empowering work will set council meeting agendas, dominate council discussions and debate, overwhelmingly set workplace policies, and in time even decide to pay themselves more and allot themselves better conditions. In short, their position in the old corporate division of labor will propel these empowered coordinator class members to dominate disempowered employees, which is to say, the working class, yielding, writ large, the economic class rule so common to what has been called 20th century socialism. The point of the observation is that the minimum conditions necessary for all future workers to be freely able to collectively diversely determine their own lives include solving the problem that a persistent corporate division of labor will inexorably destroy such potentials. So what alternative way of organizing work can workers' councils adopt in place of an old corporate division of labor to protect and even propel real participation and self-management? What minimalist structure regarding work apportionment can ensure freedom for future workers without impinging on future workers' rights to decide diversely their own social relations? Parikhan says the answer is balanced job complexes, which means dividing up work so that each actor has a mix of overall tasks and responsibilities comparably empowering to the mix each other actor has. But how does any particular workplace arrive at these new job complexes? We can usefully talk about some ways it can be done, or about some ways it has been done in some instances, to show both possibility and implications, but actually choosing among specific options of how best to generate and continually refine balanced job complexes in specific circumstances is a task for future people facing those circumstances. What can't be left to the future, however, supposing we want the future to be classless, is deciding that we want to eliminate the old division of labor and deciding that we want job complexes balanced for empowerment. The details are contextual, yes, certainly, but the basic need is a prerequisite for classlessness. Parikhan therefore claims that advocating and working to institute balanced job complexes, like advocating and working to institute self-managing councils or advocating and working to institute equitable remuneration, is essential to attaining the preconditions of full freedom. More, the claim isn't premised only on thinking about social relationships, though there is nothing wrong with applying our imaginations to complex problems. Rather, we also know from extensive practical experience of co-ops and 20th century socialist and anarchist endeavors just how deadly to self-management and equity the old division of labor is. Now let's go one more step and suppose a future workplace institutes Parkhonish self-managed workers' councils, equitable remuneration, and also balanced job complexes. Is that the essence of desirable and anarchistic economics? Is the rest of what will constitute desirable economics a matter for future choice and not of current advocacy? Or is there still another economic aspect that is so essential for future freedom and classlessness that we must advocate it now, as part of our current vision, and that we must work to attain it starting now, lest not attaining it in turn prevents freedom from ever being attained? Parikhan says yes, there is another essential feature, called participatory planning. But why does Parikhan think we must choose participatory planning for economic allocation rather than just saying that future citizens, including some people opting for one way of allocating, and other people diversely opting for other ways of allocating, will decide allocation for themselves? The first reason why putting off this choice, or being pluralist about it, isn't an option is technical. You can't usefully or even sensibly have an economy in which there are significantly different methods of settling on relative values and associated levels of output, duration of work, and so on. If there are 2, 3, or more different methods for allocating items, then the same items will have different and conflicting relative prices depending which method of allocation is consulted, and there will also be different and conflicting logic and associated implications for behavior operating as well, and the contradictions will more often than not disrupt viable operations. However, the more interesting and informative second reason why multiple modes of allocation aren't an option is social. Both markets and central planning, which are the prevalently preferred options for allocation, each destroy self-management, equity, solidarity, diversity, and husbandry, and each impose, albeit in different ways, the old division of labor and thus the familiar coordinator/worker class division and hierarchy. The derivative conclusion is that if we self-consciously, or even just inadvertently, include either markets or central planning or any combination of the two as our means of allocation in a future economy, these structures will subvert our other libertarian values and aspirations, just like including corporate divisions of labor would subvert our agendas, or including top-down rule would subvert our agendas, or including remuneration for property would subvert our agendas. An anarchist stance regarding the economy is for freedom and against class rule, and so it has to reject market and centrally planned allocation. It would take more time than I have here to make a full case about markets and central planning, much less to demonstrate the worthiness and viability of their replacement, but Pericon says what is needed if workers and consumers are to self-manage economic life is a mode of allocation that conveys relevant social, material, and environmental information to confident and knowledgeable workers and consumers, gives workers and consumers the means to express their own desires and to learn other people's views and desires and to then together cooperatively adapt their desires into mutual accord, and achieves all this in a way that properly accounts for the full social, material, and environmental costs and benefits of choices even while conveying to each actor self-managing say while smoothly arriving at viable and, in the sense we mentioned earlier, efficient choices. Pericon makes a case that participatory planning, which is just Pericon's name for cooperative negotiation of economic inputs and outputs by nested, self-managing workers and consumers councils, is what can and will accomplish these aims. Do Pericon's advocates or anarchists who adopt Pericon as an economic vision have to describe this new mode of allocation fully, delving into its many details to the third or fourth or 10th decimal place of accuracy? Far from it. All that is necessary is to describe participatory planning's core elements sufficiently to demonstrate its viability and worthiness, including for dispelling cynicism and orienting strategic choices. For that matter, will the information exchange, cooperative negotiation, and tallying of decisions of participatory planning have different specific local operational features in different countries, in different industries in one country, and even in different workplaces in one industry, and will its many diverse features also vary as people develop new understandings through their experiences as well as due to enjoying new technical possibilities? Of course. To demonstrate the possibility and virtues of participatory planning we can and should talk about some possible specific structures for its implementation, but we should do so flexibly and always remembering that the full contours of this new mode of allocation will only emerge from real practice. Still, to have participatory planning as part of our goal, says the Periconist, even if we only broadly and flexibly specify its features, is essential if we are to dispel cynicism about there being a worthy alternative to markets and central planning, and if we are sensibly to orient our strategic choices. So Pericon is a proposed economic vision for attaining classlessness via workers and consumers self-managing councils, remuneration for duration, intensity, and honorousness of socially valued work, balanced job complexes, and participatory planning. It is minimalist in the sense of trying to broadly and loosely pinpoint only the defining institutional features we must attain to establish the conditions of freedom necessary for future people to determine diversely the rest of economic life. Of course, however, life is not just about economics, and the same broad approach to vision can be usefully undertaken regarding other dimensions of life as well. For example, what are the values we aspire to for political adjudication, legislation, and collective implementation, for cultural identification and celebration of communities and their interrelations, for birthing, nurturing, and raising the next generation and conducting daily household and sexual relations, or for other domains of life? And then, given our values for polity, culture, kinship, and so on, what are the minimum institutional structures that we must attain to establish conditions permitting future people to live however they choose in those domains, by way of mutuality and self-management, and consistent with sought values? When activists cautiously answer those questions without overextending, but also without saying too little to dispel cynicism or guide desirable strategy, we will have a flexible, continually adaptable, institutional vision to define our political and social commitments. I think, at that point, even while recognizing that new insights might of course still yield new commitments, anarchists could say that part of what being anarchist means is favoring this vision. Anarchist strategy. Now comes the hard part, in which, ironically, for some anarchists their attitude of eschewing visionary detail reverses itself at precisely the moment it ought not to do so. That is, whereas some anarchists in my view wrongly doubt the desirability of adopting even a minimalist institutional vision as part of what it means to be an anarchist. Many anarchists do think it makes sense to deem a rather sharp and strong set of strategic attachments as being critical to being an anarchist. That is, some anarchists reject having a strong stance about elements of vision, where I think it makes sense to actually have such a stance, but then do have very strong strategic views they think are unbridgeably necessary to being anarchist, where I believe having such a stance is far more problematic. Of course, sharing strategic insights is generally good, and I am not questioning that. What I worry about, rather, is the extent to which some anarchists, like many people of other political stances, tend to think that momentary strategic commitments are matters of unbridgeable principle. What can a strategic commitment mean? Well, it could mean that I think democratic centralism, or the use of violence, or organizing inside unions, or rejecting electoral focus, or creating self-managing institutions of our own, or whatever other strategic commitment we might want to list, is essential as an anarchist organizing approach all the time and is thus a core part of being anarchist. Or it could mean I think democratic centralism or any of these other commitments is very likely to be essential, though there could be exceptions, so there is a high burden of proof on not using it. Or it could mean I think democratic centralism or any other commitment has horrible implications, so it is very likely to be counterproductive and there is a high burden of proof on using it. Or it could mean that I think democratic centralism or any of the others is despicable and should never be used, period. My view is that the first and fourth stances are both virtually always ill-conceived because there is virtually no such thing as a strategic commitment, positive or negative, that is a principled touchstone and therefore unbridgeable in all times and places, a priori. Rather, the most we can say in general about strategic commitments will almost always take the form of a burden of proof formulation. To clarify, let's take a few examples that might arise for anarchists. For example, some anarchists will say presidential electoral campaigning is not just suspect, entailing a high burden of proof to justify emphasizing such activity as a strategic priority, say, which I would agree with, but that presidential politics is actually verboten for anarchists. These folks tend to argue that the downside of such activity is ubiquitous, immense, and unavoidable. If you are for an electoral focus, even only in some situations and not in others, they deduce that you are not really anarchist. There is no situation, they say, warranting a presidential electoral focus by an anarchist. To me, unlike saying, say, that an anarchist vision must reject markets and include some type of cooperative negotiation of inputs and outputs and must reject a corporate division of labor and include some type of balanced job complexes, or, if not, then it isn't anarchist because it won't have classless relations, a comparable pronouncement to saying that an anarchist must totally reject all presidential electoral involvement by erecting a binding stop sign saying it is simply and always anti-anarchist. To prioritize such activity makes no sense. Yes, it certainly does make sense to point out the likely or even just possible debits of electoral work, of which there are many, and it also makes sense to have an understanding of those debits as part of the shared conceptual strategic agreement of anarchists. But then, even having that broad understanding, it nonetheless makes sense and is in fact necessary to consider any specific proposal for prioritizing electoral activity to see if there aren't in its case mitigating factors which make the proposal desirable even for an anarchist agenda. To say it can never make anarchist sense to be involved in presidential electoral politics is not just inflexible and sectarian, it is also wrong. For example, suppose that winning a presidential election would clearly create a context vastly more welcoming to and productive for all kinds of local and national anarchist activity, whereas losing the same election would curtail all that activism. Or imagine an even more peculiar to an anarchist situation. That is, imagine a national candidate for president who stands far to the anarchist side of the political spectrum and who is incredibly eager to use the presidency to propel the population toward consciousness and activism that will enhance popular power and participation, foster council formation and prioritization, overcome old local and state governmental structures, and finally also overcome even old national political structures. Could electing this person be problematic? Yes, maybe. For example, one might claim all those allegiances are lies, or that despite those allegiances the person will have no wiggle room, or that the process will subvert her sincere desires, and so on. But would someone thinking that such a campaign could be a positive and even high-priority part of anarchist social change despite those worries, due to thinking the potential problems could be surmounted and the benefits enormous, automatically mark that person as not anarchist, or not radical, or even as a supporter of the status quo? Of course not. It is this ability to realize that people can sincerely differ about centrally important strategic matters without it indicating that one or the other of the disputants has sold out or has otherwise lost their liberatory sense that political infighting often forgets. The truth is that leftists often disagree due to honest differences over complex circumstances and not solely due to one or the other being an enemy of change and an agent of reaction. As another example, take implementing workers' control in workplaces. An anarchist might reasonably say, and I would agree, that in general this is a very high priority goal. The anarchist might then add, however, going a step beyond what I would urge, that as a result of its importance, whenever instituting self-management can be done it ought to be done, forthrightly and rapidly, and that there can be no exception to this injunction. To waffle about implementing workers' self-management, this anarchist might say, is always anti-anarchist. Of course, there is no doubt it could be true in a particular situation that waffling about implementing workers' self-management demonstrates anti-anarchist leanings. But the more interesting question is, could there be a situation in which opposing self-management isn't anti-anarchist at all, and in which, instead, pursuing workers' self-management in some particular plant or industry would impede an overall anarchist agenda? Oddly, the answer is yes. For example, consider a situation where in the early stages of a transition process seeking self-management throughout society, the easiest place to initiate massive rapid innovations is in a very large and wealthy oil industry, where the workers are already by far the best paid and most comfortable workers in the country, and where oil industry surpluses finance the country's innovations for other sectors and communities, and where oil workers self-managing their industry could lead to their taking more of the oil surplus for themselves at the expense of others. Oddly, in such a situation, if the oil workers' consciousness was not yet very advanced, enacting self-management in the largest industry in the country, oil, before establishing norms of equitable remuneration, could actually set back the overall project of attaining self-management throughout the whole society. Thus seeking self-management whenever and wherever you can would in this case be potentially counterproductive rather than absolutely essential. Let's take an even more peculiar and ironic situation. Suppose a country is in a massive project to transform, with the federal government and various grassroots movements strongly on the side of change, but many old mayors and governors, and many old owners and media moguls as well as many local police forces still opposing, obstructing, and sabotaging efforts at change. Suppose, in fact, that in the case of those old police forces they are largely corrupt and are by their theft and violence creating a climate of fear that is in turn seriously impeding federal efforts to facilitate local creation of people's participatory communes and people's popular power. What should be done about the police? Can you imagine an anarchist saying, in this unusual context, well, since the army is steadfastly in favor of the revolutionary process, how about if we use the army to discipline and if need be to replace the police, thus removing the latter as an obstacle to change, eliminating the climate of fear that the police produce, and proceeding with transition? All of this accomplished as quickly and with as little violence as possible thanks to the army. Of course, says the approach's anarchist advocate, I realize using the army domestically is a very dangerous choice for diverse reasons, but, that said, letting the police persist in their corruption and violence risks total disaster. More, given the work that has been done throughout the army to date, and the very serious community and organizational controls we can impose on the proposed military efforts, I think we can make this work. My point is I can imagine an anarchist proposing that. In fact, I can imagine me suggesting such a path as a possibility in Venezuela, say, where the described conditions do indeed exist just as the conditions of the prior examples exist in Venezuela as well, and clearly my making such a suggestion, whether wise or not, would not mean I had thrown in with state power, or had abdicated my belief in grassroots self-management, or had become a fan of coercion, and so on, but instead it would mean only that in a rather unusual context, this approach seemed to me most likely to have the positive consequences that any anarchist advocate of real freedom would want to achieve, whereas other approaches would accomplish less, with even more risk. The point of these strange examples, and many more that the reader can no doubt conceive, is first that in some they are not in fact all that strange. Actual social struggle is very complex and diverse, with specific features arising that often make knee-jerk application of political beliefs very dangerous. All the above situations could plausibly exist in broadly similar form in other countries than Venezuela, even in my own, the United States, at some future date. But second, for the same reasons, one thing we can certainly know is that there is no strategic injunction that is universally binding in all times, places, and situations. Indeed, whereas I think it does make sense to say about a particular perspective such as anarchism that some view is essential to it regarding vision, so that anarchism should adopt a particular broadly conceived visionary goal where to force where this goal is to reject anarchism, I think it does not make sense to say about a particular perspective such as anarchism that some particular strategic commitment is essential to it, so if a person ever does anything that appears contrary to that commitment, the person has left behind anarchism. Finally, let me give a reverse example. Anarchists typically reject democratic centralism as a means of making decisions in a revolutionary project. This could mean that anarchists think democratic centralism should never be employed, and that to employ it is always a sign that one is not an anarchist or even an anti-anarchist, or it could mean that anarchists think democratic centralism typically has horrible byproducts and a debilitating internal logic that together tend to subvert anarchist aims, so that there is a very high burden of proof on utilizing such decision procedures. To me, unless one nuances it tremendously, stance is insupportable. Suppose, for example, that anarchists are having a demonstration that is going to feature a big rally and speeches, and then a march that spins off from the rally, and then a major building occupation, say, that spins off from the march. The target for the occupation is secret and, in fact, the wrong target has been leaked so that the police will occupy that building with all their attention, while the march ignores that destination and instead goes unobstructed to its real target. There is a need for flexibility as well as secrecy, so the movement chooses/elects a tactical leadership committee that is empowered to unilaterally decide as the march unfolds what actual target makes most sense to occupy and when to run for it, and so on. Well, this is essentially a democratic centralist approach, but it is one which could in context further the anarchist agenda, and which, given that the tactical committee forms, acts, and then disbands, would have little in the way of negative lasting repercussions, though, yes, the mindset involved is of concern, and if the same people were always the tactical leaders whenever such a committee was needed, that would be a serious risk. So, would advocating this use of secret flexible leadership make one an anti-anarchist? Did making similar choices make Bakunin, among others, an anti-anarchist? Of course not. So what's my point? I think and hope that with further investigation anarchists will overwhelmingly agree that Parecon/Parsock provides an economic vision and an emerging but still far from fully conceived social vision, each of which are compatible with and indeed also fulfill the aspirations of the long heritage called anarchism, but each of which also avoid over-specifying a future that we can't yet know, and which, in any event, it is for future people and not us to determine. I also think there are many strategic insights that anarchists can very reasonably share as part of their overall perspective, such as the need to plant seeds of the future in the present, such as balanced job complexes and self-managed decision-making, the need to have demands, language, and organizational structure and procedures that not only meet current needs on behalf of suffering constituencies, but also propel escalating desires that lead toward preferred goals, the need to win currently sought reforms in ways that develop means of winning still more gains in the future, the need to measure success by assessing gains in consciousness, organization, and in circumstances and fulfillment, the high burden of proof on employing violence or on employing any long-term, top-down structures and methods such as persisting democratic centralism, and the criticality of overcoming not only capitalist, but also coordinator mentalities and structures in our own projects and in society writ large. But more, to avoid sectarianism, arrogance, and knee-jerk calculations, as well as to be on track toward the better world we all desire, I think it is key to realize that having a minimalist but compelling and inspiring anarchist institutional vision is essential, whereas regarding strategy we need to prioritize understanding that there is no single virtuous or effective anarchist strategy such that one size fits all. Instead, there is need for sincere and well-meaning debate and disagreement, even about pivotal issues and possibilities, undertaken without casting aspersions on motives and values, and even trying to experiment with minority conceptions rather than only implementing those that are most favored. Postscript, toward the occupation of everyday life. Derek Shannon, Anthony Nocella II, John Asimakopoulos. November 16, 2011. Over the last couple of months we've finished this book while watching a new global phenomenon evolve. Occupation isn't typically referred to as a movement, but a tactic. Yet people have begun referring to the Occupy movement, a movement whose primary concerns are the inequalities that are endemic to capitalist society. That is, there has never been a historical moment under capitalism that has not been typified by the wealthy largely owning and operating the world at the expense of the rest of us, and the series of attempts at taking public space seem aimed against exactly those organizing principles. Anarchists argue that there is nothing new in these unequal arrangements, although in a time of capitalist crisis perhaps those large-scale inequalities are exacerbated, waking people up who were previously sleeping to new possibilities. Interestingly, this movement, which began in countries like Tunisia, Egypt, Greece, and Spain and was carried into the United States by a loose collection of folks dubbed by Rolling Stone anarchists and radicals with nothing but sleeping bags, has gone global. Within these various occupations one can see principles at work that are directly at odds with the present society. People come together into groups to discuss issues in assemblies where we usually remain alienated from one another, sometimes even frightened of strangers, our neighbors, and even at times our friends and loved ones. People are sharing resources within the encampments, freely distributing food, water, and other supplies where usually we are forced to purchase those things with money accessed through work. People are doing the dirty work of cleaning, cooking, and other menial tasks voluntarily and are acknowledged for their labor, where we typically threaten a segment of society with starvation if they don't do this work or routinely ignore that it is, in fact, work for many people who clean homes, do laundry, cook, raise children, and so on. People are innovating at Occupy Wall Street. After Bloomberg took the protesters' power generators, new generators were made from bicycles, and the reward for that innovation is the satisfaction of mutual aid, where we are told that we need incentives in the form of wealth for innovation to exist. But we also have seen other organizing principles at work. Last weekend a number of the occupations were forcibly removed by the police. The reports of people being maced, beaten, stripped, searched, prodded, in a word, governed, are ubiquitous. The state has trashed thousands of dollars of tents, sleeping bags, cooking equipment, and perhaps most striking, thousands of books carefully organized into a library at Zuccotti Park, bringing to mind scenes from Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451. They've also destroyed those meeting points where people gathered to talk about ideas, debated the best ways forward, and engaged in the messy process of collective engagement in life without the state and capital as mediators within our social lives even. If the context was limited, we might see this as a metaphor for our future lives. Anarchists argue that no amount of tinkering with capitalism is going to make it sustainable or bearable. No amount of toying with the mechanisms of the state are going to make it desirable. And there is no way that the diffuse and complex arrangements of domination in our institutions, culture, and our very selves can be overcome without also dismantling the state and capitalism. So we might learn lessons from the occupation movement, whether it sustains, wanes, or changes form. First, capitalist austerity should demonstrate to everyone beyond the shadow of a doubt now that the state isn't going to regulate capitalism to our benefit. Even gains that we fight for in the form of demands on the state can be taken from us as quickly as they are granted by our rulers. We keep nothing that we cannot take ourselves and, importantly, defend. Second, there is radical potential in coming together to talk. This doesn't mean that we can talk domination away, but it does mean that capitalist society is alienating and isolating, and a part of ending capitalism is ending our isolation. As we said in the introduction to this collection, economics presents a problem for anarchists, and the relationship isn't easy, particularly as economics typically assumes the separation of production and consumption from the rest of social life as some specialized sphere. But clearly capitalism, and its attendant individualist ethos, creates an alienated and isolated social body. Experiences of community, and particularly communities of resistance standing up to the state and capital, contain possibilities for building new social forms on our own terms. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, these social forms can stick if they're not left at the public assemblies, but are diffused throughout our everyday lives. This is already being experimented with by members of various occupations and is, perhaps, what most people mean when they refer to occupation as a tactic. Groups connected with local movements are beginning to help protect the homes of others, with mortgages being foreclosed in places like Minneapolis, Cleveland, and New York City. In Chapel Hill, a local group took a downtown building for a short period of time, complete with possible plans for using the abandoned space for local shows, a free medical clinic, a library, and more before they were violently ejected by police. Similarly, on the coattails of a successful general strike in Oakland, a group attempted to take a vacant building but was fought back by the police. Workers in Oakland, during the general strike, took and shut down the local port. Likewise, over the last few years, occupations of school buildings have become common actions in disparate places such as Berkeley, Athens, Santiago, London, Paris, New York City. So what if we refuse to stop at meeting in assemblies and camping in public squares? What might it look like if we began occupying places within our daily lives, our homes, our workplaces, our schools? What if we began taking space and food and water and distributed them freely, refusing to allow the conventions of the economy to mediate those activities for us? Indeed, since anarchists argue that we don't need experts and bureaucrats to run our affairs and that we can create life on our own terms, the diffusion of these occupations into daily life can give us a glimpse of a world that might be and could possibly point to post-capitalist alternatives as a process out of capitalism and into a new and unwritten future. We might look at these two different organizing methods as a crossroads. In one direction is the police truncheon, the tear gas, thousands of pairs of zip-tie handcuffs, police vans filled with the bodies of anyone with the audacity to challenge the power of the state and capital. In the other direction is an unwritten future being created in the present of assemblies, mutual aid, cooperation, and an end to the isolation and alienation that come from an economy and a social world built for working instead of living. We have a world to win. For the occupation of daily life. Contributor biographies. Escobedo Aguilar, born and raised in Houston, is a media worker and organizer who has been active in many movements, including founding a variety of groups focusing on everything from reproductive rights to international solidarity movements and police accountability. In the early 1990s, Aguilar co-founded the Black Fist Collective, which focused on issues of race in the anarchist movement and was allied with groups like the Federation of Black Community Partisans, the precursor to the Black anarchist formation Black Autonomy International. The Black Fist Collective convened with Lorenzo Camboa Irvin the Anti-Authoritarian Network of Community Organizers Conference in Atlanta in 1994. Aguilar was also involved in the formation of the anarchist Black Cross Network and in web development for the anarchist newspaper Onward. In 2001, he founded the Anarchist People of Color email list and website, illegalvoices.org, from which emerged nearly a dozen autonomous regional U.S. collectives identified as APOC. APOC supporters held a 2003 conference at Wayne State University in Detroit. Aguilar continues to organize with a variety of groups and is the founder and editor of People of Color Organize, a website on political activism, theory, and practice. Michael Albert is a founder and current member of the staff of Z Magazine as well as system operator of Z Magazine's website, ZCOM. Albert's radicalization occurred during the 1960s. His political involvements, starting then and continuing to the present, have ranged from local, regional, and national organizing projects and campaigns to co-founding South End Press, Z Magazine, the Z Media Institute, and ZNet, and to working on all these projects, writing for various publications and publishers, giving public talks, and so on. His personal interests, outside the political realm, focus on general science reading, computers, mystery and thriller/adventure novels, sea kayaking, and the more sedentary but no less challenging game of Go. Albert is also the author of numerous books. Most recently these include, Remembering Tomorrow, Realizing Hope, and Paracon, Life After Capitalism. Many of Albert's articles are stored in ZCOM and can be accessed there, along with hundreds of other Z Magazine and ZNet articles, essays, interviews, and other materials. William D. Armeline was most recently a professor of teaching and learning and the founding director of the Center for Innovative and Transformative Education at Bowling Green State University. Throughout his 35-year career in education, he has been an activist/teacher/scholar working with colleagues in higher education, in the public schools, and in communities at large to reconceptualize schooling structures concomitantly with transforming pedagogical practices. His current work is a critical and personal reflection on schooling reform, replete with the dreams and ambitions of someone who saw education as a potential vehicle to liberation. William T. Armeline is a multidisciplinary scholar in justice studies at San Jose State University. His recent research focuses on systemic racism and human rights abuses through the institutionalization and incarceration of marginalized populations. His scholarship also includes work on radical political economic theory, human rights theory and practice, and the development of critical pedagogies. Rather than making selective contributions as an activist, William puts in work as a way of life. John Asimakopoulos is Executive Director of the Scholar-Activist Transformative Studies Institute and Associate Professor of Sociology at the City University of New York, Bronx. He is also Editor-in-Chief of Theory in Action, an interdisciplinary, peer-reviewed journal, and is working with TSI to establish a new free and progressive university operated by scholar activists. John's work focuses on labor, globalization, and social theory, championing the formation of counter-ideology, independent working-class media and educational institutions, and direct action. John's interest in the working class stems from his parents, who obtained only third-grade educations. They worked as landless farmers in Greece and later as immigrant factory workers in the United States. Early on in life, John observed that his parents' hard work was never rewarded, which pushed him to think of social justice. Ever since, he has dedicated his life to promoting equality and social justice for all people. D.T. Cochran is a father, partner, and PhD student. His research interests are business history, theories of value and accumulation, and business disruption movements. His dissertation is on De Beers and the changing role of diamonds in the United States in the 1940s. Yuri Gordon is an Israeli activist and academic. He is the author of Anarchy Alive: Anti-Authoritarian Politics from Practice to Theory. While completing his doctoral research at Oxford, he organized with community initiatives and anti-capitalist networks in the UK and Europe, including Indie Media, Earth First, and Dissent. He now teaches environmental politics and ethics at the Arava Institute for Environmental Studies, and is active with the Negev Coexistence Forum for Civil Equality and Anarchists Against the Wall. His research continues to focus on grassroots sustainability, radical peacemaking, and anarchist politics. He is also active as a facilitator, trainer, and translator. Robin Honnell is visiting professor in the Department of Economics at Portland State University in Portland, Oregon, and professor emeritus at American University in Washington, D.C. His most recent books are Green Economics, Confronting the Ecological Crisis, Economic Justice and Democracy, From Competition to Cooperation, and The ABCs of Political Economy, A Modern Approach. With Michael Albert, he is co-creator of an alternative to capitalism known as participatory economics. Robin has been active in numerous progressive movements and organizations for over 45 years. Caroline Kalteflater is professor of communication studies and women's studies as well as a founding member of the Anarchist Studies Initiative at the State University of New York, Cortland. She has written numerous articles and conference papers on anarchist studies, do-it-yourself culture, and the Riot GRRRL movement. Recent works include, Anarchy GRRRL Style Now, Riot GRRRL Actions and Practices, Riot GRRRLS and Bois, Gender Contestation in Zines and Performance Sites of Resistance, and Juno and Diablo, Cinematic Riot GRRRLS and the Cultivation of a Liberated Girlhood. Kalteflater calls herself an activist first then an academic. She was a member of the Riot GRRRL Washington, D.C. chapter and remains committed to Riot GRRRL through zines and correspondence. Her current research interests include youth culture capitalism, post-feminism, and popular culture. She is currently finishing a forthcoming academic text nearly 2 decades in the making on the Riot GRRRL movement, that privileges an inside-out perspective. Ruth Kinna teaches political theory in the School of Social, Political, and Geographical Sciences at Loughborough University, UK. She is co-editor, with Lawrence Davis, of Anarchism and Utopianism, author of The Beginner's Guide to Anarchism, and has written a number of articles on anarchist writers and activists. She is currently working on 2 anarchist projects, an edited collection, Libertarian Socialism, Politics in Black and Red with Dave Berry, Sekou Pinta, and Alex Pritchard, and a research companion to Anarchism for Continuum Books. She is a member of the Anarchist Studies Network and editor of the journal Anarchist Studies. An anarchist for over 20 years, Ian MacKay has been involved in many anarchist groups in the UK. He is currently a member of the Black Flag Editorial Collective, Britain's leading anarchist magazine. In addition, he has produced an anarchist FAQ, which summarizes and explains anarchist ideas and history, and an introduction to and evaluation of Kropotkin's ideas on mutual aid. He also writes on a host of issues for Black Flag and Freedom, as well as on websites. He has recently edited and written the Introduction to Property is Theft, the first comprehensive anthology of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's writings. Jeff Monahan is based in Ottawa, Canada. He does paid work for a small communications company and cares for a fleet of rusty bikes. He is a member of Ottawa's Exile Info Shop Collective and Books to Prisoners Ottawa. He plays drums in a couple of sloppy punk rock bands and spends his spare time with his loving partner Ange and their kid. Scott Napalos is a registered nurse living in Miami, Florida. Scott has been active in movements against the war and for environmental justice, anti-racist and anti-sexist organizing, and popular media. An active member of the Industrial Workers of the World for 10 years, Scott continues to work on autonomous workers' struggle in healthcare, and other industries. Scott has served as a trainer for the IWW's training program as well as a member of the Organizing Department Board and the International Solidarity Commission. Scott has worked on solidarity campaigns with popular and revolutionary movements in Iran, India, El Salvador, Mexico, and Haiti. Scott's writings have appeared in the Industrial Worker, Anarcho-Syndicalist Review, and Turbulence. Scott is a co-founder and a member of the editorial collective of Recompositions, Notes for a New Workerism, an online journal of autonomous workers' struggle and organization. Presently, he is completing a collection of his writings on political organization, popular struggles, the problem of revolutionary consciousness, complex systems theory as a methodology for revolutionaries, and revolutionary strategy. Scott is one of the founding members of Miami Autonomy and Solidarity, a revolutionary political organization founded in 2009 and active in popular movements and committed to building praxis and strategy for political struggle in our time. Anthony J. Nocella, 2, award-winning author, poet, community organizer, and educator, teaches at Hamline University as a visiting professor of urban education. Nocella focuses his attention on urban education, peace and conflict studies, inclusive social justice education, environmental education, disability pedagogy, queer pedagogy, feminist pedagogy, critical pedagogy, anarchist studies, critical animal studies, and hip-hop pedagogy. He has taught workshops in mediation, negotiation, and strategic social movement building, and has assisted a number of legal committees in North and South America. He has provided expressive and experiential education workshops to non-governmental organizations, prisoners, incarcerated youth, and students in middle and high schools, representing organizations such as Alternative to Violence Program, Save the Kids, and American Friends Service Committee, in hopes of increasing the peace and providing skills to revert violent conflicts to nonviolent transformation. He is on more than a dozen boards, including the AFSC, Center for Gender and Intercultural Studies, Institute for Critical Animal Studies, and the Central New York Peace Studies Consortium. Nocella has written scholarly articles in more than 24 publications, co-founded more than 20 active socio-political organizations, 4 academic journals, and is working on his 15th book on the subject of urban education. His latest publication is Hollywood's Exploited, Public Pedagogy, Corporate Movies, and Cultural Crisis, co-edited with Richard Van Heerdem, Benjamin Fremer, and Tony Cassiany. Wayne Price has been involved in revolutionary socialist organizing and theoretical work for over 40 years. He has evolved through anarchist pacifism and dissident Trotskyism to revolutionary class struggle anarchism, hopefully learning from his many mistakes. He worked as a special education teacher and as a school psychologist and earned a Doctor of Psychology degree. For years he was active in anti-war activities and in oppositions within the teachers' union. He writes regularly for www.anarchismo.net. He has authored 2 books, The Abolition of the State, Anarchist and Marxist Perspectives and Anarchism and Socialism, Reformism or Revolution. Derek Shannon is a U.S. anarchist organizer who lives on the East Coast. He is a co-editor of Contemporary Anarchist Studies and co-author of Political Sociology, Oppression, Resistance, and the State. When not writing and reading, he's playing music with friends or organizing for a livable future. Chris Spanos is an activist, organizer, and anti-capitalist. He has worked as an embroidery machine operator, social service worker, sailor, and cook. From 2006 to 2011, Chris was full-time editor and system administrator at ZNet. He currently lives in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, New York City. He edited the anthology Real Utopia, Participatory Society for the 21st Century and is interested in the theory and practice of autonomy. He is founder and editor of the online magazine The New Significance. Marie Trigona is a writer, video maker, radio producer, and translator whose work has been inspired by international anarchist working class history and anti-imperialist struggles. Her work focuses on labor, human rights, community media, and social movements in Latin America. She has collaborated with the direct action and video collective Grupo Olavio. Trigona's writing has appeared in publications including Z Magazine and ZNet, NACLA, Monthly Review, Canadian Dimension, the Buenos Aires Herald, Left Turn, America's Program, Upside Down World, Dollars and Cents, and dozens of other media outlets. She is a correspondent at Pacifica's Free Speech Radio News, a worker-run news program aired on nearly 100 stations in the United States. Currently Trigona studies at the Latin American School of Social Sciences in Buenos Aires. Dr. Richard J. White is a senior lecturer of economic geography at Sheffield Hallam University, UK. To date, Richard's main areas of research have focused on rethinking the economic in economic geography, Exploring the Geographies of Commodification, and Mapping the Limits of Capitalism in Contemporary Society. As an anarchist geographer, Richard is also actively engaged with anarchist praxis focused on harnessing post-capitalist/heterodox economic futures. Richard is also the editor-in-chief of the Journal for Critical Animal Studies, and is currently serving on the editorial boards of the International Journal of Sociology and Social Policy and Theory in Action, the journal of the Transformative Studies Institute. He can be contacted at richard.white@shu.ac.uk. Colin Williams is Professor of Public Policy in the Management School at the University of Sheffield in the UK. His interests are in re-representing and constructing alternative economic practices beyond the market economy. His recent books include Informal Work in Developed Nations, Rethinking the Future of Work, A Commodified World, Mapping the Limits of Capitalism, and Community Self-Help. He can be contacted at c.c.williams@sheffield.ac.uk. Abby Volcano, a member of the Workers' Solidarity Alliance and Queers Without Borders, currently lives in Connecticut. She is presently writing on reproductive freedom and normative violence. Abby only loves a handful of things more than she loves graphic novels, organizing for a less boring and fucked up world, kitties, her family, and fantasizing about moving to Madrid and becoming an oil painter.